Hey, peace and love, family. I'm kind of late because I had to shovel out snow. Where I live at is like it snows every damn day up here, yo. That shit is crazy. So I'm drinking some hot chocolate. First and foremost, I can't promote that hard. For some reason, I'm blocked on Facebook. I could only put stuff on my file, but I can't put YouTube. So if anybody could share the show, I'd appreciate it. All right. Next thing is Kevin Collins. The world is going to hell, and all he can talk about is this. My brother, that's your belief. The world is not going to hell. There's no such thing as hell. That's a belief. All we do is live on earth and die, bro. Then you call me these black scholars. Don't do anything for the black community, expect try to get money from you. That's interesting. I have my own business. I make my own money. I don't depend on the community for nothing. As far as doing for the community, myself, Dagger Squad, along with Sister Monica Lamb, has done more for the black community than any religious group for the last 10 years. We've hired people. We've hired even Hebrew Israelites. When during COVID, what was y'all doing to put income into people's pockets when they were being terminated and they let go of their jobs? It was the Dagger Squad that had online jobs that was hiring people. All right. Who was training welfare moms in South Carolina? A unique business contract, government contract just for that. Who was speaking to Allen University graduates? Me, Garfield Reed. Who was sitting down with the chief of police in Louisville, Kentucky, talking about how to interact with black people and how to have a better relationship with the police? Who was talking to ex-cons in South Carolina when they called me and said, Garfield, we need your help. Would you come out here and talk to them about rebuilding their livelihood and their credit? Boom, boom. Who was that? Garfield. Y'all ain't doing no work. Y'all are nothing but modern day Jehovah's Witness knocking on people's doors, but the outside shouting. Come on, cut it out. Psalm 316. Also, about the atheists and people killing, you might have been wrong. I need to tell you that you're wrong and I was incorrect. Because I'm not perfect. But it's something that he said, though, these black scholars, I got to point that out real quickly here. There's a guy on the internet by the name of Zion-Lex. I noticed something about this brother here. There's a video that he put on his channel the other day. Let me see if I could find it. Brother Garfield said Zion-Lex destroyed Lashawan Kodash. Why would you post that? Remember, one of the hiccups that Zion has with Garfield, it says that he thinks he's an authority. I'm not an authority. You think I'm an authority. That's why you put me on your channel, because if Garfield supports that you beat up the Lashawan Kodash, it gives it credence. Garfield said it. The other day, this is not against Priest Daniel, I'm on it and said, Garfield said it, man. Because in the Hebrew Israelite community, I am respected as one of the top scholars that debunk y'all garbage. But I'm going to show y'all something, right? The other day, I did a show on this channel. Let me click on my channel real quick. I'm going to show y'all something real quick. This is how you set a rat trap for those who need to be in a rat trap. Those who need to be in a rat trap. This is how you set a rat trap. Eric Madison, peace and love to you, man. And share the show. Like, y'all gonna learn so much today. Y'all have never learned this much in the last 20 years. And Psalm 316, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I need to talk about Venezuela. I'm gonna talk about that too. Digging out this damn snow, man. I'll tell you. All right. Mosai don't like me at all. Mika don't come on the panel today. Today's not a good day to come on the panel. Look at this, family. I made a topic the other day, right? I said Zion-Lex versus Genesis. I know damn well Zion Lex is not going up against Genesis, but I knew that Zion would be watching. I knew he would be watching. So now we're in Clubhouse and everybody is like, yo, Zion made an error with it. I knew he didn't spell Jerusalem correct. I knew it. But I picked my battles. So I said, instead of me going on live and talk about what Zion Lex did, I talked about what he did and destroyed Lashuan Kodash. Clickbait. There you go. So he fell for the trap. He came in. He made a video and said, hold on, let me show you the video that what he said, what Zion said. Nah, you should come on, by the way. You should come on. It's not about Zion. I'm just trying to make a point. So don't even pay that no mind. Let me see if I find Dre here. Where is Dre? I thought I got Dre in my Dre right here. Right here. All right. So Dre sent me a video with Genesis saying Zion Lex exposes Lashuan Kodash. I'm gonna play this video right here real quick. Notice I ain't do no intro or nothing. I'm getting straight to the argument.
Zion versus Gadal. I want to say, don't insult my intelligence.
Yeah, that's a little child, man.
But shout out to brother Gadal. I know he thinks he's worthy, but I really want to say, please don't.
Hold on a second. I'm about to play this video right here. Watch it. Watch this. Watch this. You see, because everybody does things for clout. Zion is very good at marketing. He's a very good marketer. Let me say this before I even do the show. What you're going to learn today, you have never learned it in all the years of being on Sarnetta, being in TAP over there in Brooklyn when I used to go to TAP in 1994. Where the conscious community was there when I was a part of the real conscious community. When it was at the slave theater and all that stuff. That's the conscious community. Now, what you're going to learn today, nobody in the conscious community taught this because they were a bunch of Egyptomaniacs. They wanted to give credit to Egypt. They were too lazy to study the root of where biblical stories come from. A lot of them were just lazy. And this is why cults and people become followers of people, because I'm talking to the audience, some of y'all are too lazy to study. So you depend on Garfield, you depend on Zion, you depend on Divine, you depend on Brother Unk, you depend on Cedric, pseudo killers, community of skeptics, to learn things that you don't have the time to learn on your own. So now, the issue now is honesty. I want y'all to take a look at this. This is how I set the rat trap. Hold on, let me bring up this presentation real quickly too. I gotta bring up this presentation. If you notice something, Mika, do you ever notice nobody calls Garfield out? It's not that I'm not worthy of being an opponent. They don't call Garfield out at all because they're not capable of handling what I bring to the table. And I'm gonna shut down a lot of these people. And by the way, Christians, you might get some stray bullets today. Is not because I love my Christian brothers and sisters to the heart. That's my root. That's my foundation. That's what my parents gave me. So that dwells inside my heart for the rest of my life. All right. And if you disagree with me, the link. Hold on. Let me put the link so anybody could jump on. I don't want nobody. And of course, y'all know the rules. When you jump on, you get 2 minutes to talk. We'll go back and forth for 2 minutes each. If you just want to make a comment, you could just come on and make your comment. But let's not try to be disrespectful either in the chat or hey, what's up, Gola? In the chat or in the or when you come on the stage. We're gonna stop this disrespect of each other as grown people. We need to cut that out. It seems like people like to disrespect people. Like there's a lot of things I could say in the past. Yeah, I disrespected a lot of people. I'm not into that mode right now. I'm a grown ass man. I ain't got time for that. And anybody commenting too gotta be a subscriber. Y'all gotta Y'all don't have no privileges no more. All right. Okay. Now, look at this video right here. I'm about to play this video right here. Why is it I can't find the video? I thought I had the video here in the back. Hold on, family. Oh, it's right here. This can click off.
So my intelligence, but okay.
Man,
Zechariah.
you know, already that'll make him 0 for 3. He already lost against Priest. He already lost again. It would be 0 for 3.
Y'all, to be honest, I don't know any Old Testament Israelite that's sharp enough to debate me on this topic. And some of them are my friends. And I'm gonna say this with respect because I consider this person a friend. But I wouldn't be.
Now, this is him on Genesis, right? I'm gonna make this bigger. This is him on Genesis with Priest. Because Priest called me and said, why I got in my topic, Zion, Lex, verse, whatever. All he did was teach a topic. But I know what I'm doing. Gadal and me talk almost every day on Clubhouse. So me and Gadal over the last 2 to 3 years have developed a friendship. He's a dude I could call, whatever, if I need information, so forth. We're not best of friends, we're not besties, but this is what it is. Now, amateur scholar is funny, nonsense or no sense. Now, I want everybody, if you don't like Garfield, and if you like Garfield, today's show is a show for you. Today's show is a show for you. All right. Now, I want you to listen to this carefully right here.
Some of y'all are saying Zion versus Gadal. I want to say don't insult my intelligence.
Yeah, that's a little child, man.
But shout out to Brother Gadal. I know he thinks he's worthy, but I really want to say please don't insult my intelligence. But okay.
Man,
Zechariah.
you know, already that'll make him 0 for 3. He already lost against Priest. He already lost again. It would be 0 for 3.
Y'all, to be honest, I don't know any Old Testament Israelite that's sharp enough to debate me on this topic. And some of them are my friends. And I'm gonna say this with respect because I consider this person a friend. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't keep it real. My Hebrew can't have this conversation with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wipe the floor with him on this conversation, respectfully.
You got to do a 1v20. That's what we've been, because nobody wants to debate us on this Gentile salvation. We said we'll do a 2v100.
Yeah. In all honesty, I literally can't think of an Old Testament Israelite that really could have this conversation with me. It would be overkill with all of them.
Now listen to what he says right here at the beginning again. This is what's crazy about this is that I admire Zion as a debater. I think he's tricky. I think he's very dishonest, but he taught me something that I never thought about. A debate is not about the truth. It's about winning. So I learned that from this guy. Where's that video that Mika made where he promoted his Hebrew school or class, whatever? Inbox for that video. Let me play that video. So I could play that video for the people. Now, there is a video. There is a hold on a second. Let me see if I could find it right here. Where my Hebrew teacher at? Because he pointed it out to me. He's like, hey, you ain't catch that? All right. So now, hold on. Let me get to this video right here. And shame on a lot of people by and Ariala. This is what's crazy, right? Zion did destroy the Lashon Kodash. He did. And I repeat it. As a matter of fact, he did a better video, his review. And the Lashon Kodash just need to just run from Zion. They just need to run from Zion. Period. He's made to destroy them. All right? But if you notice on this video, he said that what do you call it? Hold on the family. He said that No, my trick, I'm telling you, is not about the truth. Where you at? Hold on a second there. My trick, where you been? When since it was about the truth? Bro, every debate I went in, I thought I had the truth. I'm like, yo, I'm going to win this. 12 tribe chart, all these debates. It's never about the truth. What are you talking about? Zion, you could clip this and put it on your channel because, Zion, you have made me an authority on your channel because you clip videos of me all the time. I love it because it tells me you respect me as a scholar. I never said I'm a scholar, but you put me in the place like an authority. Garfield said this. Garfield said that. So it counts. Now, this is the issue now that they're having with Zion now, right? Let me share the screen. He made a lot of errors. What's good? Kojilo and 3360. What's good? Watch this. Watch this right here. I want y'all to look at this video right here. Here's the video. All right, yeah, here we go. This is on Inside the Nation, right? I want y'all to watch this video right here. By the way, as far as Jerusalem, just to confirm, it wasn't Jerusalem originally. Remember, for those who don't, remember I said I'm going to teach y'all stuff y'all don't know? This is one of the things. Jerusalem was Jerusalem. It's actually documented in Egypt in the Middle Kingdom. It's documented in ancient Near East. Jerusalem was connected to a deity named Shalim, which has nothing to do with Hebrews, Israelites, or none of those crazy folks over that side. I hope y'all know that. So the Jerusalem was already a city that existed in that part of the world. Something to think about. But anyway, the name changed over time. Now, this is the problem that the people have. I know Zion Lex knows how to spell Jerusalem, but apparently I let it slide. You see, I could have stopped the video and going on him, you teach Hebrew and you can't even spell Jerusalem. Then you're going to hear Garfield is a hater. Right, Mika? Garfield is a hater. So two folks pointed it out to me and I had to play coy and play stupid. Like I didn't know that he misspelled the word. I had to lie. But the truth is, I knew all along. But what the video I was making was to make a mockery of Ariala. But this makes Ariala look even stupid. Because if you can't spell you can't spell Jerusalem, which is Zion, and you didn't pick up that he misspelled it, then you look double stupid. You should have called out Zion on this right here on the spot. But obviously, you don't know what the hell is going on either. But check it out. I'm going to bring you up in a second, my brother. I didn't realize there's no sound on the video. My bad, family. Hold on 1 second.
See, that's what I was about to be up here to tell you. You
Thank
tricked
you.
me.
Hold on. Let me do this. My bad, family. Hold on 1 second. Watch this. Too late. All right, hold on. No. I didn't even play the Jerusalem part yet. But let me get the video. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Inside the Nation Radio. Shout out to Inside the Nation Radio. They don't like Garfield at all. But they don't really like Garfield, but it's all good. It's all good. I love all the brothers out there. I wouldn't like me either if I was them. 32. Let's come back a little bit. Let me save right here. They could hate. Yeah, the dude kicked me off his thing. But I mean, everybody has the right to do what they want to do. I can't knock them.
Time a Hebrew noun ends with ayin.
First one, if you could hear, family. First one, if
when you're saying that in Lashon Kodash, it doesn't account for that. So you're actually missing out on something that you wouldn't even need scripture for. Whereas a novice would need to read the Bible to know that there are two Jerusalems, one in earth and one in the heaven. Someone that knows the language, that never read the Bible, but if they hear me say Yerushalayim and they understand the language and they know Ayim denotes dual, two, then they say, where's the second Jerusalem? And I'd say, what do you mean? And he'd say to me, well, you said Yerushalayim. So I know that there are two. The Hebrew word for hand is yad. I have two hands, so I have yadayim. The Hebrew word for eye is ein or anai. I have anayim, eyes, right? The dual plural is ayim. When you're saying that in Lashon Kodash, that feature doesn't even exist because you're treating what we would refer to as vowels as consonants. And again, that is brutally changing the meaning.
So question to that. How would you spell Jerusalem with Hebrew characters?
Easy. Yerushalayim is spelled Yod, Shin, Resh, Yod, Lamed, Mem.
You said what now?
Yod, Shin, Resh, Ayin, Lamed, Yod, Mem. And also to be clear, it varies in scripture. Sometimes the changing switches. So for instance, even King David's name, all throughout the book of
Ariella, how come you didn't pick up on that? This is what I'm confused about. How come you didn't pick up on that? You talk about Lashon Kodash, you rewrote the Bible and all that stuff. How come you didn't pick up on this?
So I know that there are two. The Hebrew word for hand is yad. I have two hands, so I have yadayim. The Hebrew word for eye is ein or anai. I have anayim, eyes, right? The dual plural is ayim. When you're saying that in Lashon Kodash, that feature doesn't even exist because you're treating what we would refer to as vowels as consonants. And again, that is brutally changing the meaning.
So question to that. How would you spell Jerusalem with Hebrew characters?
Easy. Yerushalayim is spelled Yod, Shin, Resh, Yod, Lamed, Mem.
You said what now?
Yod,
you said what now?
Shin, Resh, Ayin, Lamed, Yod, Mem.
Well,
and also to be
How
clear,
come you didn't pick up on that, Ariel? Why did you say you
in
ain't got
scripture?
no damn-
Sometimes the changing switches. So for instance, even King David's name, all throughout the
let's
book
leave this
of
now and go to
Samuel's
King
and Kings, David's name is spelled Daled Wav Dalet. In the book of Chronicles, and only in the book of Chronicles, apart from I think one or two Psalms.
All right, so let's go to this video. There was a debate recently with Gadal about the Messiah. Almost 7,000 people watched it. Let's go to some markers.
prophets, the righteous prophets. And the quote you the text you just quoted,
between Zion. Remember, by the way, to family, remember he said he wouldn't, Gadal is not on his level. He wouldn't even debate Gadal. He's low-hanging fruit, whatever. I'm paraphrasing. So how you end up on Divine Prospect panel debating the same dude he was talking about? How did that happen? Garfield. When I put him in the topic, I knew I hit up Gadal and said, yo, you free, bro? I got a plan. And once I put his name in the title, you know, human nature is you're curious. What is Garfield going to say about me? So then once he started watching, he jumped on the panel. He's like, I don't want to debate on here. He ain't got no problem debating on Garfield channel. He just try to be funny. Because I'm going to tell you how Zion is, yo. I remember I reached out to Mika years ago during COVID, right? Not trying to put Mika in no mix-up, right? And I said, ask Zion if he wants to debate Rawborn. You remember in COVID, we couldn't meet up in person and debate. So it was just online. And I was the one that introduced the conscious community to the online debates, pay-per-views. So now he ran back to Sarnetta now. This is a supposedly street guy, Zion Lex. Runs back to Sarnetta. Yo, I thought Garfield was your man. He trying to do a debate with me. I'm like, what the hell? Where do we do that? This is why I don't understand even with the Tariq and when Top Flight talked about, why are we going back to do all of that? For what though? For what the purpose? To mess up a relationship with me and Sarnetta, to snitch on me? Like, for what? For what though? Garfield said the whole thing, bruh, when you get older, you get wiser. You get older, you get wiser. So when I do it, I didn't bring him, I didn't say anything disrespectful. I did it on purpose. So when the dude from Genesis, because me and Hakar don't have a problem. We could call each other, we could text each other. If I need some information from him, he give it to me, vice versa. So at the end of the day, he ran to Sarnetta and said, yo, Garfield trying to do a debate with me and Rawborn, and he trying to do. Sarnetta wasn't doing nothing pay-per-view. I was the one that introduced them to do it through Zoom. When I did the Richard Carrier, Damon Richardson debate, one of the biggest debates ever in the community. So 2 scholars, 2 PhDs. All right. So now when we go on this channel now, remember, he said he don't want to debate X, Y, and Z. He's end up on the panel with him. Because Garfield is smarter than all of them. Listen to this part right here.
Isaiah 49, it's actually telling you that this Isaiah, this prophet, that this is about. So in Isaiah 49, verse 5, it says, now the Lord says, he who formed me. This is Isaiah writing. He's saying me. Isaiah is telling you that this is about him. Isaiah is the prophet that goes with my argument. I brought this text out. So it says, now the Lord says, he who formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him, that Israel might be gathered to him. For I am honored in the eyes of the Lord. Just like Isaiah 53, the prophet is honored. The prophet is rewarded. And Isaiah is telling you this is about him. And my God, Isaiah's God, has become my strength. And he says, it is a light thing that you, Isaiah, shall be my servant to rise up the tribes of Jacob. So again, I never made the argument that the servant was Israel. My argument is that the servant is the prophets. And your own verse just went here where a prophet is telling you he's one of the servants.
That's incorrect, first and foremost. And I'm surprised you being that disingenuous. When you read the full verses in context, it clearly says here, starting at verse 5, and now God has resolved the one formed me in the womb to be of service, to bring back Jacob and restore Israel. And I have been honored in the sight of God. None of these are ascribing to him what Isaiah 53 is talking about. That's the point that I'm making, and that point clearly went above your head. None of this is establishing what Isaiah 53 is saying. Isaiah 53 is talking about a suffering, redeeming servant. Isaiah 49, verses 5 through 6, don't do that. Once again, you cut yourself. Next question. On what linguistic basis do you deny substitution when the Lord caused the iniquity of us to fall on him? Isaiah 53 uses the causative hifil verb. Since you went through the whole Isaiah 53 and you are so clear on what it says, I have a question for you. What linguistic basis do you deny substitution when the Lord caused the iniquity of us to fall on him? That verse uses the causative hifil stem. So can you please explain for us what is the causative hifil verb stem?
Yeah, I'm not a Hebrew expert, so I don't know.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I'm not a Hebrew expert, so I don't know. And I wouldn't, and just because you say something is that in the Hebrew, I wouldn't take your stance, because when you was talking to Ariala, he asked you how to spell Jerusalem in Hebrew, and you misspelled Jerusalem in Hebrew twice. So anything you say about the Hebrew, I would have to fact check. You said Jerusalem is spelled Yod, Shin, Resh, Yod, Lamed, Mim, and then you spelled it again or wrong a second time. Yod, Shin, Resh, Ayin, Lamed, Yod, Mim. You spelled it wrong twice. So anything you have to say about the Hebrew, respectfully, I'm going to need to verify. So you can go ahead and speak about all the Hebrew you want, but all the Hebrew scholars that I talk to, that I respect their Hebrew knowledge, they said if someone make that big of an error in the Hebrew, make sure you verify everything they say. So you can say, bring out all this Hebrew you want, but for the audience, just be careful about what Zion says in the Hebrew, because he spelled Jerusalem wrong twice.
1 minute,
So,
1 minute, King. 1 minute.
So I'm gonna say that again. Bring it out. Teach us
1
about
minute,
Hebrew.
King.
But
1 minute.
Is that it?
1 minute.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you told me I had 1 minute left. Go ahead.
No. It's on Zion.
Damn. So is this from hate? This ain't from hate. This is just the truth. And by the way, too, I'm not saying that Zion don't know something with Hebrew. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not even discouraging people to take his class. But look at what Gadal said in the debate. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy right here. You can't even spell Jerusalem, but you, Mr. Patreon.com, learn Torah.
So I don't know. And I wouldn't, and just because you say something is that in the Hebrew, I wouldn't take your stance, because when you was talking to Ariala, he asked you how to spell Jerusalem in Hebrew, and you misspelled Jerusalem in Hebrew twice. So anything you say about the Hebrew, I would have to fact check. You said Jerusalem is spelled Yod, Shin, Resh, Yod, Lamed, Mim, and then you spelled it again or wrong a second time. Yod, Shin, Resh, Ayin, Lamed, Yod, Mim. You spelled it wrong twice. So anything you have to say about the Hebrew, respectfully, I'm going to need to verify. So you can go ahead and speak about all the Hebrew you want, but all the Hebrew scholars that I talk to, that I respect their Hebrew knowledge, they said if someone make that big of an error in the Hebrew, make sure you verify everything they say. So you can say, bring out all this Hebrew you want, but for the audience, just be careful about what Zion says in the Hebrew, because he spelled Jerusalem wrong twice.
1 minute.
So,
1 minute, King. 1 minute.
So I'm gonna say that again. Bring it out. Teach us
1
about
minute,
Hebrew.
King.
But
1 minute.
is that it?
1 minute.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you told me I had 1 minute left. Go ahead. Number to knock only. They're always going to say the person that's with Jesus wins. So that's kind of.
Now, the poll said Zion won, right? But everybody you talk to, they say that, yeah, I'm on TikTok, bro. I'm on TikTok under, I think, Brother Garfield. Hey, listen, everybody you talk to that study the subject, they say Gadal won. Gadal won. All right. But anyway, I ain't worried about that. I'm just pointing out something that's kind of funny to me in what people do, because he's saying that he ain't want to debate on my channel because of all the things I've ever done to him in this community. It's funny because he did an interview with me 2 years ago on my channel, but that's crazy. See, look in the chat. Vickers World said, "Yep, Zion lost." I don't know who this person is. I mean, I know who Vickers World is. My bad. I won't lie, but it is what it is. Now look at what happened now. If you want to debate And Brother Law knows Zion very well. If me and Brother Law had a debate, Brother Law ain't gonna say to me, he ain't gonna say this. Listen to this right here.
I know that's kind of weak. This debate, you did not prove that that Isaiah 53 is about the Messiah. You failed the objective. And me going on Garfield, I'm not a regular on Garfield's platform. So I'm going to go on Israelite platforms with Israelites, and we go to have a party that Gadol won. But again, Zion, it was fun, man. But you're a Christian, so Christians are always going to side with Christians. But go ahead.
Shout out to both of these brothers, man. DP is
having
on
a
you.
party saying you won when the chat clearly said you lost. That shows me you also really don't understand context.
Christians are always going to side with Jesus, no matter what information was brought out. You know that.
If you would like to redeem yourself, good brother, we could do it again. If you would like to redeem yourself, we could do it again, brother.
I don't need to redeem myself. I'm happy and well with how I showed in this debate.
So how you win the debate? You're supposed to be like, Gadol should be begging for a rematch. So if you want the debate, why are you asking for a rematch? That shit don't make no sense. If you want to redeem yourself, what are you talking about? Nobody thought you won, bro. It's just the audience voting Christians.
There was a bunch of Christians that spam it just because I'm going against Jesus. That's one. So using a poll to try to say you won, real funny. The Christians outnumbered Tanakh only. They're always going to say the person that's with Jesus wins. So that's kind of weak. This debate, you did not prove that that Isaiah 53 is about the Messiah. You failed the objective. And me going on Garfield, I'm not a regular on Garfield's platform. So I'm going to go on Israelite platforms with Israelites, and we go to have a party that Gadol won. But again, Zion, it was fun, man. But you're a Christian, so Christians are always going to side with Christians. But go ahead.
Shout out to both of these brothers, man. DP is
having
on you.
A party saying you won when the chat clearly said you lost. That shows me you also really don't understand context.
Christians are always going to side with Jesus, no matter what information was brought out. You know that.
If you would like to redeem yourself, good brother, we could do it again. If you would like to redeem yourself, we could do it again, brother.
I don't need to redeem myself. I'm happy and well with how I showed in this debate. I whooped your butt in that question round. You ain't proved nothing in this debate. So I'm very
I want everybody to pay attention to what he said. I whooped your butt in that question round. That means he doesn't agree he didn't win any of the actual rounds. So you lost, brother.
I won those rounds, but
how you win the debate in the Q&A? I said that to Divine Prospect.
All right. Let me say this, by the way, to with what's going on in Venezuela, the world is not coming to an end. Hell, we're not going to hell. Stop it. America is the top empire out there. America, Russia, Britain. Those are the top dogs right now. All right. The European Union, Saudi Arabia, Turkey. Those are the top dogs right now in the world. So at the end of the day, Venezuela, I don't know what world we live in where the U.S. government could go to a country and remove a president. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. What is this guy Trump doing? Some are happy, yeah. But remember this, though. If he's carrying on the legacy of the guy that they hated, I forgot what his name is. He died of cancer. Bruh. Leave the people, let them be, man. Let them be in their country, bro. Some people are going to be happy. Some people are going to be sad. But it's not our business. It's not our business. It's just not our business. We need to leave that alone. All right. Carlton Williams, I don't know about, you said my hopes, wish is that you and Sonnet can become that unstoppable team again. I don't see that happening ever in this lifetime, maybe in the next lifetime, but not in this lifetime. You know, I think when people, and I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not, Mike, the way how I'm built, I'm not really built for the type of stuff that goes on in the conscious community. You know, somebody accused me the other day that I knew about Nature Boy and polite and with girls and all that stuff, and Sonnet have made videos. I didn't even know. You see, this is the thing with people. Because I'm affiliated with the House of Consciousness by going on there, people think that all we do is sit down all day and just watch the House of Consciousness. So if you ask me about a debate, I don't necessarily might have not watched that debate. I'm just not interested. If I go on there, I'm asked to come on and I do what I got to do and I'm out. I don't be sitting down watching Jabari videos or Shaka Amos or Sedio videos or whatever, Polito video. I don't do that. So when somebody makes an allegation, it's weird. And Brother Law brought something out similar a couple of years ago, right? These dudes would make videos about each other and then take the videos down and be friends the next day. I'm not built like that. I'm not like that. I'm not, yo, I'm sorry, man, yo, we bigger than that. I am not built like that. I'm not that type of guy. So with Sonetta, I think he went too far when my son got involved. I think Amir, who he knows very well. Amir loves his dog. I think he went too far. I think that's the unforgivable moment. I don't care what he says about me, because what people do is they'll go on the internet and lie, and then you are supposed to come back and lie. I can't go back and lie. I got to go back with the truth. So I can't play that conscious community YouTube game and slander people and make up shit. I can't do that. I'm not into that game. So me, I know I am the best when it comes to the Hebrew Israelites and the scholarship towards Christians. I know I am the best ever. I don't need nobody to tell me that. I know I am. I'm respected because of what I bring. The knowledge and information. I don't need to lie to win debates. So I know what I bring to the table. I have PhDs texting me, personal phone to phone. I have PhDs inboxing me on Facebook, asking me where I got this source from. I got PhDs asking me for suggestions for their books. I got PhDs going over the chapters in my book. Yo, where you got this information from? I never knew this. So I know what my worth is as far as information. I don't need nobody to tell me if Garfield is an authority. I think I'm an authority on the Hebrew Israelites, not on scholarship, on the Hebrew Israelites and what they teach. I think I am an authority, in a sense. But at the end of the day, I'm here. If people want to come here and learn, they could come here and learn. End of Black Hebrew Israelism is a cloud chasing topic, but I'm not going to end Black Hebrew Israelism. But the information I'm bringing can end the doctrine. You understand what I'm saying? Because some of these brothers, I'm cool with them. Corey Brewer, Joel, Yawasap, Tazaryach, Hakar, Hassad. I'm cool with these dudes. Ratazan from Believers of the Way. These are dudes who I could have conversations with every day on a friendly basis. Not no, I'm trying to get you sucker type of shit. So even Zion, we're not talking, but I could reach out to him some way, somehow. It's not personal. If it was personal, I would go this route. This is the route I would go. Look at this. This goes back to the original 10 years ago when I destroyed Zion Lex and his book. Right here. Look at this, the fake information.
All of my sources are listed. My book is right here. In my book, all of my sources are listed. Just so the camera can see. All of my sources are listed. So there's even times in my presentation where I drew from my book, Ancient Chemical and Tribe, where every single source is actually listed. The step pyramid of Zosa, which is based on what? The Sumerian model, is found globally around the world. This structure or model, which is unique to Egypt, is not unique to anywhere else because you don't find that curvature perfectly as you do find in Egypt. The step feature is diffused throughout the world. And the step feature, all people agree, come out of Sumeria. And yet you find it in Egypt. In fact, the very first Egyptian pyramid was built in the step model. Hence why I tell you time and time again, and more importantly show you, that Sumeria is that which influenced and birthed your greatest legacies. And I'm not just talking it, I am demonstrating it. We always talk about, there's things on the Egyptian wall that's inscribed that you can't find anywhere else. Here's a relief coming out of Sumeria from Jeremy A. Black, PhD holder, in his book, The Literature of Ancient Sumer, which I grabbed it. Notice in the picture how the DNA model in Sumeria has an ankh in it. What's interesting about that, Zionists? Next slide. The Sumerian ankh and Shenrin. Enki is the creator god in Sumeria. Or if you're following, like our charges show scholastically, if you're following linguistics and etymology, when you say Enki, Enki, ankh, Enki, ankh, Enki, ankh, linguistically, etymologically speaking, you're talking about the same linguistic and etymological base. Why is that interesting, or why is that significant to note? The word Enki in Sumeria literally translates as life giver. And what is the ankh in ancient Egypt? The symbol of life. And the Sumerian Anunnaki, Enki, the creator of life, that's what his name means in Sumerian cuneiform. He's holding a Shenrin. I thought Shenrins are unique to Egypt, but we find the Shenrin in Sumeria as well. As a matter of fact, here's what I did. Here's the god Enki, the symbol, which means it translates as the god of life in Sumerian. He's pictured in this relief with water, which represents life, flowing from his shoulder. In this relief coming out of Egypt, you see the ankhs representing life. Like water is life, you see the ankhs representing life. And in this picture, Enki is flowing with water. And in this picture, you see the ankh as it is flowing with water. As your feet shall find no rest in these captivities, such as America, as we are in right now. And brothers and sisters, we still behind closed doors. The phrase in Hebrew, your feet shall not find no rest, is numerically equivalent to 764, which is numerically equivalent in Hebrew to African American. If you don't believe me, check this video out again when you're next to somebody in Hebrew. Some of our brothers and sisters only listen to a person if they have a Eurocentric lens on. So if you're next to a white Jew, ask him if that's the word African American in Hebrew. See if I'm making it up. If you don't believe that Eurocentric lens is the litmus by which truth is measured by, then at least come to a Hebrew who knows Hebrew and check it out for yourself. The phrase in Hebrew, your feet shall find no rest, is numerically equivalent to 764, which ironically is numerically equivalent to African American. My brother, until you can open the text in Kemet that shows me the term African American as applying to our people and our condition today, I will not close the Torah. I refuse to.
You can't take a shot at the New Testament and say, well, you know, there's errors in it, but then I go to the Old Testament and show you various manuscripts that don't read the same, and then have to ask you, which one are you saying is canonized that you use in your
You know, the irony is, this was him at his Shemra Torah home against priest Daniela, Hashar, and Divine. I mean, Daniela and Hashar wasn't supposed to be there. They just went to support their brother Divine because they had a feeling that Zion was trying to set Divine up. But at this point, he's OT only. It's funny. This is funny.
Really simple question. The first thing I'm going to admit and tell you is I cannot read without vowels. That's the bottom line.
No, that's honest.
But yeah, that's the only way to be. But in contradistinction, I'm going to also ask you this. What we have right here is a Paleo Hebrew
I got that one,
Torah as well. So if you could read me just one line, not two,
Sure.
from a random verse, then that would actually cooperate with whatever point you were trying to make.
Sure.
So just read Deuteronomy 20, phonetically correct in the Paleo Hebrew, really quick.
What are we looking at?
Deuteronomy 20 in the Paleo Hebrew. I'll follow you along with the vowels to see if you're correct.
Okay. Now I'm gonna answer this, but I still ask you a question. You still didn't.
I'm going to answer it,
question.
but I just want to show
Okay.
that you can't point out that I don't do it as if you do it. So
Okay.
let's just follow.
So we're gonna look at this word right here, right? And I'm gonna read the consonants, and I'm gonna show you the pronunciation of it without the diacritic marks.
Okay.
All right. So for the people looking at home, we're gonna look at a wav, right? We're gonna look here at resh. We're gonna look at aleph.
We're not looking at a wav. Wav is not the first letter. It's a kaf. We're in Deuteronomy chapter 20.
No, I'm picking out a word you say, and I'm giving an example on how to
Hold
pronounce it.
on. Let me be fair. Let me be fair.
You said pick out a word.
No, I didn't. No, that's not
You
what I
said
said.
pick out a word.
No, that's what you're doing. You see, hold on. Let me see. All right, let me say something right now. Let's be fair, my
You're
brother.
being fair.
Let me finish my point. Let's be fair. You cannot point out to me or ask me. Let me finish. You cannot ask.
Yo, Hey, Zion is a funny ass dude, man. He know that divine couldn't what you call it. I'm just playing this to be funny, just to waste time anyway. But this is 2026. No, I'm on my best behavior, but I'm just stopping the bullshit. Now, this was my response back then. This is over, I think, 10 years ago. This was my response. He said that a certain image is what we do, but it was an Elamite image. This image ain't got nothing to do with, this image that he showed was an Elamite image. It had nothing to do with Sumer. It had to do with Elam. So he was being disingenuous. I pointed that out. How did it survive 3000 BC, Tepesiat, the southern hill? How did it survive the flood? Because it was before the flood. But that's another argument. How did this survive the flood? But anyway, Egyptian pyramids don't come from these ideas. Egyptian pyramids come from what's called mastabas. And the mastabas, if you saw some of the clips between me and Jabari, the mastabas originate, scholars think that it originates in Nigeria or in Niger area in Western Central Africa, and they brought that technology over to where over to where Egypt is. Just for the record. Now, this is just one scholar that holds this, but he's a scholar that's respected. All right? Just so anybody want to argue me, whatever. These are the mastabas and what they look like. This is mastabas. They build into the grounds, and this is how they create. This is how they're buried. See? So this is where the pyramids come from. They don't come from no Sumer. So anybody teach you that, they lying to you. Egyptians built this on their own. This is a ziggurat, 2100 BC. This is after what you call it, after they rebuilt it and all that stuff. Because this is what it looked like in the 30s. Hold on there. So this is what it looked like. This is what it looked like during the time of Iraq, when the US soldiers went there, 91. All right. He brought out this picture right here. This is where we started going back and forth about he says that this picture in his presentation, that it came from this guy's book, Jeremy Black's book. It wasn't in Jeremy Black's book. That's when me and him started going back and forth about plagiarism. That's why he made this whole bunch of videos about me and my whatever. But who cares? My book has scholarship in it and it has sources. Yours don't. But anyway, yeah, this was the back and forth that we was going back for over the years or whatever. Then for this scene right here, he's using a scene from the 900 BCs to compare it to something that happened over 1,000 years before, which was very disingenuous. But Jabari caught that. Deuteronomy 28:65. Man, this presentation is so old. But gematria, I think when he does with the gematria, I actually like the whole gematria stuff that he does. I actually like it. But it's just something that's it's actually older than the actual text, because Deuteronomy technically was written around between 7th and 5th century BC. So it's actually older than the than the actual text. But anyway, enough of this. I didn't come on to do that. But Zion, I just want to let you know, bro. You notice Zion never calls Garfield out. He'll debate everybody, but he won't call Garfield. All right. Anyway, forget about that. Let's get to why we're here. Let's do the debunking of Tazaryach. Yo, I swear to y'all, somebody text me, right, and told me Tazaryach did a video, and they did a complete debunking of the video. The video is called "Who Are the Real Jews?" And the dude went through everything and pointed out every time marker. And I'm like, bruh, damn. Is that serious? Let me show y'all the video that they're talking about. Hold on a second. Let me bring the video up. I'm going to debunk this, and then I'm going to go into the class about Rizza, Islam, and all that stuff later. But look at this right here. This is funny. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Yeah, here we go. Who are the real Jews?
The battle of who is the real Jew?
Who is the real
Who's
Jew?
the real Jew out of you two? Let's see.
Man, guys,
What do you say?
dude, I'm like about to like literally be a live example of every Jewish stereotype, and you're going to be like,
we know. Who's the
Adam?
Jew? We
Who's
already
the Jew?
figured that out. You've already asked.
All right, hold on. Here's the first. Well, here's the first Jew moment, right? Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehakol nihiyeh b'dvaro.
Yeah, when you say you the real Jew, right? When you say, excuse me, you're going to be the stereotypical Jew, you mean like all of the normal stereotypes that we have of Jewish people, you embody that?
Have you ever been to Israel?
Yes. But can you answer the question though?
No, I actually don't think that I do.
Oh, so you don't.
All right, before I go into why the end of Black Hebrew Israelism, I gotta play this video, do a quick debunking. It's not gonna be quick, it's gonna be like a 45-minute to an hour. And because I'm gonna be on for a while. So I know a lot of people is waiting for certain information, and I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna go into, did Moses exist? I'm going to go into, did Abraham, is he a real ancestor, or is he a, what you call an etiological ancestor? I'm going to go into all of that. I'm going to why scholars draw that conclusion. Then I'm going to go into Deuteronomy 20. Matter of fact, I'm going to go into what's called Hebrew idioms. What is an idiom? I'm going to go into literary devices used in the Bible. I'm going to talk about Deuteronomy 28. My working theory is that it was written, Deuteronomy, the book was written between the 7th and the 5th century BC. And I'm saying that all the things within that chapter of Deuteronomy 28 happened during that time period. I'm going to talk about Assyrian idioms used by Hebrew writers. Compare each verse and compare it with history. Compare each verse with Vassals Treaty, where it's almost word for word. I have over 14 examples of that in actual Deuteronomy 28. And the reason why I'm doing that with Deuteronomy 28, because I heard Zion talk about Deuteronomy 28:68, and it's a dual prophecy, which is garbage, total garbage. It has nothing to do with prophecy, period. Deuteronomy 28, I don't care how much Hebrew you know or anybody knows. It has nothing to do with prophecy. And whoever teaches that is lying to the people. Then I'm going to get into 2nd Esdras, and I'm going to tell you why we should never use 2nd Esdras. This is something me and Zion would agree on. Why nobody in the world should use 2nd Esdras. We're going to get into Genesis 49 and the 12 tribe chart. I'm going to get into British Israelism and how British Israelism is what influenced the Black Hebrew Israelites 12 tribe chart. I'm going to go step by step and prove it. That the people who started the movement from 1969 or even earlier than that use British Israelism as a stepping stone to present what they present to Black people today. So all they did was put a Black face on it and go to populations where Black people were. British Israelites went to populations where white people were. But the difference with them, with Deuteronomy 28, is that the British Israelites think that they were getting a blessings through England and America. We, as the Black Hebrew Israelites, say that they're under the curses, and the examples are America and the Caribbean. So the only thing they have in common with the British Israelites is, I'm not going to say the only thing they have in common, because the Black Hebrew Israelites use a lot of the people in England and Scotland and say that they're Black. So they do use Europe. But as far as the 12 tribe chart, they use the Caribbean and where Black people are normally and Native Americans compared to the British Israelites using Europe. I'm going to go into the Elephantine Papyri. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call out each Israelite that's respected. Divine Prospect, Zion Lex, Tazaryach, Priest Daniel Allah, Yawasap. I'm going to go one by one, and I'm going to make a point and a challenge to all of them. Then I'm going to talk about false prophecies, and then I'm done. All right? But what you're going to hear today, I guarantee you won't hear it on Zion Lex channel. You won't hear it on Divine Prospect, because what people are trying to do is they're trying to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge. You see my brother Kevin in the audience. Why are we talking about this? Because I'm trying to break Black folks from believing in lies. I was a part of the Nation of Islam. If you notice, I brought on scholars. Yeah, most of them happen to be white, who studied the Nation of Islam, who debunked my former belief. I don't have no shame in that, because I had to get out of that cult. So I am saying for 2026, I'm not going to sit by and watch you tell black people nonsense anymore. Them days is done. So if you don't like Garfield, now it's gonna be worse in a few. All right. Okay. This guy said I'm lying. It has everything to do with prophecy. All right, no problem. Watch when I do the breakdown. I want you to come on stage and I want you to teach me that I am wrong. I'm incorrect. British Israelite is false. So is Black Hebrew Israelism. All right. So let me get back to this debate right here, because this is funny. One thing I would say about Zion, though, that I have to agree with him, if you don't know the Hebrew Bible and the Hebrew, how are you transmitting or translating or trying to interpret a book where there's Hebrew idioms, there's metaphors? How do you translate those into English? You can't just translate a Hebrew idiom right straight into English like that. And most of these guys who read the Bible, Mika, they don't even know what an idiom is. They don't know what a simile is. What is the difference between a simile and an idiom, or a simile and a metaphor? They don't know the difference between these things. So at the end of the day, how are you going on the streets and teaching people? This is what Marquet actually showed up with Tazaryach. I think Tazaryach think he won that. I don't know if he thinks he won that debate, but brah, I don't know. But anyway, let's get back to this right here, because what I'm teaching today, I've never done before, and I'm encouraging people to watch it, review it, show me how I'm wrong. You can always inbox me, ask Brother Garfield at gmail.com, because even with the Jews in Africa and the maps in Africa, I saw my brother Yawasap the other day. I don't know why these guys do these things. It's like they're trying to set me up to beat up their information. It's crazy. Then they said, so if we're not the Jews, no one can be an Israelite. That's the first thing. If you're going to claim to be something, you could start with a Jew, because Jew comes out of Judah, Yehuda. And the writing of the Bible developed under when Judah was functional after the exile. So the writing of the Bible is taking place while Judah is in charge. This is why in Genesis 49, the scepter goes to Judah. This is why everybody all over the world, you never see nobody in China claiming that they're from the tribe of Simeon. You never hear them claiming, oh, we're from the tribe of Manasseh. Everybody's claiming that they're Judah. In Jamaica, there's a 12 tribes chart. They're saying that they're the only 12 tribes of Judah. Nobody else in the world. And this is in Jamaica. They're stupid there too. Jamaicans ain't getting off the hook. They dumb as F too. Let me get into this.
Embody like the baby penises. You don't embody that.
Having that conversation.
Oh, we're gonna have a lot of conversation.
We're going right into it.
And just for the record,
stop fucking around with your filming there, Adam. Let's do the show. Let's do the show, Adam.
Hey guys, I'm demonetized everywhere. So if you want to support me and the podcast, go to fightbackpodcast.com and you can buy some cool merch like the shirt I'm wearing now.
Well, he's live too, right?
Yeah, but just going for a couple minutes.
All right, so as soon as he's done being live.
Yeah, but we have the show running. Let's
All right, so I brought you, before we get the show, I brought you a copy. Are we running on the show?
Running on, yeah.
Okay, good. So I brought you a copy of my book.
Let me see.
This is actually a not for resale author's copy. I signed it for you. May the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob guide you in all your journeys. Adam King.
So this Jewish book is allowed on Amazon, you say, right?
I actually hit #1 on Amazon.
But
thank God.
When Kyrie shared
2 days
a DVD
after,
on Amazon, he couldn't play basketball.
And he paid $500,000 now to go beg some rabbis.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You want
see
me?
the biasness? That's the biasness.
Should I get on the phone right now and call like the Jewish
I'm
Council?
pretty sure you could. That's why you #1 on Amazon. You probably called.
This is why people take out their anger on like Yossi the falafel guy at the corner. They're like, this poor Jewish random guy who sells falafels on the corner. They're like, he must know the elders of Zion who banned Kyrie's book.
Because
he must know him.
But do you agree that's crazy how they just like fined him and banned him?
Yeah, I'm hoping. Listen,
that is a good point.
They find Kyrie, vilify Kyrie, do everything against Kyrie, but they don't say nothing to Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon, that let that documentary sit on there since 2015.
Yeah,
That's the hypocrisy.
That guy Jeff Bezos like controls the media. He has his own little media empire. He's worth like hundreds of billions.
What's Jeff Bezos' race, ethnicity?
He's actually one
I
of
think
Jake's. He's one of Jake's
He's one
type
of the few media
whites.
guys that aren't Jew. Most are.
He's one
Jeff,
of Jake's
so
whites.
The majority are
He's not
Jews.
one of Adam's whites. He's one of Jake's whites.
Yeah, that is true. The majority of the media moguls are Jews. Though. He's one of the few exceptions.
I would argue,
he's on Team Jake.
And this is what
where Larry Ellison. He's on Team King.
And I think it's perfect that y'all are on that side, and this is where Jake gonna have the disclaimer the whole debate.
I think it's funny
because I'm gonna look at y'all as the same, and every time I say it, Jake's gonna say he's not my kind of white.
Yeah. He's peak white, man.
But we're not brothers.
No,
we're not both white.
Yeah,
but that does represent.
We wouldn't marry each other's children to each other.
Correct.
Us peak whites don't. Us peak whites don't like to interact.
Would you marry your daughter to one of those?
I wouldn't marry with you guys anyway either. I like
You're
racial
not
purity.
supposed to.
Exactly.
And it's interesting because you're Ashkenazi, right?
I am Ashkenazi, yeah.
So you can't be an Israelite then.
Well,
in Genesis the 10th chapter, Ashkenaz come from Japhet. They don't come from Shem.
So we as Ashkenazi Jews identify with the region that we were exiled to. So at the time, before even Berlin was a city, there was a kingdom there called Ashkenaz, one of the original 70 kingdoms.
Now he's going to talk about the origin that he stole.
And the
first before he
Talmud,
stole the Israelite.
the
origin.
Talmud actually goes into great detail about King Solomon sending 400 families from the time of Benjamin, the first ever outpost in Ashkenaz,
But we
the
can't
kingdom of
trust
Ashkenaz.
the Talmud though. The Talmud.
Why
is where
can't you
get
trust the Talmud?
Because that's where you get the mitzvah pay. That's where you get where you're sucking on the baby penis.
Do you know? Did you read it in the Talmud, or did you just read like an little excerpt
they don't
from
read
the Talmud?
how they perform it, but mitzvah pay is in the Talmud.
It's called
And then
Mefitzba pay.
You can pronounce
Can
it
we all
however you want.
agree that should
But
be?
it doesn't.
Yeah, I
stop.
didn't even have Mefitzba pay for me, and it's not
I
like
don't believe you.
Well, that's not for me to care about. I don't care. You know, I'll tell you one thing that like sometimes it's crazy because like I'll like seriously drop a truth bomb.
All right. So I'm reading the comments, right? Hugh Dixon 9837 said the scripts were around before they were put in a book, which is all Bible means. All right. What script are you talking about? Are you talking about a Hebrew script? Produce that Hebrew script. Because if you're talking about the Phoenician or the Paleo Hebrew, that's technically not even a Hebrew script. I could be wrong. That's a script, but what makes it a Hebrew is the specific way how the language is functions under the script. For example, you could write Hebrew in Latin scripts. It doesn't make it Latin because you are writing your Hebrew, so that means your idioms and everything. So if you look at Second Esdras, how they know it's Jewish, chapters 3 to 14, and I'm gonna get to that shortly, is the Hebrew idioms that are there. Because in chapters 1 and 2, they find Latin idioms. In the chapters 15 and 16, they find coined Greek idioms. Josephus is going to tell me something. Okay, all right, so read Josephus. I'm not even going to go back and forth with you with that then. All right, I'm good. I'm good right here. Fine, Rastaman. Anyway, anybody who hasn't bought my book, Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites, Volume 1. Check my book out. Why does Captain want to talk about penis, by the way? He talked about Ashkenaz. For those who don't know about Ashkenaz and the name, right? It's not necessarily, it's like the 10th century. Let me see if I could find my notes on this real quick. Hold on there. Ashkenaz. As a matter of fact, I don't have to do that. Let me just Google it. Let's Google it real fast. Ashkenaz. Ashkenaz in the Hebrew Bible. That's fine. Okay. Sometime in the early Middle Ages, the Jews of east of France came to be called by the name Ashkenazim in conformity with the custom of designated areas of Jewish settlement with biblical names. Seem like how Spain as Sepharad, France as Tazaryach, Bohemia as Canaan. Okay, so it's not necessarily connected to the biblical text and geography. It's just people are doing it. I think it was the guy. Let me see who was the guy that did it. Paul Christowick wrote a book about it in 2011. Yeah, I don't think Ashkenaz has anything to do with the Bible per se. No, it has to do with the Bible, but they used to name different areas. That's why it's called Ashkenaz. So they're not necessarily Ashkenaz. And by the way, too, Ashkenazi Jews are closer to the genetics markers that they found during the time period of when Israelites were alive, when Jews were alive. So in the Iron Age 2 or Iron Age 1 period, they're connected to those areas more than African Americans. I'm going to say that again, paternally. Why DNA? They are closer to the ancient people that lived in that area than you African Americans. And that's a fact.
On people and they'd be like, I don't believe you. You must have been your penis sucked as a baby.
I'll take your word for it. When you grew up, did you grow up what type of Judaism? Was it Messianic, non-Messianic, Orthodox, unorthodox? How did you grow up?
So I grew up as probably assimilated as possible.
No. I'm not talking about like once you got older. I'm talking about
when I grew up.
Your family, were they Orthodox?
I'll give you my background. Mm-hmm. So I'm the 5th generation Jew on both sides of my family from Los Angeles, which is literally unheard of. In the Bible, God says he's going to exile you to the 4 corners of the land.
That's not you guys, though. We're not on that. I just want to know.
And the Ashkenazi Jews, just so you know, like we literally went to London, South Africa,
you did not.
Sydney, Australia, and Los Angeles, the 4 corners of the land. It's very interesting that the Bible. No, I'm telling you, I'm from Los Angeles.
The 4 corners is us. So
you might have gone to Los Angeles also. Did you guys build an air roof?
Russia, so for example, when you talk about Russia, you can get a book called The Russian Icons, and when you see the images of the Israelites there, they're black. When you talk about Europe and what they call the Dark Ages, you can see where black people ruled Europe. When you talk about Africa, you can see our transition
the black
into
people
Africa.
ruled.
All right, let me read this. Medieval Jewish rebranding. In the 10th to 11th century, German lands were poetically renamed Ashkenaz by Jewish scholars. Why? Medieval Jews reused biblical place names symbolically. Same pattern elsewhere in Spain, Sepharad, France, Tazaryach. This was literary, geographic, symbolic, not a claim of descent from Genesis 10. Now, if you want to go to Genesis 10, like what my brothers do, like Kevin, Ashkenaz in the Bible appears only 3 times. Genesis 10, the Table of Nations, 1 Chronicles 1:6, Jeremiah 51:27. Identified in ancient Near East sources with Urartu, Armenia, and Assyrian Askuza, which is the Scythians, not Israelites. So no Jewish source before the Middle Ages says Ashkenaz equal Jews. So it was during the time of, I think, Rashi and them guys. Those were the guys that do it. The earliest proof, Rashi explicitly equates Ashkenaz equals Germany. Uses it as a place name, not ancestry. So no claim that German Jews descend from biblical Ashkenaz. So why they call them Ashkenazi Jews? If you don't know that as a basic understanding, how are you out here in public talking about? Yo, let me tell y'all something. I love Captain Tazaryach as a person, a cool dude, whatever. But he's stupid when it comes to information. It's facts. Kevin Collins, if you go to Russia, they have images on their walls. Kevin Collins, you don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea. Now, listen to this guy now about the Russian icons. And then I'll have a book with the Russian icons. Did they read the book? Because the scholars who are looking at these paintings are saying that they differentiated over the years. I have an image of King James where he was painted. The people are describing the painting during like 100 years after and talk about, oh, he looks so bright. But when you look at the image today, it's dark because of the material that they paint on what they used to make that painting. So there's the same thing with the Russian icons. We got to stop playing these games, yo. And this is, we look stupid. This is why nobody takes us serious. We look stupid. Alisa, thank you for joining me, sis. You're going to learn a lot today. Now, as far as black people in Europe, Kevin Collins and people who support this teaching, show me these black people in Europe ruling. Look at what the white guy brought up, the Jewish guy. Look what the Jewish guy brought up. He said Napoleon was black. I don't want nobody disrespecting Cap. We'll just keep it real and just keep it civil. Let's keep it real. This is dumb right here. This is dumb shit.
Of the Israelites there, they're black. When you talk about Europe and what they call the...
Hold on. I want to address everything earlier what he said.
I'm from Los Angeles.
Four Corners is us. So,
well, you might have gone to Los Angeles also. Did you guys build an air roof?
Russia, so for example, when you talk about Russia, you can get a book called The Russian Icons. And when you see the images of the Israelites there, they're black. When you talk about Europe and...
What image of what Israelites? Let me ask anybody who is of the One West persuasion in the audience, what images of what is in the Russian icons? If you're talking about the Jesus figures and the apostles, how they're dark skinned now, they can account for that. But who are the people that they're documenting? Russians were never black. Just because somebody says swarthy or dark or black doesn't mean they're literally black in a modern day racial sense. 1500s, race is not a social construct. What are you talking about?
What they call the Dark Ages. You can see where black people ruled Europe.
I'm going to do this, family. I'm going to stop the show for 1 second. And I'm going to go here. I'm going to rewind a little bit. Did black people rule Europe in the Dark Ages? AI, let's go to the AI overview. Black people did not rule all of Europe during the Dark Ages. But the Moors, a population from the North Africa, ruled large parts of the Iberian Peninsula, especially Andalusia, modern Spain and Portugal, for centuries starting in 711. So this is about the Moors. So you see, look at what it says right here. The Moorish rule was concentrated in Al-Andalus. That's what I just said, or mispronounced. So what is Captain talking about? This is why, right? When you have a cult, you have to repeat what the cult leaders say, even if it's wrong. So this is why I have no respect for Hebrew Israelite scholarship, because you got to keep the lie going so you could be the top recruiter. Oh, the people are proselytizing. Nobody's joining the ISUPK because of Cap doing interviews on these panels. This is about a popularity contest. Let's just keep it real. It's about a popularity contest. This is something that Marquet was correct about. Because if you're not a Hebrew Israelite, what are you? What is your standing? You're putting in work. Okay. You feed the homeless. Okay. We have a prison program. Okay. Everybody has that. Jehovah's Witnesses have that. So why don't we all just be Jehovah's Witnesses? What are you doing that's unique? Let's say we make a stand. I want to say this, and I've said this over the years while I've been on Sonnet and all over. I want everybody to think about this. Think about this for a second. What is the most private part of the human body? I want everybody to think. The most private part of the human body is where your sexual organ is. For the woman, her vajayjay. For the men, the PP. Now, what covers your most private part when on a daily basis? It's called underwear. Who makes the underwear that you're wearing? The same Edomite or the white man that you say is your enemy. Why don't the white man put a certain material so that you could be impotent, so that you could catch cervical cancer, so that you could get fibroid issues? Why don't you make your own underwear? If you're so concerned about the Edomite, why are you wearing Victoria's Secret? You're buying your wife, oh, I got to buy my wife some Victoria's Secret so she could look sexier more in the bedroom. Where does the Victoria's Secret come from? Where? Come on. The same Edomite who you say is the white man, who is the devil, who is wicked, is making the underwear that's covering up your wife's private part. You make no sense. It's stupid. This is why when I talk about Zion, I have to separate it, because he's not as stupid as some of these guys are. This is dumb. This is craziness. All right, let's get back to the video. So I just asked a simple question to AI, and that's what I had. And anybody could join the chat, of course. I don't discriminate. So let's get it. Let's get back to this black people ruled here, whatever. This is crazy. It's good to see Cappy. I would rather Zion Lex be on these interviews, to be honest, and Divine Prospect.
When you talk about Africa, you can see our transition.
Check the black people
Africa.
ruled Europe.
In my opinion, no.
I mean, like, that's news to me.
This is why I said y'all the same white. That's why it's good for y'all.
No, he was like the host.
You
white.
called on him for help. Like, you called on. This is what Jewish people. What you just did.
Well, I mean,
is
like
what Jewish people do when they ask Trump for help in the
being
war.
Neutral,
you couldn't beat me in the debate, so you ran to your dad.
I'm gonna have your back on some things.
So basically,
I'm just sharing my honest opinion.
The only time that blacks ever had any sort of rulership.
I'm just glad that
okay, let me answer you then. Let me answer you like a scholar would. Okay.
The
only time that I know if blacks had any sort of rulership in Europe were the Moors of Spain.
Why did they call them swarthy? Why did they call them the Douglases?
This is like news to me.
Why did they call one of the kings
all of a sudden? What's that show
on
Netflix?
It shows all the people black.
Yeah.
Why did they call one of the kings Black Boy?
I don't know the name of the show.
It's like Upton
Why
Alley.
did they call one of the kings Black Boy? Why did Ben Franklin say we don't want America to be black like Europe was? They make these statements because that's what it was. Benjamin Franklin made that statement.
Is what?
Yeah, that we don't want America to be black like Europe. That's what they said.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're telling me the time of Napoleon Bonaparte, Europe was like black?
Yes. When we say black, like you see, like America is predominantly white, but there's other ethnicities, of course, in America. So I'm not saying there's no white people there. There's no other type of people. But we were ruling, and it's just as simple as when
you're
Rome
saying during
fell,
you think they were like
Bonaparte.
the primary rulers.
Yeah,
it's not a prime debate today.
Right.
Hold on, Benjamin Franklin, though, right?
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin.
So Benjamin Franklin was a contemporary, roughly, of Napoleon Bonaparte, right?
Okay.
So, but Napoleon Bonaparte a little bit even before.
We all the paintings.
So the question that I have to you, during the time of Napoleon Bonaparte, you're saying that black people were ruling in Europe.
Yeah, black people were in power.
In Europe,
just like you can have.
What is that show called?
So as America, as a country, had what's called a black president for a time, even though white.
Who was our first black president? It wasn't Barack.
Let me say it differently.
Obama's Jewish.
African American.
Obama's Jewish.
Just kidding.
No, Obama is African, so I wouldn't say black.
He's okay.
Because we're not African.
You guys
Who was
view
the
yourself
first
differently.
black
Yeah, we're
president?
definitely different.
It's a general.
Who was
we
the
haven't
first?
had a black president.
You said there was a first,
a
secret black president.
I didn't use secret.
No, I'm asking you.
That's what
I'm trying to get you to define it because I'm fascinated by this
sounds
story.
Good for you guys, but for us to be ethnically correct, Obama has an African father and.
All right, let me pull this down for a second. All right. Those two guys were called Black Tom. Why were they called Black Tom in England? Two different time periods. Why they called Black Tom? The word black was not used, and this is going to come out during the debate with me and Priest Daniela. We have photos of King Charles II where he's retrieving in his lifetime where we could show a provenance from then up until today. In his own words, these images show him as a white boy. Why would he be called black boy? Black in that time period did not mean black as in how we live today. This is the stupidity that one Westers teach. These two gentlemen are called Black Tom. Why are they called Black Tom? They're whiter than any white man that we know. Because they're, for one, they have a darker shade. They have dark hair. This one has black hair, Black Tom. It's crazy. I'm going to wipe the floor with Priest Daniela. It's going to be my easiest debate. It's going to be done in round 1 for 10 years now. It's craziness. Why are they called Black Tom? Is it because of their wicked ways, their evil ways, how they look, their dark skin? These are white people talking to white people. It's not black people, and we have the scholarship to back it up. Go look up Kim Hall. Go look up Gershwin. These are black African-American women who have studied this and have the resources to teach you about this, because you don't learn this in school. This is the dumbest thing. Teaching Black King James is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. This is nuts. We got pictures of a matter of fact, let me show it right now. I don't even care if he's watching. Let me show y'all this picture right now. I got pictures of Charles II restoring after 1660. So you're telling me at 18 years old, he forgot what his grandfather looked like, his father looked like, or how he looked? So he's going to bring out a picture of a white boy with dark black hair because, oh, I didn't like when I look black, so I like these images. I got primary sources of him with a seal, with his seal, showing him as an average white guy. Only in the African-American community you find these people. This is why you have crazies like Dr. York, you have Nature Boy, you have Enki. No, not Enki too much. But you have all these crazies because, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We believe foolishness. This is why, and the only reason why I'm only doing this debate with Priest Daniela, because during that debate, he's going to admit King James is a white man. He's going to admit it. He's watching. He's going to admit it. This is stupid and dumb. This is why we look stupid to who go on white folks' channel to talk about, hey, we the Black Hebrew Israelites, we the true, and we look stupid at the same time. We're looking stupid out here. And nobody's going to tell y'all this, but Cap, you look stupid out here. Craziness. Wait till I get to the information. Y'all going to be done with this foolishness.
A white mother. So for us, he's not one of our people.
Right. You know, I agree with you there. I don't like the term black or white. I think like it's completely ethnically incorrect, and it like the world is so much more diverse.
I don't like the term Jewish.
Black and white. Well, two are colors and one is an ethnicity. So
Jewish is not an ethnicity though.
How about
Jewish
like Yehuda?
Wait, hold up.
Or Judah.
Wait. Jewish is not an ethnicity.
Me on the women that I date. She gives me dating advice.
You know what
I'm saying?
And her father's probably turning in his grave.
No, he's actually not.
He would not want his daughter talking
to
a non-black.
Do you want to know?
When
like
he was alive, he said we can't have no.
Bruh. Now in the review of the video, I guess he used AI. He's saying King George and Napoleon was black. Are you serious, Tazaryach? Are you? Hold on, let me pull up my Priest Daniela presentation. This is craziness. This is craziness. This is crazy. Hold on a second. Let me get this video right here. And then he said, oh, it's not important. 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 It's not important if King James is black. He straight up said the dude was a Hebrew. It's not important. So-called Dev, I'm gonna time you out because I'm not gonna. A matter of fact, I might just ban you just for that. This whole thing because Garfield is a Caribbean here is bullshit. That FBA nonsense is garbage, and you don't need to watch my channel. I'm here to teach people. If I'm wrong, you can come on the stage. You got 2 minutes to correct me. We could go back 5 times, 2 minutes each. Stop the disrespect in the chat. Garfield is a Caribbean. It has nothing to do with anything. And I'm here. What you gonna do about it? Move me out the country. Report me to the INS or whatever it's called. You believe Napoleon is black. You need to figure out why. Why do you believe this? Why? You need to ask yourself, I believe it because I'm a part of a cult. And whatever the cult teaches, bruh, I was a part of the Nation of Islam. I had to believe what they taught. I taught Master Farad Muhammad was God in person. I taught that. And I believed it. And I thought I was right. I know what it's like to conform to a cult. It F's you up. Free DNA. Carhartt God 89, come on the panel and prove your point. Black boy does not mean black as in modern day sense. How many times do we have to say this? You were misled. And because you're in a cult, this is why I want to debate Priest Daniela, because once you cut the head off, everybody else falls in line. I bet you once they see the debate, everybody like, I don't know about King JNB. And a bunch of the One Westers come to me and they tell me all the time, I don't believe that. I don't teach that. They just use One West as a pillar to propel them forward by claiming, yeah, we One West, but they're not really One West. Let me go back to this right here, because this is crazy right here. Listen to this craziness.
White unity
when I was
we
16.
had black unity. So it's hard for me to believe that he would do that. That's what Malcolm X is quoted as saying. Malcolm X is right.
This is Jake. Say that louder.
Towards the end of his life, he started unifying with whites because he went to Mecca and he realized that white people could be his brother.
I'm not saying that. When he
so
went to
hold
Mecca,
on, Tazaryach, listen to me, Swifty.
So when he did that, but when he came back to America, he still said we cannot have no white unity until we have.
I can't believe I'm like fighting you over Tony Muhammad. That's crazy.
I'm not fighting.
Anyways, I know you're saying I'm wrong, and I'm like trying to teach you about Tony Muhammad, and you don't even want to know.
I have
about
like one or two more that I'm gonna try to get some text on him too. I'm trying.
No, it's not an attack. I just want to respond.
I'll actually answer. I won't spin like he's been doing.
I'm not trying.
Yeah, I just want honest
we're
answers.
coming to this conversation with, like I said before this conversation, there's a million directions we could take the conversation. You're trying to like find a blame win.
This is not a blame win.
Let me speak. Damn, dude.
I know you're not crying about that. This is not no blame win. This is an open discussion, question and answer.
These are things Jewish people have done.
And you can't answer questions. It's not a blame thing.
It doesn't mean you're responsible for it.
Questions because you don't stop talking.
There's nobody more victim blaming than Jewish people. You say anything about it, oh, it's anti-Semitic.
The Holocaust.
Am I allowed to speak here? Or is that
all this.
Okay, let's give
oh, you don't understand my pain. Oh, you don't do this. That's Jewish people. That's you. Y'all the biggest
this is the most anti-white podcast. Being a peak white, I have to say this is so discriminatory to whites. I'm like boiling in my white blood over here.
Jewish blood.
That like the peak white is being spoken over all the time like this.
This is crazy, man.
Like,
go ahead, get it off your chest, crybaby.
Crybaby.
Cut it loose. Go on both of us if you want.
Okay, so what was I talking about before?
We don't even know.
Because you keep interrupting me.
I got more questions, though. I got more
questions.
All right,
trying to
so
get off,
here's
man.
what we're gonna do, okay?
We're talking about the slave trade, how that was blamed on us.
This motherfucker tells me to hurry up.
That one bothered me. And all the anti-white books.
Okay, I remember what I want to say now.
Like off the coastal, your own.
Are you guys capable of going into a better world, or do you feel you need to literally like blame the Jews for every single thing?
We want a better world, but we want the Jews to stop attacking us.
Like he wants to blame the Jews, but then single out the Jews
attacking whites.
I've seen Captain's DNA. He know he's not 60%. He's African. I mean, well, he's not 60% European. Let me just say that. So don't let the light skin thing fool you. He's not. He's more closer to me than anybody else out there. That's all I'll say about that.
Wants to say we're not the Jews.
No. If you for that question you asked, right? For a better world, I don't want to blame.
Do you think the world is only better if my people aren't in it? Or like, what do you think? Do you think we have any contribution to give?
There's some contributions.
Like the Hebrew language, maybe?
Here's what a better world is. A better world is for the children of God to be in charge. Because when the children of God
I'm about that life. I'm about that life.
The children of God are in charge, the earth would be better. You know the children of God are not in charge because the earth is not better. And that's what the Bible says. Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
Speak so much.
This earth is not rejoicing because you guys and your white brothers are in charge.
Yo, dude, he's saying I should be Zig Heiling.
Now, but to answer the question, wait, let me just say one more.
Can I be Wanghoff after this?
Let me say
does this qualify as Wanghoff? If I don't even get to be Jewish, do I get to be Wanghoff? I mean, come on, man.
We don't want to blame white people. We don't want to blame when we point out points of history that happen. That's not blaming. That's just talking about history.
Jews are like
the whole point. The whole point of going over history.
White people weren't involved.
Like when people go,
if I said I had nothing to do with it, that would be a lie.
When people talk about the Holocaust,
how did my family do the slave trade from the ghetto and poverty for
you know what?
99% of Ashkenazi Jews.
You teach the Holocaust so you can learn the lessons how you got into it, and then how you can get out of it, how you can avoid. When we teach the history of Black people in America, the reason why white people like yourselves and white Americans don't want to hear that, because there's a level of accountability that they have to take for the role that their ancestors played in it. If what happened to Black people was done by Chinese or Japanese people, Jewish and whites wouldn't have an issue with us talking about it, because then they won't feel blamed for hearing it.
I don't care if you talk about it.
But because they're blamed for hearing about it, it's like we can't get over it.
Look,
but they never forget 9/11. They never forget Memorial Day. They never forget the Holocaust. They never forget anything.
Well,
so we don't
9/11. They didn't forget that. The motherfucker did that.
But so we don't say it in a way. It's not about blaming. So we don't need to blame nobody. But as we build, we just want y'all to stay out of Black business.
They'll also never admit anything wrong. Like even Palestine, they'll be like, no, we didn't go in and slaughter them.
Yeah, okay, hold on. For the record, let it show that I'm the only one who would be willing to build the third temple. But outside of that, I just want to hit on a point that Tazaryach said that I really wanted to emphasize and focus on for this podcast.
Which part? What's that?
Building your own communities.
Separate by race.
Like, don't hate on Jewish excellence, because we build with our own and we create unbelievable economies with our own.
I respect that
and we build the nations of the world together with whoever wants to do business with us becomes billionaires. Like, people literally get blessed through people who have my genetics. I'm not going to deny that. Yeah, people get blessed through like our genetics. People buy our doctors save lives. You know what I'm saying? How many emergency room visits in America were done by a doctor saving the life of a fellow American who was just wheeled in from either a car accident or some tragedy? Countless. And that's not to say to the exclusion of other races, that other races didn't contribute in this capacity. But Jews overwhelmingly have blessed people through our... Jews are overwhelmingly blessed people, especially when it comes to money. And there's a reason why we're the nation builders of the world. Now, I want to share with you guys something. This book that I'm holding in my hands right here, this book is called Shemot HaTzadikim. This greater book is called Kolbo LeYeshuot. It's only really printed by the Breslover Hasidim.
What is that called again?
This book is called Kolbo LeYeshuot. It means all of the salvations. And it's a book of salvations that's published by a Hasidic group called Breslov, which is my ancestral lineage through the Ashkenazi culture. I love my Hasidic ancestry. It's just, I'm so proud of it. So in this book, it says it's called Shemot HaTzadikim, and it's just a book of lineages. This page right here, Adam, Chava, Hevel, Shet, Chanoch, Methuselah, Noach, Shem, Ve'ever. It lists the first generation, 7 generations of humanity. This book goes through every single generation in chronological and alphabetical order, only listing the right people, the righteous people who lived at that time. I'll give you an example of something extremely important that Jews contribute to humanity. It's biblical knowledge.
You don't have biblical
knowledge. Hold on, here is one. This 36 men that came to King David, Gibore David, Ishavam ben Achmoni, Eliezer ben Dodo Achochi, Avshai Achi Yoav, Beniel ben Yoyada, Asayel Achi Yoav, Elchanan ben Dodo Mibeit Lechem.
We don't need all these names. Yeah, we're talking about
this is the history of the world. You think you're a descendant of the Jews and it's important. You think that the Messiah is descendant of King David, and somehow you don't think that this knowledge of King David is important for humanity.
No, what I'm asking you,
do you have these names?
It's just not tied in.
Do you have these names?
I just don't need that book.
I want to share with you more. It goes through every generation.
Want to hear the name of every
I'm not going to say the name.
No, but what is the
I'm not going to say the name. What I'm going to say is that in every single generation, I'll tell you, because in every single generation, these books,
like filibuster.
Every
That's
single
all- that's all we've been
generation,
doing all day.
there is a
Dude,
righteous
we're not
person.
we're not actually having the
20,000
conversations.
names
And
from
who's
every
the
single
righteous person
generation.
today that's Jewish?
I'm a righteous Jew today.
No,
I'm
you're
a
not.
fallen sinner,
No, you're
but
not.
as a sinner, you're not judged
You
by
get
how you
high.
fall.
How can you?
We have George
judged by how you
Soros.
get back
We
up.
have George
I'm not
Soros.
a
We
You
have
are a drug addict. You are a drug addict.
I could choose to not engage
You
in
are a
anything that
drug
I want.
addict.
What drug do I do?
You told me you smoke weed. You took you.
Okay,
do
so
gummies or
marijuana.
whatever it is. You are
I
a drug
sometimes eat marijuana
Right.
gummies.
You're a drug addict.
Why is that make me a drug
How
addict?
can a drug addict be righteous?
Why is that? Why, if I eat gummies occasionally, why does
You
that
get
make me a
high.
drug
Okay,
addict?
so what you're saying is you get high.
If I get high occasionally, does it make me a drug addict?
Yes.
If I take a drink once a week on Friday night, does it make me an alcoholic? So if I
But
eat a
you
gummy,
get high
if I
every
eat
day.
that's crazy
Did
logic.
you take gummies before you came here?
I did take a gummy today, yeah.
He's high as fuck right now.
But that's not a drug addict.
Real quick, let's
That's
get back
not
on
a drug
topic.
addict. That was me
I
coming here.
want to hit one more thing.
I
and
can
that's-
literally.
Scared to death.
Real quick,
He said, "Let me get some.
I
strength. Let me get
literally,
some
I
strength."
literally don't. I wasn't even gonna eat it.
appreciate you
I
coming.
wasn't even gonna eat a
Both
gummy.
Jews.
So hold on there. Cause somebody take gummies. There. What yo, what can well, I don't mind him exposing or saying it anyway, but again, the fact that we hate white folks, supposedly. The guy shared with him earlier that he takes marijuana gummies. That's something that teenagers do. If you want to keep it real. If we go right now, drive down the block and I meet a teenager, I'm sure they're having gummy. Is it against the law to have a marijuana gummy? There's nothing in the Bible that talks about marijuana gummies. I'm just saying, we got to do better.
But I
Most
thought this
Jews
was
are
such
too
a
scared to talk.
ridiculous conversation. I needed something to
now
make
it's
me laugh on the
ridiculous,
inside.
Real quick.
It is
Right.
ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
Do one more
I'm not
thing.
even
I
allowed to
asked
share
you-
my lineage
hold on,
on
let's just-
camera like I just did. You know, but
That's
at least I
not
got
your
the book.
lineage.
No one wants
It
to
is.
hear
I can
that.
tell you
It's
who
not-
in this book
you
I
can
descended
read a book.
of.
It's not
That's
relevant
not
in
your
our
lineage.
it's not,
We
we're trying
live
to
in a
have a
totally
debate.
totally imperative
Let me
world.
see this. I'm gonna start reading this book
Yeah,
for the
we can-
podcast.
Do
Oh,
it.
this is me in the book.
Read it.
Hold on.
Read
this
it.
shit.
I'm gonna give one more thing. I'll just use them. Then I'll try to find
Are
a
you
couple
going to
things.
throw my book
Then
away?
I'm gonna look for some
If you're going to
attacks.
throw my
No,
book away,
no,
then I'll
no.
give it to somebody
No,
else. Do you have a
I'm-
copy of my book?
I'm not going
You
to
do?
look
I don't
Indian
think so.
giver. You
Here,
better,
I'll make
better
you a
be
deal.
If you're
Indian
going to
giver.
throw away my
I never
book,
said I was going to throw it
okay,
away.
if you should read it.
Hold on.
It'll teach you about Judaism.
I got one more thing I want to
And
add
Torah
now to Jews.
and
Then
the
I'm
Bible.
gonna do some attack on the. I'll look
Go
for some
for it.
attacks
Yeah,
on
there
them.
you go.
Another attack. Just back to.
It'll help you be a
I
better
was just
Jew.
really
this book.
bothered when I realized all the white people bashing white people when all of a sudden they attacked like, oh no, I'm Jewish. So that
Right.
really bothered me.
Right.
That's when I first started having a problem. But what are your thoughts on hip hop culture and who created that? Because Ashkenazi Jews were the main people that were deciding who to push, and they pushed people that were encouraging to kill black people, to do drugs, to be.
I'm glad you brought that out. So hip hop as a culture at first was not like what it is today.
Exactly.
Hip hop culture was more so a form of expression.
Exactly.
It was music we played, we danced. And the thing about Jewish people and white people, they can understand their pain, but they can't understand nobody else's pain.
It's hard to understand.
So
someone
when we
else's pain.
explain that people are in oppression and they're doing things out of oppression, it's like we're making excuses. But when they were in their pain and they were trying to survive, and so to not die, I'm going to unalive some of my fellow Jewish brothers, some of my fellow Jewish mothers, they'll understand that. But when black people are trying to survive and they struggle with the same thing, there is no understanding of that. That's the hypocrisy. That's why he chose to talk while I was talking, and that's why I ignored him and kept talking.
Well, imagine
He's
if Jewish
the child.
kids were pushed.
I know my history very well, and my Ashkenazi Jewish roots. I'm just to give slight context. I'm the 5th generation on both sides from LA, the 7th in America. So we came shortly after the Civil War to this country, and my family has borne
Got
witness.
expelled during the Civil War.
We actually got expelled from you.
Shockingly, right?
Yeah, the 109 that came to America was from
But Lincoln
Ukraine on
overturned
my mother's side. There was a horrible pogrom that happened in Ukraine.
Ukraine, or you're
in
from Ukraine?
Kharkov,
Shocking.
yeah. My mother's side.
Palestine, Ukraine.
Hold on, listen.
Sorry.
My exile when I was taken captive as by the Romans, and the temple was destroyed.
You was not.
I'm on my way back to the
That
temple.
was never y'all.
Okay, then I'm gonna pretend that I'm on my way back to the
The
temple.
N-word is in the Bible describing the Israelites. You could never be that.
Okay,
When it
hold on.
describes
Hold
the-
on, let me
when it
finish my.
described the
Okay,
Israelites as
we'll
black.
pivot to the black.
So there's
N-word
no
and-
acknowledgement that Jews were involved with the.
Hold on,
with
you just
hip-hop?
said Leonard Cohen, right? I don't really listen.
Leah Cohen.
Lear, I
Or
don't even
Lia-
know the
I
guy's
think
name.
it's Lia
It was
Cohen.
a bunch of.
Hold on, there's
Liar
also
Cohen,
this
that's
guy-
one of them.
there's also this guy, Ari Emanuel, who's like a big shot in Hollywood.
All of them.
Right? There's people who have made.
He owns the UFC.
There's a lot of people who have made a lot of money in, Jews who like succeeded in business to like a magnanimous
Particularly
level.
hip hop.
Hopefully for me too in my career, like I want to succeed that much and be one of those excellent Jews.
That's why your book number one.
So
You know what?
So you
got
guys,
them all
so
about
if
it.
you were producing hip hop music, would you push that music?
First of all, I
Telling them
don't.
to kill
I
each
don't
other,
really
be whores,
listen.
do
No,
drugs.
absolutely not. I'm a religious man.
I'm gonna do lean. I'm gonna do Percocet.
I'm a religious.
Have
no,
you listened to
I
hip
don't-
hop music?
It's disgusting. That's why I don't listen to it.
That's
It's
what I'm
all
saying.
about
So, like,
killing
so
and
why
sex.
won't you
and-
acknowledge the?
No, I do,
these
but I don't
disgraceful
think that
Jews that were
Jews
involved
are
with it?
writing the lyrics.
Sometimes
like,
they were.
I don't
They
think
were
that
telling them what to write. They're telling them
All
what they wanted.
the Bible, the Jews of the Bible, and like the Jewish community doesn't gather up at the Elders of Zion meeting and
Maybe.
say, "Oh, we're all gonna go in
Yes,
on."
y'all
Maybe you're
do.
just not invited.
Yes, y'all do.
Dude,
Yes,
I
y'all
was
do.
at the Elders of Zion
That's
meeting.
how you know.
see,
It
now
did
you're big.
not
Yeah.
come up.
Yes, it did.
He's always
I
not there,
swear
then
it
you
did
go
not
when I was
come
at
up.
it.
Hell yeah.
I
Yes, it
swear.
did. Yes, it did.
There's an organization I sit on above the Elders
Have
of Zion.
Jews
You want
ever
to know
done
what it's
anything
called?
wrong? Have Jews ever
You
done
wanna
anything
know what
wrong,
it's
or are they
called?
always just kicked out for
What
no
is it
reason?
called? Hail Satan?
No, not at all.
I need some tax on the
It's
black
called
Jews. Let me
the
look up-
Lamed
Let me
Vav.
look up. So I need to find some attacks on
You know,
now.
like-
Hold on, let me
Yeah,
find
there
some.
you go.
It's even higher
There you
than
go.
it's
There
even
you go.
higher than the
Maybe you'll actually
Mossad.
admit your mistakes, though.
Yeah, I will.
It's even higher
I
than the
won't be like
Mossad. You
Jews have
guys
never
want to
done
know?
anything wrong.
No, man.
Okay,
Never
the
done
white
You
that.
wanna
Jews
know?
have never done anything wrong.
Right.
We
They
came
don't
to
want to
that
know.
conclusion, so
They
it's
don't
like
want to know about the
hip-hop,
Lamed
yeah.
Vav. They don't
No,
want to
you
know.
guys have never done anything wrong. So I'm
They don't
so
want to
I'm
know
back to
about
these
the
guys
Lamed
now.
Vav. They just want me to.
You guys have never done anything
Hey,
wrong. Kicked out of high
Jake-
places for no reason.
Yeah,
Jake,
for
I'm
no
sorry
reason.
that we did the slave trade and blamed it on you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, y'all did it
Thank you,
together,
brother.
but see,
Thank you.
Jake will
No,
admit
he
the
had
role.
nothing to
No,
do with
Jake
it.
was. Jake
It
has
was
I
said
said we
Jewish.
had a
earlier,
part. I very
he
clearly
said
said we had a
He
part.
played
was
role
just
in
a
it.
They were the
mindless Gentile
primary-
being dragged along to the slave trade. I did it.
Y'all would have
See,
been
Jews will
on this.
never admit
I
they're
did
wrong.
it, man.
They're always the victims.
Jews did not have ships. Let me just
Yes,
tell
they
you.
did. They're the main ship holders.
Yeah, that's
Ask
cap.
ChatGPT what percentage of Ashkenazi
Chat-
Jews
who owns
in
ChatGPT? A Jew?
1750 were poor. What do we? Can we ask
We
Grok?
asked Google. Oh, Jew.
Can we ask Grok? Can we ask
Ask
Grok?
Elon.
Grok's been neutered too. Grok-
Elon like y'all
Who-
peak white to
No,
Elon.
the Elon don't like me.
It's an
'Cause I-
honor
because
to
I
finally be
criticize those
included
peak
in the
white
white
You know,
community.
people thought Elon was
Yo,
pro white. When Elon, when
I'm
Trump
weighing
got
off
in
as
office,
fuck now.
Elon did this here with the hell.
That was
They
that
said
was
that was
dope.
the hell.
Like my brother Elon.
Oh, white people went
White
berserk.
power.
Dude, I don't know what's happening, but it might be the time that Jews are weighing off all of a sudden. Like I'm just saying.
You're
I'm
see if you
just
can join
saying.
the white side.
I think that Nick
I gotta talk to my
Fuentes
white brother, see
probably
if he'll
has the
take you.
final say. So if Jews get to be weighing off,
I just talked to Nick.
but
this
if
morning. I
this
could
guy
ask
is
him.
telling me that I'm white
Nick is crazy.
and I'm not even allowed to be the Jew, then
Yeah, you're not a Jew.
then I have to be included in weighing off.
Yeah,
man.
you're not a Jew though.
Then Tazaryach says I'm weighing off.
I didn't say you wang off, but you're definitely not a Jew.
Then what the fuck am I if I'm white?
You're a white man.
I know my history very well, and my Ashkenaz.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, y'all did it
Thank you,
together,
brother.
but see,
Thank you.
Jake will
No,
admit
he
the
had-
wrong. So we went to the Bible and we went to history. You can find in history where the Native Indians spoke Hebrew, Seminole Indians spoke.
No Native American spoke Hebrew. That is completely garbage. That is from 3 different people that Arya got it from. James Adair, who never spoke Hebrew, never understood Hebrew, didn't understand the language. You know what's crazy though? We make a lot of claims and we don't give props to Hebrew what it should get. Hebrew is the only preserved language from way back then. Does anybody know that? Let me break it down to y'all for a second, right? And Zion might clip this, but who cares? Hebrew is the only ancient language that survives today. It's the only ancient liturgical language which was successfully revived as a modern, everyday spoken language. It's used continuously in religious texts for over 3,000 years. Modern Hebrew blends biblical Hebrew, rabbinic Hebrew, new vocabulary for modern life, No other ancient language, Latin, Sumerian, Akkadian, has done this. So when we say the Hebrew, remember the purpose of the Nikud or the diacritic marks is to preserve the pronunciation and the sounds of the verbs, of the words. And I'm going to say this again. Remember, it didn't have any vowels written. The vowels were in the language. Vowels are in every language, but some languages write the Hebrew, write the vowels. Some don't. Hebrew was one of them that didn't write with the vowels, but they knew how to pronounce it. So when they wrote it, it was no big deal to say, hey, I'm going to add the vowels, whatever. Nah, they knew how it sounded because they were speaking it every day. The Nikud, what the Masoretes did, if you like them or not, around 600 of the Common Era, between 600 and 1000, is trying to preserve how Hebrew sounded. So they added diacritic marks. This is why the brother Zion said on the video, I have to be honest, I can't read Hebrew without the Nikud or the diacritic marks or whatever it's called. Now, we need to understand Hebrew is a triconsonantal language. It's based off of triconsonantal sounds. So what it does, and let me make sure I say it right. It's a root-based triconsonantal system. So you have 7 verb stems. If you ask, what the guy should have asked him is, do you speak Hebrew? What are the 7 verb stems? Because in Lashawan Kodash, that's a dagger. They don't have, I've never seen any verbs. I'm not going to say they don't have any verb stems. But if you don't have a verb stem, you don't have a language when it comes to Hebrew because it's based off of verbs. Most Hebrew words are built from 3 consonant roots, usually. These roots carry a core idea, and different vowel patterns or prefixes change the meaning. It's like you have the word, you have KTV, which is writing. Katav, he wrote. That's with the A sound. Then katav, you're writing. Mikkatav is the letter. Kotev is a writer. So you have different examples of these different things of the same triconsonantal root word. So when somebody says that they're a Hebrew Israelite, I'm going to get to Jeremiah 17:14 in a second. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm where I need to be on this video. Jeremiah 17 and Deuteronomy 28. We're going to get to that in a second. Finish up, Cap.
Hebrew. They say Shema Yasha Allah Yahweh Allah Hayanawa Yahweh Akkad, which means hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. They said that.
Yo, say that one more time.
In a good book.
Can you say that one more time?
Lost Tribes in Promised Land.
Come on,
you'll
say
see
one more time,
Montezinos and them went, and as they're looking at the native Indians, they're seeing the fringes on their garment, not that shirt, not that thing.
This stuff's true. You're saying,
right?
All right. Let me say this. That's garbage. First of all, we don't even know if Montezino's story is actually true, which is what the Lost Tribes and Promised Lands is telling us. He's telling us where the ideas come from. And why do Israelites use that book? That book don't support you. That book, I don't know if Cap read that book. That book don't support you, Cap. Because in that book, Columbus actually says who he thinks the Lost Tribes are. And he says the Ashkenazi Jews, if I remember correctly. I might be incorrect. I need to go back and source that. He's saying the Ashkenazi Jews are the Lost Tribes, are the Spanish people, are the Lost Tribes. I don't remember what he said. He said something that implied that. But anyway, regardless of that, you don't know if Montezino's story is true. But Montezino's story said that the people that were the Jews originally had a war with the Native Americans 3 times, and they defeated them. And that's why the Native Americans converted to Judaism. That's why they were able to say, Shema Israel, hear my Lord God is one. So they were converts. You didn't see that in the Yahweh debate, or you didn't watch it because you don't pay attention, because Garfield is not a member of your cult. Bro, that's been debunked. I remember Gorilla Hebrew text me and say, I won't use that shit again. Bro, Antonio Montezino's primary is written in Manasseh ben Israel's book. So you have the actual, what he says is from Antonio Montezino's. The people that were originally the Jews or the Israelites were burnt by the sun. So it wasn't black people. He was saying that they were white people. Bruh. Cap. That was cap. Just for the record. Just to clear that up.
I just discovered this last month.
It couldn't be me.
When the Mexicans was keeping the Feast of
Tazaryach
Tabernacles,
over
the
here.
separation when women were on their cycle and flower. So when we start finding
who was keeping Feast of Tabernacles? I'm going to say this now. I'm going to say this later. This is one of the challenges I have for Zion Lex. There is no evidence, none whatsoever, no blood clot evidence that there was anybody in the culture in the Iron Age 1, Iron Age 2 was practicing any form of Judaism. There is absolutely no evidence. I'm going to say it again. For those in the back that didn't hear Garfield say it, there's absolutely no evidence. None that exists. It's garbage. None exists. You can't prove none of that what you're saying, Cap. This is why I put in the title, Garfield debunks Captain Tazaryach. You don't have to take my word for it. Let me just pull up the scholarship right now, just in front of y'all faces, so y'all know Garfield ain't playing today. Here we go. Where is the y'all play too much, man. And then you don't believe people if they don't believe what you believe, because you're in a cult. So if I bring out the information, oh, I don't believe Garfield, man. He's a hater, man. He don't like the Hebrew Israelites. Let's take a look. Do you have any evidence these rituals claim to be Israelite being practiced before leaving Israel? Sabbath, 7-day week, Day of Atonement, Passover, unleavened bread, Feast of Tabernacles, first fruits, Feast of Trumpets, or Pentecost. Let me say this. Native Americans or Africans could not be from the people that were lost, because these things didn't develop until like in the 2nd century BC within the paradigm of Judah. Judah is the one that started this. Start saying, let's celebrate these and put this out. So nobody in Assyria would have known to practice this because it wasn't publicly known yet. And how we know this is because of Elephantine papyri. You see they're practicing a Passover that had nothing to do with the Exodus. And they were referring to the Jerusalem temple for advice. And the Jerusalem temple did not have the advice to give them that was biblical. That you see, so they did everything that was against the law of God to celebrate. First, they had a temple outside of Jerusalem. You're not supposed to have a temple outside of Jerusalem, but guess what? The law didn't exist yet. And this is 400 BC. There's no Torah. So when people say, well, during the time of Abraham, you believe that. It's not true. Let's stop playing these games. This is why when we debate these guys, you're claiming a doctrine and a belief system that can't be proven at all. You can't prove a 12 tribes existed. You can't prove Abraham is a literal person. You can't prove Moses is a literal person. You believe that. But the story is told. It's called etiology. This is when people make up stories to say why we have this, why we have these laws, why we have circumcision, why do we claim the land. These stories are created later. That's why I'm going to get into Abraham later, because this is the most important part. The Abraham part is the most important part of the show today, and you got to hear it. You're arguing about circumcision when circumcision, that part of the story, didn't exist until after the Babylonian exile. How do we know that? We look in the... No, I'm gonna get into that. Let me stop getting emotional. Let me slow down. We're dealing with Captain Tazaryach right now. Captain Tazaryach, you can't show no Feast of Tabernacle. I'll put $1,000 in that right now. Ain't no Mexican doing that. The only way a Mexican will do that, after when Columbus arrived, Jews were settled here in the Americas, New Mexico, different areas. That's the only way Mexicans would have known it. And by the way, today was a Jew that left from Amsterdam all the way over here, that there was Jewish community amongst the Mexicans. So if it's after when Columbus arrived, that's different. But before that, nah, bruh. Nah, stop it. Stop it. Where would they get it from? The only way they could get it is if a Jew or an Israelite carried it here. And I'm going to prove the point with Jeremiah 17:14 shortly. This is the book, The Origins of Judaism. Everybody, if you want this book, email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. 7-day week. It goes over all these things, the dietary laws, ritual impurity. It goes over circumcision. The upshot of this entire investigation is that starting at the earliest in the mid-2nd century BC, a plethora of evidence begins to emerge attesting to the Sabbath prohibitions being widely, if not universally, observed by Judeans in Judea throughout the Mediterranean. So if it's only started at 2nd century BC, how would the Native Americans, who you claim went over with 2nd Esdras, went over to Tazaryach, which is America, how would they have known to do this if it wasn't taught in the culture? You are following what man has produced here in America, man. I'm going to get to Genesis 49 and the 12 tribe chart and show you how much it's easily debunked in a second. I'm going to get to that in a second. And boy, Gorilla Hebrew, you are lucky I never knew that. As a matter of fact, let me text Gorilla Hebrew right now. Oh, you are lucky I never knew this stuff 2 years ago, boy. Oh, man, you'd have probably quit. Live on YouTube. But this book goes into all of that. So what Captain Tazaryach is making a claim of, saying Native Americans did Feast of Tabernacle. Let's put it in Google for a second and see what Google says. Hold on 1 second, family. We're going to put it in Google. Did Mexicans celebrate Feast of Tabernacles? It says Mexican culture, but it says, however, some people in Mexico do celebrate the feast as part of their specific religious beliefs. The Jewish community, there are Jewish communities who observe Sukkot as part of their faith. In celebration, as an indigenous practice. Let's change up the wording. No. See, did Mexicans celebrate Feast of Tabernacles as an indigenous practice? No. The indigenous people of Mexico did not celebrate the Jewish Feast of Tabernacles. Rather, they had their own ancient rituals honoring the dead. Like for the goddess, which merged with Catholic traditions, All Saints' Day, to form the modern Day of the Dead. A syncretic holiday with deep indigenous roots, but distinct from Jewish observances. So, Captain, no, sir. Let me stop right here. Let's go back to the video. I'm debunking all the foolishness today. All the foolishness. I'm just waiting for him to say, what's his name?
Finding that history, we start discovering, oh, they're connected to the 10 lost tribes, not these people. So we're not emotional because, of course, most people think I'm a black supremacist.
Yeah.
But when, like, question that you asked, now, if the Mexicans are part of me and my brother, how can I be a black supremacist if the Native Indians are, if the Puerto Ricans, if the Dominicans? So there's 12. Yeah, so it's hard when people say I'm a black supremacist, but then I have all these ethnicities that people would say I'm not a part of. That's why you asked the question. So if the Bible says that, if the Bible and history shows that they're an Israelite, then they're an Israelite. So it's not about your skin tone. It's not about your complexion. It's who you are tribally, because we can make any color. You can be extremely light. You can be extremely dark, even with the Africans. Yeah. So we'll say we're not Africans because Africans come from
you
Ham.
guys and sold you into slavery too.
Yeah, and even that's another thing. Even if I was an African, knowing that an African sold me, I'm not gonna love them. You sold me into this captivity.
I mean, you can't blame the current one,
right? But biblically speaking,
that's not your people.
Exactly.
Someone
biblically speaking,
me once, that's not my people.
Exactly. Biblically speaking, Africans are from the tribe of Ham. So Ethiopians, Egyptians, Libyans, Canaanites, they are what you call Hamites. The Shemites would be like us, white people are Shemites, Japanese, Arabs, they're all Shemites. That's why even the term anti-Semitic is weird, because if Semitism should cover all Shemitic people, and then you have one Shemitic people trying to own it, they're anti-Semitic, because how dare they eliminate the other Shemitic people from being able to utilize that term?
They're the only ones that get to use it.
Which is dumb, because Abraham was separated from Shem. Abraham separated from his father. So it's really Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So we are Hebrew. You could be an Israelite and you can speak Hebrew, but technically that's what we are.
Yeah. I had a really interesting guest one second ago, really interesting guest on, we didn't get in this podcast, but he was telling you all this stuff, all these things that look like the Jewish in like Florida and stuff that have been there long before, like
Puerto Rico,
the hats they wore.
Yeah.
This guy, Dr.
Florida,
Longo, is
in Puerto
fascinating.
Rico. It's a lot of Hebrew artifacts on the island of Puerto Rico.
There are some real possibilities of being lost tribe.
Definitely.
You also said there could be a lost tribe in like Scotland, Ireland. So I might be a fellow Jew.
Let me stop. There is no Hebrew elements at all in Puerto Rico. That has been refuted and debunked by Ralston, and Tazaryach was lying his ass off. You see, this is why we can't move forward, because we have these stupid teachings in our community. We got the Nation of Islam talking about Yaqub. We got the Hebrew Israelites saying all these people in Europe was black. King James was black. All these people. We got the Moorish Science Temple with those guys with the fake lawyer nonsense and the craziness that come from that community. Then you have the Dr. Yorkites. Then you got these people saying, "Oh, we don't want no reparations because we built this country. We native here. We didn't even come on the slave ships. The slavery is wrong. Slavery never happened. Harriet Tubman is fake. Nat Turner is fake." So I'm doing my role. I'm going to say this to everybody. 2 things we got to work on for 2026. We got to develop our own underwear. It sounds corny because the white man, the Edomite, who you say is the devil, is the one that's covering your woman's private area. You have not corrected that. So if he's not trustworthy, why do you trust him covering up your woman's private part or even your private part? That don't make no damn sense. If he's that evil, the white man is the devil. It's stupid. That's what it is. The next thing is we got to stop drinking the white man's alcohol. We got to stop smoking the white man's cigarette. You see, that's the thing. He's the devil, but we still use products that are detrimental to our body. What is the leading killer of black people? Cancer. What is the leading, heart disease? We're obese. You look at these guys in ISUPK, all of them. I haven't seen one skinny guy yet. We're the skinny guys. Come on, man. We got to stop this foolishness, man. We got to stop this. But anyway, let's carry on.
Jew.
His name is Jacob Rothschild, everybody.
So we might find
Jacob
out.
Rothschild over
I'm
here.
be at the house hanging out with you.
Jacob Rothschild over here.
I went to the house last night. Everyone tell me, bro, you're so dumb going there by yourself. I'm like, bro, they're not going to fucking kill me.
Okay, so this is all I'm going to say, right? So if you guys are all these Jews, there's all these people that go out, they call them the Bnei Yisrael. And I don't really get into this stuff, but I'm all for everybody getting ahead in life and doing what they got to do to get ahead. So like, I would suggest that you connect with these people. Like there's this guy, Rudy Rochman, who's really involved, right? And he's all about this thing. I'm not so about this, like the Lost Tribes of Israel thing. But for the lost, hold on. Let me finish.
Shouldn't you be?
Okay, I will. So because I am about the Lost Tribes of Israel, I think that it's so important that the Lost Tribes of Israel start doing the mitzvot of the Torah, the 613 laws that Moses gave. Because if you guys are really the Jews and the real deal McCoy, the world comes into salvation when you start doing these 613 laws. So I just want to say that if you are the Jew Tazaryach, first of all, I'd like to know what the name Tazaryach means. But secondly, I would like for you to take upon you right now to start doing the mitzvot that God commanded the Jewish people. Because I believe in the word of God.
Okay,
and he said to the Jewish people, do these 613 things.
He never said do these 613 things. I'm going to tell you why. You're a man, right?
I am a man.
So you don't bleed once a month, right?
I do not bleed once a month.
You don't have kids, right?
I do not have kids.
So you just no, you don't have, like, you don't birth kids.
No, I do not birth kids.
Right. You just eliminated laws. That's why it's stupid.
Yo, I didn't know, man.
Let me just finish. That's why it's stupid to say we have to keep 613 laws.
What are you talking about, though?
I'm gonna tell you. So there's laws when a woman menstruates, she's unclean for 7 days.
The Bible says
there's
so.
laws when she has a child.
Yeah.
If she has a male child or a female child, she's unclean for a certain amount of days.
Yeah.
You're never going to keep or break that law.
Right.
So
not all of the 613 apply to everyone.
That's my point.
There's 88 of them that only apply to the Kohen, the priestly bloodline, which my mother's a part of.
But when you just got finished saying, I have to keep 613, and now you're saying,
no, you don't have to keep
613 don't apply. That's why we call the white man the devil, because you're saying two things now.
Can I tell you?
Which one is it? Do I keep all 613, or do I only keep the laws that apply to me? Which one?
Okay, everybody on earth has to follow the first 7.
Just ask, can you answer that question?
I will. Not everyone, not all the laws apply to you.
Thank you. You see how I just taught him?
When we say Tazaryach,
I found some tough questions.
When we say Tazaryach, when I say the 613 mitzvot, I'm meaning the ones that pertain to you. Not the one that pertains to the priesthood or women or any of that stuff.
Right.
Just the ones that
I wanted that just
for instance, I'll give you an example. Like if you're like hungry in a desert, for example, right? And like you stumble across an oasis in the desert and you see in the tree there's like some eggs and you haven't eaten in days and you're hungry. Like one of the laws of the Torah, the 613 laws, is you have to chase the mother bird away before you take its eggs.
Can we read that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where's it at?
It's called Shaluach HaKan.
Where's it at in the Bible?
It's in the first 5 books.
Where?
Do you want me to get an exact quote?
I ain't never heard that you got to chase the mother away. You ever heard of that, dog? You got to chase
never heard
the
of the Bible.
You got to chase
I'm trying to find some tough questions for you. I know you'll answer them.
I'll tell you the questions.
You're not giving me very good ones. I see one. I see like one that's pretty tough. Though. We'll throw that one at you in a second. There's one that's pretty tough.
Eat eggs.
Torah. No, before you take the eggs from the mother, you have to overcome your hunger. Shaluach HaKan is in Deuteronomy 22, 6, and 7.
Let me see. Deuteronomy
22, 6, and 7. I'm just giving you one that you got to do. If you're a Jew, you got to do this thing. The Bible obligates you to do it.
Before thee in a way or in any tree on the ground, whether they be young ones, but thou shalt anyway. Wait, I'm sorry. And
22:6.
That's what I'm reading. I'm just skimming through it. Whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young and upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young, but thou shalt in any wise let the dam go and take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee when thou mayest prolong the days. That's not saying what you're saying. So if I read it, said if a bird's nest,
Deuteronomy 22.
I'm reading it. If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way, in any tree or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young.
The mother.
So
it's called dam is a mother.
I know what the dam is. So how y'all are interpreting
you
that.
Shall read the next one. Read the next one.
Thou shalt anywise let the dam go and take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee.
You shall shaluach HaKan. Shaluach in Hebrew means to send away the mother.
Would y'all translate? But you just said if you're
what
hungry,
does it say, Jake? You shall surely send away the mother.
Wait, but
I'm giving you an example of when that law might come into effect. It's not a law that like comes about accordingly. It's not something that happens every day. But the way I read this,
if you walk in and you just
Shabbat.
I do Shabbat. Do you do Shabbat?
Yeah, I do Shabbat.
What do you do for Shabbat?
We do Sabbath service and then we go to camp and teach.
Do you guys like candles and stuff?
No.
What do you do? How do you bring it in? I'm curious. This is just me wanting to learn.
The Sabbath is just a rest day.
How do you start the Shabbat, though?
So when the sun goes down,
it starts.
You just rest.
Do you say anything?
No, you don't have to.
Like, thanks God, Shabbos, nothing like that?
We don't have to do that. We have a Sabbath service.
We light candles, and then one of the, so there's 3 laws in the Bible that actually do pertain to women. Taharat HaMashpacha, which is what you said about bleeding, the menstruals, it's the laws of menstruation. And then there's women have the law of challah. It's called chafrashat challah. They're required before the Shabbat in the 613 laws to bake bread and take a part of the bread and put it on the oven and burn it in like this offering, actually. And there's a blessing
For
to
the
say.
Sabbath?
Yeah, it's in the Bible. And then Hadlik Nerot Shabbat, which is the lighting of the Shabbat candles. There's an actual law. You have to light the Shabbat candles.
We're gonna all do Shabbat together after.
Yeah, bro. Tazaryach and Jake for
All right,
Shabbos.
Let me throw a couple.
Tazaryach and Shields Shabbaton,
tough
folks.
questions.
It's going down in Judah
Let's
town.
attack him for a minute.
Yeah, let's go.
One of these.
We don't have to
most of them
attack.
aren't
Let's
that bad.
build
Attack.
together.
No, yeah,
Let's
we're
not
gonna
attack.
talk.
Let's
Not
just
talk.
build
I
something.
mean, just ask tough questions. I mean, okay.
He just learned that he
If
has
the
to like
black
do all these
Hebrews-
things in the Bible.
No.
If
You don't have to do the
represent
first 5
Israelis,
books?
why have civil rights groups like the ADL and
Wait, say it one more
SPL?
time.
It says, if you guys are the real Jews, then why does the ADL and SPLC say you're a hate group?
Okay.
Yeah.
In 2019, Jersey shooting carried.
The person didn't say they was Israelite. Like
in
what y'all
America.
do to them Palestinians. But
Okay, so that's all I'm
let's
saying.
say-
Can we all
wait. Ever like unalive somebody? They probably have us in jail. So, hey man, go out there and do this. Go
You
out there.
know,
We
this
don't do
is a
that.
good
I'm glad you don't
opportunity.
even think.
Need Hebrew. Hebrew's not important. The history of the world's not important. Also, the law.
Money part. Let God take care of the part that involves changing your life and improving your circumstances. Yeah, leave it up to God. I'm particularly disgusted because he's fooled so many people. That's what annoys me. I got partners of mine banging my line like, hey man, I see a lot of similarities between you and Rizza Islam. Well, yeah, the one similarity is that at some level we're both able to articulate ourselves. Yes.
All right, I'm done debunking Captain Tazaryach and that foolishness. Now there's a video going around about Marquet exposes Rizza Islam. Let's talk. Let's look at this for like 20 minutes. Then I'm gonna get into the program. All right.
But aside from that, can you really compare real and fake? Can you compare liars and doers? Can you compare sophists and preachers to those who actually get the job done and sincerely care? Can you compare businessmen to scammers? Yeah, I said it's scammers. Let's go. Let's get it. Yeah. Now, I couldn't find the original link to Joe Budden's podcast, which is probably a good thing. I'd rather give the view to this gentleman here, whom I will acknowledge at some later point because I can't see his name right now, because Joe Budden's is a goof. Anyways, this is the clip that basically sent me over the edge and caused me to research this Rizza Islam, only to figure out that the boy's a goddamn fraud. He's a fraud. He can talk real nice, but he's a fraud. And I really do hope that the most honorable Elijah Muhammad is, if there is a such thing as an afterlife, that he's watching this live right now. And may he be very proud, because there has been a bastardization of the ideology and religious belief of the Nation of Islam, which is well encapsulated within the masterwork entitled The Message to the Black Man. There's a book by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad called Message to the Black Man. I read this book when I was in university, a young, ignorant person like many of you. Some of you are old and ignorant, but I was young and ignorant, searching for identity. I had come from poverty, and which many African Americans do, and trying to understand, why was I in this poverty? Why did I feel feelings of inferiority? Trying to find something to blame or something to help me understand. I was reading all this stuff, all this black literature, and I came across Message to the Black Man by recommendation of some random ghetto black dude who dropped a gem on me. And when I read that book, it said a number of things that I will never forget. One of the early things in that book, which is critical to this discussion, for Rizza Islam purports to be a representative of the Nation of Islam, which is currently headed by Minister Louis Farrakhan, which has gone astray. And this doesn't mean I don't have tremendous respect for Minister Louis Farrakhan, because if I met him in person, I'd probably have tears in my eyes. Tremendous amount of respect. But in this book entitled Message to the black man. The most honorable Elijah Muhammad states a couple things. He says, number one, observe the white man and learn from him, for he is intelligent. He has erected great civilizations, which is full stop. No, not after the white man got through with him. He is mosque in Richmond, California. I've been there. It's now great. We meet people, they're pleasant wives you have. But then the modern ones, they took that out. Why? Because American law would not allow it. Because when you are against what Muhammad Mosque, which is Nation of Islam, because I went to hire the name of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad when they're speaking of Winston Churchill and Adolf Hitler. Well, Akon would say, well, first off, we don't even is the Nation of Islam that talks so much about self-reliance, saying that we as black should have something for ourselves. The Nation of Islam has partnered with an organization called the Church of Scientology. Regulations that you're serving, known as Malcolm Little, writer, who is also a lunatic. We're also operating within the building's own your level. And I'm like, no, he's not on my level. You are mistaken. You will be awakened. The minister himself, but I've been nourished by the Nation of Islam. I know that the Nation of Islam said by any your people begin and end. Rizza Islam, who are your people? If the black peoples of that's strange. This person having looking at a mistake when you're speaking in front of a microphone to millions of say other countries that cast where people who are not qualified to speak are speaking. Are the peoples of Africa not black? In fact, probably blacker than you and I. Higher levels of purity. That is, he's not even wearing a proper bow tie. That's not a self-tie bow tie. That's an adjustable band bow tie. I know it when I see it, God damn it. That's the stuff you have your 8-year-old son wear on. You gone internationally, my dear boy. Yeah, I do think it's reasonable to do that. I think that it'll be a good start.
Cash App, he said, peace.
One. Especially when you're talking about feeding 1,000 black people and he said it didn't impress him. This boy is a white devil. Shout out to Fahim Alameen. He writes, peace of saints, been watching for years. First time sending tuition. There's definitely more I owe. I appreciate it. Shout out to him for stepping up. It's about I just a lot of folks been watching for years and they never stood up. So shout out to him. I appreciate it.
Craig came on Cash App. He said, peace to the saints, tuition.
Peace to the saints.
You know how easily you can do that? I can go do that right now. And I'm working on doing things like that. But over here, it's different. So the impressive move is go to the hardest areas, especially the areas where you came from nine times out of 10.
How dare anyone say that this man is on my level in any way? He has no intelligence. He said, go to the hardest places and help there. How could going to any ghetto in America, and I've been in them, I've hustled in them. Yeah, Pennsylvania Avenue in Baltimore, yeah. Sullivan in Ohio, yeah. El Cajon in San Diego, yeah. West Side Denver Lane in LA, yeah. Yeah, we could keep going on. San Pablo, yeah. We talking about the Yay area, Yadidaimini. Yeah, none of those ghettos, none of them look anything like a slum in Dar es Salaam. None of those ghettos look anything like a slum in Addis Ababa. None of those ghettos will you find children missing limbs, suffering from polio. None of those ghettos will you find people malnourished, skin on their bodies, stomachs swollen, not from overeating like we do, but from hunger. And none of those slums in sub-Saharan Africa where you find black people, in none of those slums can you tell me you can find an American ghetto that can match it. So why in his sick, dishonest mind is he saying you should go to the hardest places to help? And he identifies that in America, which is the richest country that has ever existed. Even our poor people are wealthy people. Our homeless people have cell phones and dogs and they're vegans. So how can he compare that to places in sub-Saharan Africa where they do not know the concept of a dentist? The concept. They don't even know that is a job or a service. And I'm not speaking as one who has heard about it. I'm speaking as one who has seen it. Yeah, follow me on Instagram. Yeah, I've been there. It's disgusting. Truly disgusting. Carrying on.
And change the condition there. Stop moving off to another place where it's easier so that you can get a few clips on the internet to make it seem like you did something. And if you did do something regardless, we should applaud that, period. But do not make it seem as though you did that and we should applaud it when you fail to do it over here. My deal is stop abandoning your damn people. I'm from Compton. I help my people in Compton, LA, all around the country and all over the world. But I will never abandon where I'm from. I will never abandon my people. I will never act as if I'm not from there because I got a damn suit on. No. I don't.
When he says my people, who are his people? And when he says he's done it around the world, where?
That doesn't impress me. You brought up Akon. Shout out to our brother for the good works that he has done.
All right, I want to make a quick point real quick, right? I don't want to make a quick point. This is not to disparage my brother, Priest Daniela, but I'm going to show you something that's important regarding their mindset. I want you to look at this right here.
Now we got to ask about George III. Charlotte Sophia was married to this guy right here. This is King George III. On the left-hand side, you see an image of George III that you can find on Google Images with ease. On the right-hand side, you see an image of who also is George III. That's the real image. That is a coin that was minted in commemoration of George III that was put on the...
Oh, man, I got the wrong one. Hold on 1 second, family. I want to do this. Let's see if this has it right here.
Let's bring it a little closer to home, right? Now, stay with me, y'all. This is Elizabeth of Bohemia. She is actually the physical daughter of King James himself. It is through her that the Hanover dynasty, which came into power after the Stuarts.
Hold on. All right, hold on 1 second, family. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. 1 second. I don't know how I can't find this damn video. Oh, I can't find a video. All right, let's play this.
Let's bring it a little closer to home, right? Now, stay with me, y'all. This is Elizabeth of Bohemia. She is actually the physical daughter of King James himself. It is through her that the Hanover dynasty, which came into power after the Stuarts, it is through her that the Hanover dynasty came into power. Now, the whitewashers couldn't get the lie straight. Did Elizabeth of Bohemia have black curly hair?
painted by her personal painter, Alan Ramsay. And if you ask...
Hold on a second. Let me repeat. I forgot to unmute. If you notice, he said the real image is painted by Alan Ramsay, right? Now, I'm going to ask a question. Listen to this now. When I show you George III drawn by Alan Ramsay, it's fake. But when Alan Ramsay drew Charlotte, it's real. This is the methodology that we're dealing with.
Yes, I have the book. Yes. The image on the right is the actual image of Queen Charlotte Sophia. She is the wife of King George III of the Hanover dynasty that was ruling England in the 1700s. This is after the Stuarts, after King James. Still we was ruling. But they said that we just making this stuff up. Next slide.
If you notice, he made a video the other day saying my methodology with the coins is wrong, but he never admitted that George III is really a white man. He showed this right here. He showed this book and he showed this slide, but he forgot that I also had this slide. I had this slide that said what it said. There's much doubt whether the coin now to be described was ever really an authorized issue. You see? I never hid anything, my brother. You actually put out, I didn't even, it's not that big a deal. But you want to teach black people that this coin on the right is the right coin. I want y'all to listen to this. And by the way, this fake image is drawn by who? Alan Ramsay. So the artist is good with this image because it comes out white. It has to be fake. So when I point out that this image is fake, they mad. They never said George III. They changed their whole talk now. Now all this talking, that was years ago.
George III.
No
Charlotte Sophia was married to this guy right here. This is King George III. On the left-hand side, you see an image of George III that you can find on Google Images with ease. On the right-hand side, you see an image of who also is George III. That's the real image. That is a coin that was minted in commemoration of George III that was put on the penny in Barbados. So when they went ahead and they were destroying all the black art and putting up the garbage that you see on the left,
When did they destroy the black art? Didn't you say Oliver Cromwell? Oliver Cromwell is in the he died 1658, I think. What does that have to do with George III? Does anybody know when George III lived? Let's put it in Google for a second. Just to make a simple point. These guys teach the worst doctrine in the history of mankind. George III, former King of England. See which picture dropped up? 1738 to 1820. So in 1820, they was hiding stuff. I bet you this. I'll bet Priest Daniela $1,000 that I could do a provenance check on this outfit and this drawing and find the original. I could do a provenance on it right now in front of all of y'all and show you that from 2025 to 1820. Because what I had to do, because people don't know this, a lot of the paintings were destroyed in a fire in the Whitehall area of the kingdom, right? Whitehall Palace or whatever. But there's like 4 or 5 areas where they would have replicas of all these paintings. So now I had to find a painting that survived from King James time to Charles II time to Charles I time to Charles II time, come all the way up until 2025. That's what kills the whole King James's black nonsense. They're hoping that you can find out and have a provenance and show a chronological record of these paintings. It goes for his grandfather, King James' grandfather, and King James' father. So now, y'all gonna see when we debate, man. This is fun. I'm gonna let him admit out of his mouth King James is a black man. I'm gonna do that. Y'all gonna say this boy is a bad mother jammer. Yep. But anyway, let me get to the show. I got like 3 more hours. I gotta do a bunch of stuff. Let's get into, did Moses exist? After this, we want to touch on Abraham, and then we're going to move forward.
How do we know that anyone in history really existed? Well, the best evidence would be, of course, to find a person's physical remains. So take, for example, King Richard III of England. According to the historical record, he died in 1485 during the Battle of Bosworth Field, after which he was supposedly buried at a small church in the nearby town of Leicester. However, over time, the exact location was forgotten and thus became unknown. That is, until 2012, when researchers found his skeleton under a parking lot. Using radiocarbon dating, DNA tests, and other forms of analysis, scientists were able to conclude beyond any reasonable doubt that the bones were in fact those of Richard III. But what about someone from much further back? Say, for example, Alexander the Great, who supposedly died in 323 BCE. Unfortunately, the exact location of Alexander's tomb has become lost to history, and therefore we do not have his physical remains. However, in the case of Alexander, we have the next best thing, which is solid archaeological evidence for his existence. For example, we have many sculptures of his face, some of which date very close to his lifetime or are exact copies of now lost originals that were made when he was still alive. We also have coins with his face on them, which were minted during his lifetime. We also have inscriptions like this one from the Temple of Athena in Priene, Greece, that dates from when he visited the location. It reads, King Alexander dedicated this to Athenia Polias. We even have foreign sources, like this one written in Babylonian cuneiform and dated to his lifetime, which records Alexander's victory over the Persian king Darius III. So even though we do not have the physical remains of Alexander the Great, we can still say beyond any reasonable doubt that he did in fact exist. But what about cases where we don't have any archaeological evidence dating from when the person was still alive? All three of the religious figures in this series, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, fall into this category. In these cases, we have to rely entirely on textual sources. And by textual sources, I don't mean a few words carved into stone. I mean lengthy works of literature, usually written first on parchment and then later copied onto paper and made into books. This is where things get a bit tricky because when it comes to ancient history, we often get textual sources that differ from one another when it comes to what actually happened. This leads some people to conclude that there's no way of knowing the truth and that it's just a matter of arbitrarily choosing who you want to believe. But this is not the case. Scholars have developed a method called the historical method for determining which sources are more likely than others to be true. Here are some of the things that they consider. First, does the source match the archaeological record? So, for example, if a text claims that King so-and-so had an army with 1 million soldiers, but archaeologists dig up that king's main cities and discover that they were much too small to support a number that large, the accuracy of that textual source is definitely going to come into question. 2, are there multiple sources that all tell the same story? Say we have 10 different sources that all state that the Greeks beat the Persians in a particular battle, but only one source that states that the Persians beat the Greeks. In a case like this, it's probably safe to assume that the 10 are right and the 1 is wrong. 3, is there any chance that the source is biased? It's quite obvious from ancient sources that rulers liked to boast about their accomplishments and often exaggerated things. So if we happen to have an account written by a neutral third party who just happened to be living nearby, there's a greater chance that their account is going to be more accurate. 4, how much time passed between the event and the written account of the event? This one's easy. Basically, if a text was written very close to an event, it's far more likely to be accurate than a text that was written many centuries later. Finally, number 5, what genre of writing was used? Another assumption that a lot of people make, but are wrong in making, is that all ancient people wrote history in the same way that we write it today. Nowadays, history falls very clearly into the category of non-fiction and tends to be written in a very straightforward, linear fashion, focusing on facts and figures with utmost accuracy. But history was not always written like this. The further back in time you go, you'll find that for ancient people, history was more of a story, and the main point of the story was far more important to them than all the nitty-gritty details. If we come across a text that clearly uses literary tropes that were common at the time, we need to consider whether or not the details in that text should be considered in a literal or a figurative way. Let's now turn our attention to Moses and go through these 5 questions again, this time with Moses in mind. But first, I'd like to take this opportunity to point out that in addition to being a history educator, I also happen to be Jewish. So if you don't like my conclusions, please don't assume that I came to these conclusions simply because I'm anti-religious, because, well, I'm not. Anyway, the oldest source we have for the life of Moses is, as you might have guessed, the Bible. In particular, the Torah, which refers to the first 5 books of the Bible. According to the Torah, Moses was born in Egypt during a time when his people, the Israelites, were slaves there. As a baby, Moses was placed in a basket in the Nile River, where he was then found by one of Pharaoh's daughters. After growing up in the royal palace, Moses then commits murder as an adult and has to escape to the land of Midian, where he then has a spiritual experience in which God speaks to him in the form of a burning bush. There, God instructs Moses to return to Egypt and to lead his enslaved people out of that country and into Canaan, the promised land, which he then does after God sends a series of 10 plagues on Egypt. From there, we get the famous parting of the Red Sea story, the receiving of 10 commandments, and the Israelites wandering in the desert for 40 years. At the end of the biblical account, Moses is not allowed to enter the promised land. So it is his successor Joshua that takes over and conquers most of the land of Canaan in a very dramatic fashion. Okay, so let's first consider whether or not this account lines up with the archaeological record. According to the Bible, the number of male slaves who left Egypt with Moses was 600,000, meaning that the total number of Israelites, counting women and children, was likely around 2 million. Also, according to the Bible, Moses would have lived somewhere between 1500 and 1200 BCE. The exact date depends on one's interpretation of the chronological data, and there are a lot of conflicting theories on that I won't go into. Suffice to say, it was somewhere around 1500 to 1200 BCE. Well, there is nothing in the archaeological record for that time period, or any other time period for that matter, to suggest a sudden population drop of 2 million people within Egypt, nor 2 million people traveling through the Sinai Peninsula, nor 2 million people suddenly arriving in Canaan and replacing the existing population there. Even if the Egyptians tried to cover up their embarrassing defeat in their records and monuments, there would have been no way to cover up all the physical evidence that would have resulted from the movement of that many people. However, this doesn't prove that there was never a guy named Moses that left Egypt. It simply indicates that he didn't leave Egypt with 2 million people. There's still the possibility that there might have been some sort of exodus, led by some sort of Moses-like figure, but that it was simply on a much smaller scale. This is what Hebrew scholar Richard Friedman suggests in his book, The Exodus. He points out that members of the tribe of Levi often had Egyptian-sounding names, but that other Israelites did not. Names like Hophni and Phinehas, and even Moses. All of these Levite names have Egyptian origins. So maybe out of the 12 tribes, it was only the tribe of Levi that came from Egypt. As I mentioned earlier, the Moses story is also closely associated with a place called Midian. And according to the archaeological record, we know that there was a people group living in that area around that time called the Shasu, who happened to have been sometimes enslaved by the Egyptians, and who happened to have worshipped a god with a very similar name to the god that the Israelites ended up worshipping. So there's also the possibility that Moses was actually a Midianite or a member of the Shasu, and that he became an important figure in Israelite history because he was the one who introduced them to Hashem. Moving on, let's now consider the second question. How does the source, in this case the Bible, compare to other textual sources? Well, you might be surprised to find out that there were actually many different versions of the Moses story floating about in the ancient world. For example, in some Hellenistic versions, he's mostly remembered for building a city or establishing a temple, often within Egypt itself, not in Israel. In others, he's the one who invented the alphabet through the guidance of Thoth, or the one who first introduced the Egyptians to the idea of written laws. According to the famous Roman historian Tacitus, Moses did leave Egypt to colonize Canaan, but according to that version, the Israelites were in the desert for only 6 days, arriving in Canaan with Moses on the 7th. But perhaps the most interesting variant is the one written by Manetho, who was an Egyptian priest and historian living in the Ptolemaic period. It is primarily from Manetho that we learn about an Asiatic people called the Hyksos, who temporarily ruled Lower Egypt just prior to the time of Moses, before getting kicked out and forced back to Canaan. However, Manetho also tells a story about an Egyptian priest named Osarseph, who lived just after the Hyksos period. In this story, the pharaoh enslaves a group of lepers, but then Osarseph unites the lepers with the help of the Hyksos and forms an army, defeating the pharaoh. Osarseph then goes on to rule Egypt for 13 years, destroying all other temples except his own, before finally being defeated by the returning pharaoh and forced out of the country. At this point, Osarseph changes his name to Moses. Obviously, this story about Moses has some parallels to the biblical story about Moses, but it also has some major differences. On top of this, Manetho's account and the biblical account both seem to have parallels to the reign of a historically verified pharaoh named Akhenaten, who lived around the same time as Moses and is mostly remembered for having promoted an early type of monotheism. But the bottom line is this. There are many different versions of the Moses story out there in the historical record, but none of them seem to line up nicely. The only common thread seems to be that he was some sort of renegade leader who introduced some bold ideas. In other words, based on other textual sources, there is nothing available that could be used to demonstrate that the details given in the Bible about Moses' life are historical. The third thing we need to consider is the possibility of bias in our various sources. And here, unfortunately, I think it is fair to say that no unbiased sources of Moses' life exist. The biblical account is obviously biased because the main point of the Bible is to promote a particular religious worldview. However, the non-biblical accounts are just as biased. most of them were written during the Hellenistic period, a time when anti-Jewish propaganda was common. So it's quite possible that the non-biblical versions of the Moses story were deliberately crafted to put some sort of a political twist on the Jewish version of the Moses story. What about the time difference for the various sources? As Al-Muqaddimah points out in his video about Muhammad, the amount of time between the death of Muhammad and the first mention of his name in a non-Islamic source is 8 years. And as Let's Talk Religion points out in his video about Jesus, the amount of time between the death of Jesus and the first mention of his name in a non-Christian source is 63 years. For Moses, it's a completely different story. Using round numbers, the amount of time between the death of Moses and the first mention of his name in a non-Jewish source is approximately 1,000 years. And even the time difference between the death of Moses and the earliest stage of the Torah's development is around 750 years. So considering the fact that the archaeological evidence contradicts the biblical account of Moses, and that there are numerous conflicting accounts of Moses' life in the various other textual sources, and that all of these textual sources are likely biased and were written many, many centuries after he supposedly lived, I think the only conclusion we can come to is that Moses is more of a legendary figure than a historical one. Now, this doesn't mean that he for sure didn't exist. It simply means that the information we have about him is probably a mix of truth and fiction. And we have no way of knowing how much is truth and how much is fiction, unless, of course, we rely solely on religious faith. But there's one more question that we haven't yet considered, and that is, what genre of writing was used in the biblical account of Moses? Like I said, ancient people did not always write history in the way that we write it today. For them, historical accounts were often far more literary in nature, and they mixed facts with embellishments in order to craft an overall story that made an important point, not one that simply recorded exactly what happened and when. There are many clear examples of literary tropes in the biblical story of Moses. For example, although he was born into a low-class family, he ended up being adopted into royalty. This is a common theme found in many ancient stories, as well as several modern ones. Even the fact that he was placed into a basket in a river was a common theme. One legend, a source for which is older than the Torah, states the following about Sargon of Akkad, who lived over 1,000 years before Moses and is well attested in the historical record.
My mother, the high priestess, conceived. In secret she bore me. She set me in a basket of rushes. With bitumen she sealed my lid. She cast me into the river which rose over me.
Then there's the familiar trope of the prince or princess who wanders out of the palace one day, only to discover how hard life is for the everyday folk. Or the hero who has to go on the run, only to come back and accomplish some major feat at some later point. Even the parting of the Red Sea has much in common with ancient hero stories. Long before the Bible started to be written, crossing an important body of water was often used as a metaphor for leaving behind an old life and beginning a new one. I could go on, but my point is this. The biblical story of Moses is a beautifully crafted work of literature that took common themes and images used at the time and wove them together to create a new story, one that explained Israel's origins and defended their most deeply held beliefs. Think of it this way. There are many Americans today whose ancestors were not at Plymouth Rock or around during the American Revolution. but they still celebrate Thanksgiving and the 4th of July. Likewise, even if the ancestors of most ancient Israelites weren't involved in a major exodus from Egypt, or even if the exodus never happened at all, the point is that the story and what it symbolized to them became an important part of their national identity. And not only that, the story of Moses also went on to inspire people in other parts of the world as well. So, in my view, the fact that it is not 100% historical doesn't lessen its value at all. For well over 2,000 years, the story of Moses has both inspired those who have been oppressed and instructed those with power not to do the oppressing. A common theme found throughout the Torah is this one: "You shall not wrong a stranger or oppress him, for you were once strangers in the land of Egypt." Considering the fact that racism and xenophobia are still major problems in the world today, I think a more important question than "Did Moses exist?" is, are we going to take to heart the main lesson from his story? As a reminder, be sure to check out the videos on Jesus and Muhammad.
All right, before I go to Abraham, right, because I'm going to do a lot of talking with Abraham, I want to make something clear to everybody that's watching. The consensus of scholarship basically said between the 6th and the 5th century BC, that's when the final form of the Torah was in place. So that means the story of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses is being weaved together in late Persian period, early, what do you call it period? Hold on one second, family. All right, so I just want to make that clear before I go into Abraham. All right, so now I'm going to put this on. I'm going to put this on the screen. This is one of the books that were used today, and I want to make it clear to everybody. Just because it's in a book, don't make it 100% true. But we're gonna think about this and look at the notes from this book regarding Abraham and how we look for Abraham. So you saw the methodology that's being used, right? One of the problems with Abraham is Abraham doesn't fit, as I originally believed, what's called an eponymous ancestor. All right. Hold on one second. All right. So let's take a look at some of the things that's written in Inhabiting the Promised Land, exploring the complex relationship between archaeology and ancient Israel as depicted in the Bible. And anybody who wants to jump on the panel, we're going to jump on the panel. You could jump on the panel. All right. All right. One of the things that scholarship looks at, right, is basically why a story is written, how it came to what it's used to. All right. So as far as methodology is concerned, you need what's called a framework. So if anybody wants to discount what you're saying, at least you're following some sort of methodology. What scholars have is what's called a historical anchoring. What they look for when deciding if a figure is historical. So historians don't ask, did this person really exist? They do not start with theology or tradition. They use what's called historical anchoring as a criteria. The more anchors you have, the stronger the case is. So let's take a look at some of the primary historical anchors to prove if Abraham is a real person. Without these are what I would call the gold standard. And I want you to listen to me carefully. Without these, historicity becomes extremely weak. 1. Contemporary inscriptions. Do we have that of Abraham? Names carved on stone, clay tablets, stele seals, written during the person's lifetime. Do we have independent external sources mentioned in texts outside the tradition that reveres them? Example in Egyptian, Assyrian, or Babylonian records. This is very important. I want everybody to listen. So I gave you 2: contemporary inscriptions, independent external sources. The third one is synchronisms. The person is tied to verifiable kings, dates, wars, or treaties. Example, X ruled during the reign of King Y of Assyria. Number 4, administrative documentation. Hold on one second, family. All right. So we pretty much have contemporary inscriptions, independent external sources, synchronisms. The person is tied to verifiable kings, dates, wars, or treaties. Number 4, administrative documentation, tax lists, land grants, census records, legal contracts. And 5th, archaeological correlation, material culture that matches the narrative, settlements, destruction layers, temples. So now you have that's the A gold standard. So now you have a silver standard, which is the B, the secondary anchor, supportive but not decisive. These can help only if primary anchors exist. Multiple independent traditions, separate sources that don't depend on each other. Number 7, geographical precision, accurate place names that fit the claim time period. Number 8, cultural specificity, customs unique to a narrow historical window, not generic. Number 9, a realistic demography, lifespans, family sizes, migration patterns consistent with archaeology. And number 10, linguistic period fit, names and terms match the era linguistically. Now I'm gonna give you 10 more, but these are what you call red flags or negative indicators. These actively weaken historicity. Number 11, total silence in contemporary records. That's big. Number 12, late literary appearance. Number 13, anachronisms, later people, cities, technologies. Number 14, mythic or symbolic names. Number 15, theological framing over biography. Number 16, idealized lifespans, 120 to 175 plus years old. Number 17, narratives explaining origins instead of events. Number 18, founder figure role. Number 19, absence from early prophetic memory. Number 20, presence only after national crisis like an exile. Abraham, if we look at it, fails nearly all primary anchors and triggers many red flags. So already, based on the methodology, he doesn't fit the criteria of somebody with historicity. That doesn't mean 100% Abraham don't exist, just for the record, for everybody that's watching. Because I know we have religious people watching, and I know we're sensitive, but we're talking from a historical, critical method perspective. All right? I just want to make it clear. Does Abraham fit the mythic etiological ancestor pattern? He's a core mythic ancestor template. Appears at the beginning of national history. Has no contemporary records. Name has symbolic or explanatory meaning. He explained the peoplehood, the territory, the covenant/law, the rituals. Interacts directly with gods. Acts as a bridge between myth and history. Produces multiple descendant groups. Exists in a timeless or vague era. His story is structured as moral theological narrative. He gains prominence after identity crisis. Abraham specifically fits this template. His name means father of many nations. Remember in Genesis, I think it's Genesis 7, he talks about his name is from Abram to Abraham, and his name means father of many nations. That's class etiology right there. He explains how you have the Israelites, the Ishmaelites, the Edomites, the Ammonites. He explains through his history how they existed. His ritual origin is circumcision. His covenant origin is a divine promise. There is a land claim to Canaan, which is the promised land. His chronology is actually vague. His lifespan is 175 years. There's no external evidence of him. And the pre-exilic prophets are pretty much, not all of them, they're pretty much silenced on him. But they're prominent after the exile. I'm talking about the Babylonian exile. So before that time period, this is why I showed the consensus, the scholarly consensus of when the book was written and the storyline was put together between the 7th century. Now, a matter of fact, they think it's written, the consensus right now is more of like a late Persian, early Hellenistic period. That's where they're moving towards right now. Do we have cross-cultural examples of the Abraham story? Is the Abraham story unique? No. Do we have founders of empires? Do we have miraculous birth, divine favor? We have it in Mesopotamia. We have it in Greece. We have it in Rome. We have it in Moab. We have it in Israel. We have it in Abraham, of course, father of many nations. He's an etiological ancestor. Scholars are not basically saying Abraham is fake. They're saying Abraham functions exactly like a mythic etiological ancestor, not like a historically anchored individual. Historians basically look for contemporary evidence, external confirmation, and historical anchoring. Abraham has none. Instead, he appears late, has a symbolic name, fathers of many nations. He explains the origins, rituals, land, and identity of Israel. He's absent from a lot of the early prophetic memory and fits the same mythic ancestor pattern used across the ancient world. That would make him an etiological ancestor, not a historically verifiable person. I just want to start off by making that claim. All right. Hold on one second, family. Let me get to something that's very important right here. Hold on day. One of the stories that actually do a lot of explaining that's very similar to Abraham. Because when you look at the etiological, why we use the term etiological instead of eponymous? Because eponymous, Dan would be an eponymous ancestor for the Danites. Abraham don't fit. There's no people from him that fits his name, Abraham, father of many nations, that you could say, hey, they come from Abraham. He's basically put in the storyline and what we would call etiological markers. His name explains his role. He's the father of many nations. He explains why nations exist. He explains why the land belongs to Israel. He explains the religious customs, birthright, circumcision. Appears late in textual memory. He's missing from early prophets before the Babylonian exile. He's theological shaped, and there's no external confirmation for this guy called Abraham. Why scholars call Abraham an etiological ancestor? Because Abraham answers the questions. Why Israel exists, why Israel has land, why Israel practiced circumcision, why Israel relates to neighboring peoples, why Israel believes it was chosen. That is exactly what an etiological ancestor is designed to do. Historical figures leave evidence. Etiological ancestors leave explanations. I'm going to say that again. Historical figures leave evidence. Etiological ancestors leave explanation. Abraham leaves explanations. All right, let me get into some of the anachronisms with Abraham and why people look at him in a funny way. Because sometimes when you're telling a story, right? Remember, people believe that the Bible is the word of God. Why tell a story? This is my issue with Abraham. Why tell a story that's attached to lies? So even if you have a tradition and you say it's anachronism, how did this anachronism come about? Why is it coming about to explain Abraham when Abraham is somebody who's literally around us every day, that we should have a true story that comes out through oral tradition? Genesis 17:5. I said 7 earlier, my bad. Your name shall no longer be Abram, but Abraham, for I have made you the father of the nations. Father of many nations. Why this matters? or real historical figures are named first, then remembered. Abraham is the opposite. The meaning of the name explains the role, not the role explaining the name. That is classic etiology. Abraham explained nations that already existed. Isaac, nation Israel. Ishmael, Arabs. Midian, Midianites. Others are many nations. Genesis 12 to 50 is ancestral saga, not history. The scholars classify it as ancestral legends, tribal origin stories, foundation myth. It explains again why Israel exists, why Israel owns land, why Israel conflicts with neighbors, why Israel is chosen. And how we know he's an etiological ancestor. I'm going to tell you why. His name functioned as father of many nations. It's a title, not a birth name. The name change explains the theology. It's to explain covenant ideology. No one else named this historically. No contemporary instructions with Abraham as a personal name. B, geography and anachronisms. Dan did not exist in Abraham's time. Genesis 14:14 says Abraham went to Dan. There's no Dan, so we know that's an anachronism, and that's at the northern part that he's doing. Dan did not exist until Judges 18 centuries later. This is a retrojection by later writers projecting backwards. The Philistines, number 5. Philistines appear too early. Genesis has Abraham interacting with Philistines. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Philistines appear archaeologically around 1200 BC, not 2000 BC. That's 800 years too early. So that's, again, anachronism. That's a problem. If this is true, why do you need to write retroactively and place him with people that didn't exist in that time period? It couldn't be an oral tradition, because the oral tradition wouldn't have mentioned Philistines because they didn't exist during Abraham's time period. Ur of the Chaldeans is late. Chaldeans appear in the first millennium BC, not Abraham's era. Why is this a problem? Because the Chaldeans, we don't know about them as far as Israel is concerned until around the 6th century BC. During the Babylonian time period, some of the priesthood were called Chaldeans, and Chaldeans didn't come into the area until the 9th century BC. So that's a problem for Abraham. How is he connected with Ur of the Chaldeans or even that area? Why would they write that? Of course, because the writing is late after the Babylonian exile. That's when the story is being put together. Number 7, Abraham explained Israel-Edom relations. Jacob-Esau story mirrors the later Israel-Edom conflict. Number 8, Abraham explains Israel-Arab relationships with the Isaac-Ishmael story. Remember, the Arabs were transferred or deported from Arabia to Israel by Tiglath. If it's not Tiglath-Pileser, it's Sargon II. I think it's Sargon II that transferred them, deported them, Arabs who were paying tribute to Israel. So that could explain how there's an Arab-Israel Isaac-Ishmael story, because Arabs came in the region. So after the 5th century, traditions had to include, remember, he's father of many nations. So now he's have an Arab-Israel story with Isaac and who's and Ishmael. Number 9, Arab explains lands. God promised land justifies later territorial claims to Canaan. Number 10, we have a doublet, where it's 2 story told. Well, actually, it's a triplet. The wife sister story appears 3 times with Abraham and the Pharaoh, Abraham and Abimelech, and again, Isaac with Abimelech. Real history doesn't repeat like folklore. So this story, by the way, Abraham and Isaac story, is actually the same thing. And I could get into that shortly, but I don't even want, you know what? I don't want to diverge, but let me get into that for a quick second right here. This right here. Look at this right here. Boom, 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 boom. Where is it at right here? Can I find it? Lord God, poor me. So much doublet story. Here we go. But you know what? I can't even go into it because I don't think the slides are actually, that's not bad. So we have the famine account. Isaac moves on account of a famine. We have the same storyline with Abraham. Abraham moves on account of a famine, which is earlier. Who settles in Gerar? Isaac settles in Gerar in Genesis 26:6. Abraham settles in Gerar, which was ruled by Abimelech. And then Abraham moved to Gerar, which was ruled by Abimelech in Genesis 20. It's the same story being told the same time. The wife-sister story is told 3 times, but Isaac passes off Rebekah as his sister in Genesis 26. Abraham passes Sarah off twice, once in Egypt, and then again, as in the Isaac story in Gerar. It's the same story. It's told twice. How do you explain an oral tradition that's telling the same story twice? This is what me and Tazaryach actually on Sarnetta, he had made a presentation. I talked about it. Then I did a presentation on Sarnetta about it to contradict him and beat him up. It's the same story told twice. But if you don't know the scholarship on it, you can't speak on it. It's the same story. The wife, sister, they did everything the same. The oath to get Beersheba. How did Beersheba get its name? There's 2 traditions. One in Genesis 21 or 20. One in Genesis 21 and one in Genesis 26. So they both have an oath and how Beersheba get its name. See right here. Beersheba, the place where Isaac swears. Right here. Why are we playing games? Abraham too swears an oath there. Both of them is the reason why Beersheba got its name. Both of them. Can't be both. But it's the same story that's being told twice. It's the same story. It's not my fault. Y'all don't study the Bible. Y'all just want to believe in stuff. Then Isaac, you see why Isaac got his name, 3 wells and their names. Right here. Beersheba. But we have the archaeology with Beersheba now to see where our Beersheba got its name and what time period. And this is what is Beersheba? And this is the point. This is where Beersheba is, right? Beersheba is a town, right? And this is from the Wikipedia article, Iron Age. And you see, it dates to about 11th century BC. So now that's a problem because Beersheba is talked about with Abraham retroactively. It was not occupied until 11th century BC. Abraham was around 2000 BC. So that's another problem. Philistines were not in the region until the 13th century. So the Isaac and the Abraham story is false. Why are you telling why is your oral tradition based off a false history if you have the truth? It can't be true. Both of them can't be true. I'm not knocking the Bible, but you just got to understand what you're reading. This is why knowing the history is very important. And you can't say, oh, they don't want us to know the truth. They're hiding it. Da, 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 da. Yeah, the same people that translate your Bible culturally is the same people that's doing the archaeology. Why would they? Isaac names the wells in Gerar, then goes to Beersheba. See? He goes to Beersheba, increase the number of your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham. So you see the same story being 12 twice. Abimelech. So Philistines wasn't in the area until the 13th century, family. So this story it's impossible. Abraham names Beersheba because of an oath. All right, so Beersheba and Gerar. Oh, man. But let's move on. Let's get back to more of this scholarship. Multiple covenant versions. Different covenant stories contradict each other. Mythic patterns. Divine call, journey, promise. miraculous birth at old age, long lifespans, 175 years old. Comparative mythology, we have Aeneas from Rome, who was chosen by God, journeyed from whole land, destiny to found people. He had a very similar story like Abraham. Literary and redaction evidence. Genesis finalized in the first millennium, long after Abraham's supposed life, reflects later Israelite worldview. No external confirmation, no inscription, no records, no archaeology for Abraham, despite thousands for lesser figures. Your specific question. All right. So again, Abraham does not explain history. History explains why Abraham was created. Again, Abraham does not explain history. History explains why Abraham was created. All right. I want to get into the anachronisms, and then I'm finished with Abraham completely. Hold on a second. Let me get this right here. All right. Anachronisms connected to Abraham. Philistines, Genesis 21 and 26. Philistines arrived 1200 BC, 800 years after Abraham. Domesticated camels. Camels not domesticated until the first millennium BC. There were camels, but they weren't domesticated. The city of Dan, Dan not named until Judges. Hittites in Canaan. Genesis 23:7 to be exact. Hittites never lived in Hebron region. So that's not even true. But the Hittites of the Bible, though, in defense of the Bible, the Hittites in the Bible are Canaanites. They're not the historical Hittites. Arameans reference, Genesis 25:20. Arameans rise centuries after Abraham. Chaldeans appear 900 BC. Kings listed in Genesis 14. This is one of the most egregious faults with this era of the biblical text. In Genesis 14, no such kings are known historically. So in Genesis 14, all the kings that are listed, I think 4 or 5, this is very important. None of them are listed. None of them are known in history. They can't find none of them. So if I'm carrying on an oral tradition that's true of my family line, why would you make up a whole kings list that never existed? Why would they do that? That don't make no sense. Hebron existing, city founded much later, Genesis 13:18. Political structure mirrors Iron Age throughout. The use of Philistine king title Abimelech. Again, Philistines are absent until the 12th century. Naming conventions, not old Akkadian period. The naming conventions match later Hebrew. The wise sister doublet, literary duplication shows composite source. Territorial promises reflect a Davidic empire, not early 2nd century. Kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, unrealistic in Genesis 14. Cities not found archaeologically as described. Let me see what else. Abraham's lifestyle is unrealistic. So for what we have, we looked at it from a scholastic perspective. He doesn't fit a historical individual. He fits more of an etiological ancestor, which is fine. It shouldn't. Nobody should be crying about this because we didn't live back then. We don't know what's going on back then. But the issues with the anachronisms is very damaging because you don't create a history. Why would you create a history where none of the things are true? That don't make any sense to me. Because if you're saying, hey, this guy here is real. Hold on a second here. This is some of my old notes. After a century of exhaustive investigation, all respectable archaeologists have given up hope of recovering any context that would make Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob credible historical figures. I'm not saying it. It's the scholars that's saying it. Not Garfield, not out of my mouth. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to find something here. Trying to find something regarding Abraham. Oh, okay. This is no, actually, this is not it. That's not it. Here we go, right here. Abraham got 99 problems, but historicity is one. So this is one of my oldest from like around 7 years ago. Problems in Genesis. All these stories on your screen can't be historical. So if you're saying it's an oral tradition of Abraham, so it wasn't written down. So when the oral tradition was written down, it was a lie. The kings in Genesis is damaging. The Philistines, Abimelech, Hittites, Arameans, Sodom and Gomorrah, Beersheba. He couldn't have been alive at those time periods when it happened, according to the chronology, even within in the internal evidence of the Bible. So that don't make any sense. I'm just saying, y'all could draw your own conclusions, but I've definitely put out everything that needs to be touched on as far as this guy is concerned. All right. Anybody want to come up? We got a long road to go. A long way to go. Let me take this off the screen. We got a long way to go. Long, long way. Let me put this on the screen. This is one of the best books out there. All right, a long way to go. Let me go back to my notes. All right. I'm gonna look up this word right now. We're gonna talk about Hebrew idioms, and I wanna put forward a definition of idioms first. What does the idiom mean before we get into examples? So let me take this off the screen. Garfield just rambling at this point. Unbiased read gratitude. All right, let me see if there's any comments that I need to respond to without emotion. African Online TV, peace and love to you, bro. I ain't see you in a minute. Share the show, like the show. I'm blocked on Facebook, so I can't even share my show no more. Peace and love. I ain't know Brother Reggie was in here. Come learn something, Brother Reggie. All right, what's up, CB? You want to say something?
Peace. Happy New Year, Garfield. Happy New Year, bro.
Peace and love. I hope your Christmas was good. I'm good.
You know, I thought about my mom, but you know, first year without my mom, it was rough.
Rough, definitely, definitely.
But you know, I appreciate you for the information you just been dropping. You know, it's crazy because most of the books that you be showing, if these people who believe this want to get a better understanding, they will actually grab some of the books, like the Jonathan Adler book you posted. And I have that book. I was able to get it free. Like I get a lot of my books. I'm able to get PDFs of them. I haven't read anything but maybe the first few pages, and I don't even remember what he was saying. But it goes back to some other book that I read, like The Origins of Judaism, by Robert Goldenberg, and The Origins of Judaism for Muslims by Reuben F. Firestone. And they both said that in both of those books, it both said that there is no historical evidence of any of the people like Abraham, Moses, and all them outside of the Bible. So they were basically saying they're etiological ancestors or stories to help a group of people figure out who they are in the world.
Hey, what's up, Reggie?
And I did shows on those 2 books. The last 2 I mentioned.
I'm in Connecticut now, so I don't mess with Brahms niggas no more. Nah, let me stop.
I want to say Happy New Year to you, Brother Garfield, and your
Same
family.
to you, my brother. Same to you.
And you know, we were communicating on one fateful New Year's 2 years ago or 3 years ago. You remember that so-called what's his name? Jabari debate, right? We were communicating. But I do want to commend you for your work on the biblical narrative in contrasting it with real history is almost impeccable. I think that, of course, you're the top on that, giving real methodology and showing sources. And so every time I come on your show, I actually learn something directly from you. So it's been a pleasure, and this is a new year. So I'm just happy that I've been around on your walk. People take living people for granted. You know, they only care about them when they're dead ancestors so that they can repackage without any how can I say pushback. So people will years after you're gone, they're going to push back and talk for you because you can't talk for yourself. But while you're here, you've given the community one of the best frameworks to study biblical work. And of course, even if people go on and do different things, you've laid a great foundation. And so it's been my pleasure to work with you and see your growth, because you can actually really learn from what you talk about. And
that's a fact. I have to agree, because I've learned so much just from listening. Do you remember when I first joined the panel, Garfield, about the word believe? Do you see the evolution? I've evolved just from listening to you, Reggie, Aunts, and those types of people who challenge me to challenge myself.
Yeah. And I also want to say, I didn't hear Garfield speak. Are you still listening, Garfield, or did you take a
I'm
break?
right here, my brother. You know I can't multitask, so I'm tired.
Yeah. So I want to let the community know. I don't care who's called the professor, who whatever. If you take, because we didn't have that debate between Brother Garfield and Osase, right? Looking at it right now, right? Like, you would see that Garfield's methodology, right, on the subject would have been just so much more tremendous. In the years following that, in 2 years following that, we have not seen Osase present anything major to our community. Yeah, he comes on and he debates on Sarnetta's platform and stuff like that when he debates, but the methodology, you just don't get a sense of that, right? So that's why I'm saying, please don't take the people that are here, for the most part, don't take Brother Garfield for granted, right? But there's a huge methodological gap in our community, especially with people who believe. When people believe, they think that they got the word of God or netters with them. Well, with Jabari, netters are just energies, impersonal energies. But you don't you don't learn anything from them that you can't go and research yourself. It's all regurgitation. The difference between Garfield is giving you contrast and methodology. I think that's all I really want to say to our community. Don't take Brother Garfield's work for granted, because in our community, Who else do we have? Well, we have Sabio. Sabio, and don't take Sabio for granted. These are people that I like, their work, right? So, and there's people whose work I don't like, I don't respect, because it doesn't have a range in methodology or methodology in itself. It's just belief, right? Okay, I said enough.
All right, cool. Let me get into this real quick. So an idiom, ladies and gentlemen, is a group of words established by usage as having a meaning not deducible from those of the individual words. So it rained like cats and dogs. I see the light. So when somebody says it rained like cats and dogs, it basically said it rained extremely hard. So if you're translating a Hebrew idiom, and this goes to the whole thing about knowing Hebrew and learning Hebrew that my sister Meek has been posting lately. If you're going to say you want to learn the culture, Hebrew idioms is one of the ways that the culture is, the writings are dated. So when you look at the core, you have core Hebrew idioms. Like when it says uncover the nakedness, it literally means you're exposing your nakedness. Its meaning is sexual relations. You see in Leviticus 18 and 20. When it says lift the face, when it says, let me give a better one. Walk before God literally means walk in front of God. No, it means live faithfully or uprightly. When it says literally, when it says no in a sexual sense, yada, it means to know, but it means sexual intimacy, like we see in Genesis 4:1 and Judges 19:25. So knowing the Hebrew idioms is important. A next good example is open the womb. Literally opener of the womb, but it means the firstborn. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, when we look at these Hebrew idioms, how do you know how to translate it into English if you're not familiar with the culture? So learning the Hebrew or having the basics, I should say. When it said the seed as descendants, it literally means seed, meaning offspring or lineage. Face to face means literally face to face, but it doesn't mean a direct encounter, not physical vision. So when all these things are used within the culture, this is why learning the language and learning the culture is important if you really want to move forward with this religion as you pretend to say you do. Now, let me look at my agenda. I said Hebrew idioms, literary devices used in the Old Testament. Let me take a look at this real quickly. So literary devices that's used in the Old Testament is an important topic, because if you're trying to say you know the culture, this is why a lot of us respect a priest Daniela, a Tazaryach, a Katazar, a Zion Lex, a Divine Prospect, because those brothers, whether we like them or not, they're doing the more reading and the teaching than anybody else. The Hakah, the Hassad, the Guerrilla Hebrews, the Tahar, the General Yohana, the IUIC folks, they're doing more studying. So you look at them as leaders of how you should use different things. But I know this is a question you should ask Captain Tazaryach. How do you translate Hebrew idioms into English? How do you do that? What type of literary devices are used? God as king. If you call God as a king, this is a metaphor. Our judge. It does mean it's exercising authority. The Lord is our judge, our king. It don't mean that the Lord is a literal judge. But we take it literally, like in Isaiah 33:22 and Psalm 47:7. God is the king of all the earth. Not literally he's some king sitting on a throne. He's just a ruler. He has authority over you. God as a rock. God ain't no damn stone. I heard Minister Farrakhan say this one day. God ain't no damn stone. It just means he's stable. It just means there's some sort of reliability when it comes to him. You could stand on him. He's immovable. He's protective. God as a husband. You ain't married to God. It doesn't mean in that sense. It's talking about marital faithfulness. That's all it is. Let me give one more metaphor. But let me say this though. I'm gonna go through a list of God is a rock, God is reliable and protective, life is a path, sin is a disease, sin spreads and harms like illnesses. But let me do this. I want to go through a list of literary devices that the Bible use. And you could clip this, research this on your own, whatever. Literary devices used in the Bible, figurative language, like a metaphor, saying one thing is another to convey a meaning. The Lord is my shepherd. Or a simile, comparison using like or as, like a tree planted by water. Personification, giving human traits to non-humans. Wisdom cries aloud in the streets. Anthropomorphism, describing God with human features, the hand of the Lord. Anthropopathism, attributing human emotions to God. The Lord regretted. Hyperbole, gross exaggeration, that's what it means. But if your eye causes you to sin, pluck it out. Idioms, fixed expression whose meaning isn't literal. Stiff-necked people. It don't mean literally your neck stiff. It does mean you're stubborn. Poetic and structural devices. Parallelism, synonymous, antithetic, synthetic, climactic. Chiasm, ideas mirror each other. Inclusio, repetition, acrostic. Another one is merism. Two extremes used to mean everything, heaven and earth. That's under the merism. You have narrative devices, motifs, foreshadowing, irony, dramatic tension, dialogue, rhetorical devices, parables, allegory, satire, polemic, woe oracles, blessings, curse formula, apodictic law, absolute commands, you shall not, treaties, structured, borrowed from ancient treaties, preamble, historical prologue, stipulations, blessings and curses like Deuteronomy 28. Symbolic and theological devices. So all these things are going on here. I mean, theological framing devices, exile, return pattern, chaos, Kampf, God conquers chaos. So the Bible is not a single literary style, but a library of genres that use metaphors, poetry, narrative, law, rhetoric, and symbolism to communicate the overall theology of the text. Misreading these devices, especially treating figurative language literally, leads to major interpretive errors. All right. I'm going to look at Deuteronomy 28. And I'm changing the topic right now. I'm going into Deuteronomy 28, and I want everybody to pay attention. Pay attention, pay attention. I'm going to go back to the slides. I do have something on Deuteronomy 28 in these slides. I just want to put it on the screen because that's what I'm going to be talking about. But I want everybody to pay attention because I think a lot of people are incorrect on their understanding of this text. So what I'm going to do is three different things. I'm going to respect you in where you're at. And I want you to respect me where I'm at. Hold on. As a matter of fact, you know what I need? I need to go into the slides with Tazaryach. I need to go into these slides. I just realized something. If we're going to talk about Deuteronomy 28, we got to get it right. We got to get it right. I mean, we're going to talk about Genesis 49 and stuff, but I'm not going to get to Genesis 49 right now. I want to deal with Deuteronomy 28. Deuteronomy 28. Because this is the most important scripture to Hebrew Israelites. All right, let's see what we got. All right, here we go. This is what I wanted. So this is Deuteronomy 28. What we're looking at, let me get this out of here, is the verses that talk about the actual land. And the reason why this is important, because we're going to look at the idioms and we're going to look at what these verses actually say. Because right here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11, and what's that? 8, 19, and 1, 20. So 20 verses refer to the land of Israel and not the land of the Americas. And the reason why I brought up idioms, it's gonna come all in fold. 1 second. You're gonna see where I'm going. All right. And anybody wants to join the chat and add on, if I'm wrong, come on and correct me. I don't mind being corrected. All right. Now, do we have literary devices dominating Deuteronomy 28? Because Deuteronomy 28 is based on a standard vassal treaty language, meaning it's talking about blessings and curses, hyperbole. It's using metaphors like yoke, iron, disease. You will be scattered among all nations. It uses merism from one end of the earth to the other, which is totality, not global geography. It uses stock curse language borrowed directly from Assyrian treaties. My brother Jabari, or Professor Jabari Asazi would say it's stolen from Assyria. Repetition and intensification. Now watch this, family. The scholarly consensus and within the academic community, this is what they say about Deuteronomy period. Hold on. No, that's the wrong list. Hold on there. All right. So the question on the table is, we just talked about idioms, right? So does Deuteronomy 28, does it use Assyrian idioms? And if it does, can we date the text of the Bible of Deuteronomy by using the Assyrian idioms? Because when did they have contact with the Assyrians? The 8th century BC. Judah had contact with them the end of the 8th century, 7th century BC, 701 BC until 612 BC, when they were paying tribute to them, right? Now watch this. Why would the writers of Deuteronomy, because my working angle is that Deuteronomy, the book, was written between the 7th century BC and the 5th century BC. That means in the 400 BCs and in the 600 BCEs, that's when it was written. That's my working theory. Part of my working theory is because of the Assyrian information that's within the text. I don't know if you guys know this, but Deuteronomy, I think it's 13. They said that the Assyrian text is pretty much copied within that text of Deuteronomy 13. Deuteronomy 28, we find word for word curses from the Esarhaddon vassal treaty. I remember when I introduced this on my timeline, boy, Divine Prospect stalked me for a week. He wanted the source because I showed where Deuteronomy 28 was reliant on the Assyrian text. So if it's reliant on the Assyrian text, that means it couldn't be written by Moses or earlier. It had to be written from that time period, 7th century BC. And my working point is from Deuteronomy is written. Let's take a look. I'm going to Google it right now. Deuteronomy was written when? Scholarly consensus. Let me share my screen. Let me Google it first. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I want y'all to look at this real quickly. If I'm wrong, jump on the panel and correct me. I don't mind being corrected. Garfield is lying. He hates being corrected, especially by me. All right, let me give you a timeout to go think about what you're talking about. The nutty Professor Garfield. What's up, Abisho? All right, so look at what it says on the screen. I just Googled it through AI. No, that's all. That's not even AI. The scholarly consensus generally places the composition of Deuteronomy's core material in the late 7th century, strongly linked to King Josiah 622. Those scholars debate layers of edited additions from the Babylonian exile and Persian period with some legal elements possibly echoing much older traditions. This is not Garfield making it up. This is a basic Google search. If you want to put it through AI, you could do whatever you want to do. But I'm going to tell you, I'm working with 7th century BC to 5th century BC. You're going to see why in a minute. All right. Now let me stop sharing and let me go back to my screen. Watch. I want y'all to watch this and watch carefully. All right. Remember, Deuteronomy 28 have verses where they're basically participating in the land. Now, what time period is this when they're operating in the land, when these things are happening? All right, we're going to take a look at it. And then we're also going to think about the literary devices that are being used. All right. Now, if we find Assyrian idioms in the 7th century BC, if we find Assyrian idioms, what does this actually mean here? Idioms, fixed phrases, and stock imagery used in a specific political legal culture. In the 7th century BC, Assyria ruled the Levant using vassal treaties. These treaties use standard curse language to threaten rebellion. Deuteronomy 28 uses the same kind of language. The key comparison text, the closest parallel is the vassal treaties of Esarhaddon. We have evidence of it from 672 BCE. Remember, 7th century to 5th century BC, Garfield, the working theory. I'm working with academia. That's where academia that's where they're at as far as Deuteronomy and the composition of Deuteronomy. These treaties were imposed on subject kings. They were read publicly. They were memorized and enforced with extreme curse rhetoric. Direct idiomatic parallels side by side with the Bible. Look at this. Disease as covenant punishment. Deuteronomy 28:22. Let's look on the screen. Is Deuteronomy 28:22 on the screen? Yes, it is. Between verses 21 and 24. So that was in the land of Israel. So let's take a look at what this actual idiomatic parallel is. The Lord will strike you with wasting, disease, fever, and inflammation. The Esarhaddon Treaty says, may sickness, disease, and plague cling to your body. What is the idiomatic feature? The disease. Disease. It's a covenant violation, not a medical description. So we see the disease being used in the Esarhaddon Treaty and also in the Deuteronomy 28:22. Let's look at this right here. Deuteronomy 28:53. Is that on the list here? Yes, it is. Let's go back to what the Assyrian says. You shall eat the fruit of your womb during the siege. All right. We're not going to talk about which siege it is yet. You will eat your sons and daughters in your hunger. Wow. So we have the same, this is stock siege curse hyperbole, not predictive history. So this is a curse. What will happen? You will eat your sons and daughters. You will eat the fruit of your womb. Whoa. Look at this. Deuteronomy 28:64. Don't we use this all the time to talk about the Lord will scatter you among all nations from one end of the earth to the other? Look at the Assyrian curse formula. May you be driven from your land and scattered among foreign lands. It's pretty much the same thing, not almost word for word, but the same meaning. This is imperial deportation language, not global geography. You are misunderstanding this. This is the Assyrian vassal treaty that the writers of the Bible is rewriting in their own terms. And you're saying, oh, that's us today. No, this is back then, because this took place in the land. Yoke and subjugation metaphor, Deuteronomy 28:48. He will put an iron yoke on your neck. The Assyrian royal idiom says, I place my yoke upon them. Yoke is similar. It's an idiomatic feature that means political domination, not slavery. Political domination. If you read Jeremiah 28:13 and 14, it also talks about the yoke during the Babylonian captivity. Again, my working theory is Deuteronomy is written from the 7th century BC to the 5th century BC. Now, look at this one right here. Your sky shall be bronze and your earth iron. The Assyrian treaty. May heaven withhold rain. May the earth not yield produce. The idiomatic feature is cosmic imagery. It's a total economic collapse, not meteorology. Wow. Now, Joshua Berman, Marquet Smith, Jeffrey Tigay, Moshe Weinfeld, who is my favorite scholar when it comes to Deuteronomy, and about Abraham. Deuteronomy mirrors Neo-Assyrian treaty structure. This is not Garfield making this up. The cursed language is imperial rhetoric, not prophecy. Deuteronomy 28 reflects Assyrian political theology. Deuteronomy belongs to 7th century covenant ideology, not earlier periods. When we're interpreting Deuteronomy 28, it's attached to ancient Near Eastern treaty curses. Its purpose is to enforce loyalty, and the audience is Iron Age Israel/Judah. Deuteronomy 28 uses Assyrian treaty idioms almost verbatim, and this firmly anchors the chapter in the 7th century BCE. All right, hold on 1 second. All right, hold on. Hold on, the family. I was going to get to something else, but I got to finish this first. All right, we're going to get into some more of the hold on a second. I'm going to be on Deuteronomy 28 for, I would say, another 15 minutes. Because I know all everybody care about is the verse 68, but no, we got to look at this in a strong, simple manner that makes sense. All right, the curses in Deuteronomy 28, verse 15 to 68 correspond closely with the Assyrian treaty language, historical events of the Assyrian and Babylonian conquest between the 8th and the 6th century BC, archaeological and textual evidence for siege, exile, and Judean migration into Egypt and Mesopotamia. In short, Deuteronomy 28's curses are not distant prophecies, they are theological commentary on the lived history of Judah between the 7th and the 5th centuries BC. Again, ladies and gentlemen, my working theory agrees with academia, 7th century and 5th century BC. So what about Deuteronomy 28:68? What about ships? What about ships, Garfield? How you ain't going into the ships yet? Watch this. I want everybody to watch this. I got 128 people in the audience. We had up to almost 200 earlier. I guess they don't like the Deuteronomy 28 argument. Are they impatient? Oh, you know what? I got the most viewers when I was beating up Tazaryach craziness. What's up, Dre? Now watch this, family. In Deuteronomy, right? Hold on there. Deuteronomy 28:12. I always talk about how the Jews were lending money to other nations. Do you have a time in your history when you're lending money to other nations? Because this was a blessing. I point this out in the 5th century BC, during the Persian era, how Jews have their own economic or a banking system when they're lending money to other nations. You show me anywhere else where this is attainable in history. Possibly during the first millennium of the Jews in Algeria, because they were called the Rothschilds of their day. I don't know if they were receiving or lending out money, but that's the only other people I could think about, and those were Jews, Orthodox Jews. But in the 5th century, again, my working theory is 7th century to 5th century BC. All right. Let me see if we have any. Let me see what we have here.
So Garfield.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Let me ask you a question, because from what you was just breaking down, it seems that the people who are misinterpreting these things, they're retrofitting, they're trying to retrofit what the Bible is actually saying into what they wanted to say. And not actually looking at the historical elements or the historical things that was actually happening when these verses was written down. They're force-fitting them to fit the particular angle that they want to push. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and this is important. I want everybody to listen to this. Deuteronomy 28:15. If you will not obey, all these curses shall come upon you. Look at what the Vassal Treaty says. If you do not keep this oath, all these curses will fall upon you as a sign before gods and men. This is pretty much word for word, family. This is from the translation from Parpola and Watanabe. They're using the same legal logic and vocabulary. So this is how the scholars are dating, because they see the Assyrian idioms. Remember I talked about Hebrew idioms earlier. These are Assyrian idioms in the biblical text in Deuteronomy 28. Between the 7th century and the 5th century, all these things in Deuteronomy 28 has happened. And I'm going to prove it before I get out of here. Again, if you will not obey, all these curses shall come upon you. If you do not keep this oath, all these curses will fall upon you. Pretty much word for word. Where did the Bible writers get it from? Why are you using Assyrian idioms if Moses, is this coming from Moses' time period? It can't be Moses' time period.
It didn't just drop out the sky to the Hebrew Israel. It didn't just drop out the sky to the Hebrew.
What's up, Gullah?
What's up with it, bro?
Hey, player 6461. Peace and love. Peace and love. Now, look at this now, family, as we go further. Pestilence, consumption, fever, inflammation, madness, blindness, confusion of heart. Look at what the Assyrian text says. May Ashur, Sin, Shamash, and Ishtar strike you with what? Fever, inflammation, burning heat, madness, and blindness. The same words used in Deuteronomy 28, 21, 22, and Deuteronomy 28, 28. They are taking Assyrian wordings. The same disease clusters in the same order appear in both texts. It's not coincidence, family. It is shared treaty curse language. In the words of Professor Jabari Osazi, they copied it. Where did they get it from? During the time period when the Assyrians was over them, you had to memorize the oath.
Yep. That was the Syrians was like the big brother. You know what I'm saying? They was like the big the you know what I'm saying, they was vassals to the damn Assyrians. So a lot of they culturalized, you know what I'm saying, by the time you know what I'm saying, the Persians ruled them, they brought a lot of their culture with them. And then too, they similar culture too, because shoot, the Syrians, they Semitic speakers too. So you know what I'm saying.
And Garfield, you know what? Another book that points that out is Jacob Wright's book, Why the Bible Began. He goes over some of those and he points out how the writers were using these things because they were in vassalage or underneath the rulership of certain Assyrian kings, and these teachings was in the air. They were oral stories being passed down, and there was also some literary things written down that these educated Jews or Hebrews would have been privy to. and they used them to formulate their narrative.
Yep.
The Lord will bring you and your king to a nation you have not known. I used to say this was Hosea, but it actually fits the king in Babylon in the 6th century when he was taken in the Jehoiakim tablets. He was taking him and his sons to a nation he did not know. The Babylonian ration tablets in the 6th century BC fits Deuteronomy 28:36. A Judean king literally in Babylon is archaeologically documented. This is a direct historical correspondence. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28:64. The law will scatter you among all nations. Oh, I read this earlier before. So they have something where they talk about scattering too. And one of the most important motifs and ships, Deuteronomy 28:68, the annals of Ashurnapal. Deuteronomy 28:68, returned to Egypt by ships sold as slaves. The annals of Ashurnapal, 667 BC. I ordered the kings of the seacoast to bring their ships with them. I crossed to Egypt. This is in Rassam Prism C. Corroboration, Judeans in Egypt, 5th century BC. The Elephantine Papyri, Jeremiah 43:7, Judeans flee to Egypt after 586. Why it matters. Egypt by ships is an Exodus reversal symbol grounded in 7th to 5th century BC maritime movement between Judah and Egypt. But this is an Exodus reversal where the person is saying, if you don't do these things, this is going to happen to you. So it don't have to happen, but it has nothing to do with 2,500 years later here in North America. And that's what the problem is. Hold on one second. Let me get some more of these things right here that's going on. I would love to ask the brothers and sisters, which Atlantic slave ship carried a Judean king to Babylon in 597 BC?
I know, that's crazy.
Egypt here in Deuteronomy 28:68 is an Exodus reversal theology, not modern geography. Judeans demonstrably went to Egypt in the 6th to the 5th centuries BC, and there's no primary places African-American slavery that's in the actual text, except you got people like Zion Lex saying, oh, it's Mizraim, so it's a dual prophecy. Mizraim, we know why it's Mizraim, y'all, because remember, there's lower and upper Egypt. So the Aim at the end is double. He's correct. But we know because you have two Egypts. You have a lower and you have an upper Egypt. That's why it's Mizraim. So don't let Zion trick you. That's what he does with the Brooklyn Magic. Garfield don't know what he's talking about. He don't know the Hebrew like me. I'm the Hebrew teacher. Patreon.com, learn Torah and can't spell Jerusalem. That's crazy. But anyway, Deuteronomy 28 is covenant theology written from the 7th to the 6th century imperial trauma using Assyrian treaty language, not prophecy written for modern history. And that's where a lot of us take it and go wrong with it. Let me go through some of the closest formulas again. Deuteronomy 28:15, if you do not obey the voice of Yahweh, all these curses shall come upon you. If you do not observe this oath, all these curses will fall upon you. Pestilence, consumption, fever, inflammation, burning heat. May the God strike you with pestilence, fever, inflammation, and burning heat. Pretty much word for word. Madness and blindness. Yahweh will strike you with madness, blindness, and confusion of heart. May Ninurta fill you with madness, blindness, and bewilderment. Bewilderment is pretty much the same thing as confusion of heart. Defeat before the enemies. You shall be struck before your enemies. May your enemy defeat you and pursue you wherever you go. You shall be struck before your enemies. Flee 7 ways. So pretty much, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read them out. Your carcass shall be food for birds of the air and beasts of the earth. May vultures of the sky and dogs of the street eat your flesh. Let me see what's going on here. Cannibalism. You shall eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your sons and daughters. May you eat the flesh of your sons and daughters. Verbatim. May brother turn against brother, friend against friend. The tender man begrudges his brother, wife, and children. Your sons and daughters shall be given to another people. May your sons and daughters be taken away from you. Yahweh will bring you and your king to another nation you have not known. May you and your rulers be carried off to a distant land. This is like almost word for word. Your rulers, your king. You shall be left few in number. May only a few of you remain alive. Yahweh will scatter you among all peoples. May you be scattered and deported to foreign lands. Among those nations you shall find no rest. May you wander without rest day and night. Oh, man. Look at this right here. Deuteronomy 28:46. This is one of the lines that these guys use. They shall be upon you for a sign and a wonder forever. Of course, this is hyperbole because it's definitely not forever. But look at what the vassal treaty says from the Assyrians. These curses shall stand as a sign before gods and men. Not about wonder forever, but again, they're using the same type of terminology. Curses, the word sign, the similarities are there. The same theory, the same mindset is still there. And this is sad. We gotta, if we don't see this, I don't know what to tell you. So you're fighting over Deuteronomy 28 in a prophecy when I'm showing you a direct correlation between Deuteronomy 28 and the vassal treaty of the Assyrians. The script, the manuscript of the Hebrew is using Assyrian idioms. If Moses wrote it, how could Assyrian idioms be in the book? It makes no sense, people. So you're saying Deuteronomy is for this? No, it's not. It's in the context. And even Herodotus wrote in the 5th century how the Syro-Palestinians, which he's talking about the era where the Israelites lived in Palestine, he's saying that they were transported from Israel to Egypt on ships. There's maritime expeditions showing a transportation from Judah to Egypt on ships. Whether it happened literally, but it's an Exodus reversal. This is what Moses is saying at Mount Ebal and the other mount. He's basically saying, hey, listen, if you don't go and live by these laws, these things are going to happen to you. You're going to get the blessings if you live right. You're going to get some curses. It's not a prophecy. It's a condition. If you don't live by the law, this is what's going to happen while you go in the land. We're going to take you from the land and reverse you and put you back in Egypt on ships. So you walked into Egypt the last time, but this time you're going to go on ships. That's all it's saying, family. And then when it says no man shall buy you, it's pretty much saying you're going to put yourself up for slavery. You are worthless to the people where the Assyrians brought you over here. Nobody wanted you. Nobody wanted no Israelites. For what? What want you for? You ain't got no purpose. So that's all that is saying. Again, it's literary devices being used, metaphors, similes, personifications, idioms. So you're saying, I will take you back to Egypt on ships. That could be an idiom. Have you thought about that? But it's considered an Exodus reversal. That's all it is. No big deal. No big deal. Pestilence, consumption, fever, inflammation. Pestilence, fever, inflammation, burning heat. Burning heat and fever. No, well, fever is there. Pestilence is there. Inflammation is there. So the burning heat and consumption. So this is clearest lexical overlap. Deuteronomy 28, 21, 22. Almost word for word. Madness and blindness. Deuteronomy 28, 28. Yahweh will strike you with madness, blindness, and confusion of heart. In the vassal treaty, you have madness, blindness, and confusion of heart. Same three afflictions in the same sequence. You're telling me they're not copying this? Whew. Whew, 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 whew. I don't know what else to give y'all, man. May your kings be taken to a distant land. Yahweh will bring you and your king to a nation you have not known. You shall be few in numbers. May only a few of you remain. You don't see a connection there? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's crazy.
This
There's a whole lot. Yeah, they're trying to
no rest. May you find no rest.
They don't want to see the connection.
Look at this. Deuteronomy 28, 61. Every sickness not written in this book. Any evil not written on this tablet. What is that? Yo, they shall be upon you as a sign and wonder forever, as a sign before gods and men. This is crazy. Moshe Winefield, the scholarship. The curses in Deuteronomy 28 are patterned directly after the Assyrian treaty curses of Esarhaddon. Moshe Winefield from Deuteronomy and the Deuteronomic School from 1972. Simon Parpola and Kazuka Watanabe, Neo-Assyrian treaties and loyalty oath. Standard Critical Edition of the VT using all modern comparisons. Jeffrey Tigay, Deuteronomy, the JPS Torah commentary. The sequence and phrasing of Deuteronomy 28 reflect Neo-Assyrian treaty formulations. Dennis McCarthy establishes Deuteronomy as a covenant document modeled on Near Eastern vassal treaties. I gave you 4 scholars, 4 PhDs. I don't know what else to tell y'all, family.
You know,
I don't know what else to tell y'all.
Garfield, I remember there was a word, I don't know who introduced it, but the cultural translation. Garfield, you remember us using that word.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Mikael, peace and love to you, Danielle. Danielle, turn off the background because you're playing your background in the back. Hey, Mikael, peace and love. Yeah, I never said it was an idiom. I said it could be, but it's Exodus reversal. Well, go ahead, Mikael.
Peace and blessings. How y'all doing?
All right, go ahead, my brother.
So I just want to say this, right? That you got the Talmud, you got the New Testament, you got the Quran. All those, they do the same thing that you saying, that these scholars that pulled up this writing, they're doing the same thing. All they do is take from the Torah and then call the Torah to not a lie, and then make up their own scenario and story out of what they took from it, and then say that's the false version of it. Again, just like how they did the New Testament and the Quran, especially. But the Jews did the book of the Talmud. They did it all. They doing all exactly the same thing. So that might be something that you're not looking at, because I won't call it a hatred, but it seems like a hatred towards the awakening of the Israelites.
Can you be wrong, brother?
Can I be wrong? Yeah.
Can your interpretation be wrong?
It's possible. I'm not perfect.
All right, let me ask you this, right? If you look on the screen, it says Deuteronomy 28 verses. If you can't read it, I'll read it for you. All right, I'm gonna read one for you real quickly. It says, the cricket shall possess all your trees and fruit of your ground. Does that relate to you?
No.
All right, what about this one? The Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth, swooping down like an eagle, a nation whose language you do not understand. A hard-faced nation who shall not respect the old or show mercy to the young. It shall eat the offspring of your cattle and the fruit of your ground until you are destroyed. It also not leave you grain, wine, or oil, the increase of your herd. What does that have to do with America?
Well, a lot of it had to do with what's going to happen to them before they entered America. So it's not just a one location prophecy. So things going to happen to them before. It's going to get taken away from them before they be made, because they're going to have it in their possession first.
Okay.
Then it's
what
going
about
to get taken away.
verse 52? What about verse 52? They shall besiege you in all your towns and your high and fortified walls. Where did that happen?
That's what happened to them. That's how they got kicked out.
Okay. All right. So this is a lot of scriptures that's in the land.
Saying that it never was a time that these people got killed for the evil that they did.
No,
See, the first 15 verses.
I'm not saying no to that. I'm just asking you. I'm asking this, right? And by the way, Dark Knight, that's a very good question, but we're doing that. Garfield, you got Captain Mad. Why Captain Mad? 4. Say my teach foolish. Why Captain gotta be mad? He gotta be mad. Just take that beating like a man. All right, Deuteronomy 28. One more thing I want to ask you before we go in. Do you have any records? Do you know of any records of Israelites being brought on ships back to Egypt, literal Egypt?
It's not a literal. It's not a literal
No,
Egypt.
I didn't ask that question. Let's do the question again.
No.
Do we have records of anyone being brought back to Egypt on ships?
Are you saying a literal? I mean, you got to tell me, is you saying a literal Egypt, or are you talking about the Egypt according to?
I'm not gonna go back and forth with you about literal right now, but I'm gonna get there in like a 1 minute. I'm gonna get there. I'm asking, do you have a record of them going back to Egypt literally? Does that record exist?
Not of us going back to the same Egypt that our ancestors were to. That's why I'm saying that you gotta.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Hold on a second. Don't do that. Listen to what I'm saying. Do we have a record in the annals of history of Israelites being put on ships and taken into Egypt?
No, I said no.
Okay. Do you know I just read that earlier? How come you didn't hear that? I had Ashurnapol, the annals of Ashurnapol, Rassam cycle C, Rassam C, where it states how they are taken on ships back to Egypt literally. And I'm going to make this last point, then I'm done with Deuteronomy. 1 second. Let me make this last point. If you look at this verse right here, hold on 1 second. Where's this verse at? Matter of fact, let me put it on the screen for you guys. I'm going to look at this verse right here. Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. I'm going to put it on the screen so everybody could see it. I'm going to use the KJV. I'm not going to use no other. Well, I should use something else, but I'm going to use the KJV because most of you guys use the KJV.
It don't matter which one.
It don't matter which one?
I read most of the KJV, but it don't matter which one.
All right. Now, if you look at the KJV, right? And the Lord shall bring thee into bondage again with ships. That's how you take it, right? You say that's bondage. By the way, look at this right here. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. Right here. What does that mean? What is it talking about? When it says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. What is it talking about?
It's talking about the lands that he showed them. They ain't gonna see that land no more again.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Say that again.
I said he's talking about the land that he showed Moses. By the way he showed him, he said those lands, they not gonna see that land no more again. They gonna be sold.
Which land is that?
The land that he was promising to them.
That's very interesting because when you look at this scripture right here, I'm going to show you something real quick, right? I'm going to show you something real quick. I'm going to go to the Bible Hub, and we're going to walk through this slowly because maybe your understanding is a little bit off, and I'm going to tell you why I disagree with you. All right? This is Bible Hub, right? If you look at the side right here, it says cross references. This is what Bible Hub does. So when you study in the Bible, it gives you a verse to go to show context of what it's talking about. You see, when it says, the Lord will send you back in ships on a journey I said you should never make again, or in the King James, by the way, whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. That would mean if Moses literally wrote this would have to have happened before he said this. So if Moses existed, say 1400 BC, that means before in the writing of Deuteronomy, that means in Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, up until verse 27, he said before what it says in the other versions, I promise you would never see again. I said you should never make again. Back in ships to Egypt. So he's referring to Egypt. Thou shalt see it no more again. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. So when did that happen? The only two times that happened. When did Moses when God came through Moses and said, "Thou shalt see it no more again." When did that happen in the Bible before Deuteronomy 28? That's the question I should ask. My bad.
In Exodus.
Hold on. I want the brother to look at it. I want him to look at it.
What you want me? I mean, which one am I looking at? You got different versions.
Deuteronomy 28 on the screen on the left-hand side, and I got cross references. But don't worry about the cross references. It says here, by the way, where if I spake unto thee, thou shalt see no more again. So I ask you, what would he not be seen no more again? Because he said, God said to them before, Deuteronomy 28:68, he said it to them before. So where did he say that before to them? Because now he's talking about literal Egypt, not a spiritual Egypt, not bondage. It has to be literal Egypt, because he's saying that you will not see it again. He never said before that you won't see a spiritual Egypt before. There's no records of that before that. That's what kills that argument. We got to use a precept. So the precept for this would be two: Deuteronomy 16:17 and Exodus 14:13-14. Those are the precepts, because one of the precepts is right here, Exodus 14. But Moses told the people, do not be afraid, stand firm, and you will see the Lord's salvation, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. So this is not spiritual. This is physical Egypt.
That's not talking about that.
Look at your head. Look at your head. You see, hold on, bro. Hold on a second. Before you say nothing, don't say nothing yet. This is what that part in the verse, no one can answer that, because Moses is talking, God is talking through Moses. And the Lord, it says at the beginning, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. You guys say it's bondage. I'm not saying that Egypt is not known for bondage, but I'm saying to you it's literal. And why I say it's literal is two reasons. One, he said, I spoke and told y'all, basically, you shall not see it no more again. Where we find that? Exodus 14:13, or we find it right here. I'm going to show you where else we find it. Right here. Let me scroll down. We're going to find it right here. See, right here, Deuteronomy 17:16. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to do what? To return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply for as much as the Lord said, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. That's literally what's in this verse right here. It says no more that way right here. By the way, which I said to you, you shall not see it no more again. So two places you see that. You see it in Deuteronomy 17:16, which is written technically before Deuteronomy 28. And then you see it again in Exodus, what? Right here. This is easy, yo. Exodus 14. The Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. So the Lord is saying in Deuteronomy 28:68, wherefore I told you before, you will not see it again. So he's going back on his word. That's what the Lord is saying. He said, I'm changing my mind. The Lord will send you. See, look at the verse. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. But this time with what? With ships. Because the last time, what happened? The 70 or the 75 went by foot from Canaan into Israel, into Egypt. So this time I'm going to take you back with ships. By the way, whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. When did he say that?
So let me ask you a question, man.
No, hold on. One more point I'm going to make. The third point I'm going to make is this. Hold on. One last point. Look at this now.
Oh, my goodness. Come on, man.
Listen to what I'm saying. The whole thing that I'm saying. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt. I'm saying it's physical Egypt. Again with ships. By the way, whereof I spake unto thee. Who did he speak to? He spoke unto the Israelites in bondage while they were in Egypt. He told them in Exodus 14 and Deuteronomy 17, you will not see Egypt again. And there, look at this. This is what kills the whole argument. T-H-E-R-E. Go back to prep school where we learn about T-H-E-R-E and T-H-E-I-R. T-H-E-I-R is possessive. You only. There is an actual location. So bondage is not a location. There is a physical location. Egypt. So what's going to happen in Egypt? Ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. You are worthless. The floor is yours.
Well, there is talking about it is not talking about the same Egypt. It's talking about the Egypt, like we said, the metaphorical Egypt that you said don't nobody understand metaphor or similes. Well, I do, because I'm always talking about metaphors and similes, and that's one that you're missing right there. So when it's talking about going into Egypt again and ships and chains,
Pardon me, you
it's
said what's a
talking, it's
metaphor
not
and a
talking
simile?
about
Hold on,
that.
hold
It's
on,
not
hold on.
talking about.
Rewind.
Hold on, bro. You just told
No,
me
rewind. You
you
said something
got
about a
you had
metaphor
one
and a
more point.
simile. What's a metaphor and a simile?
Well, simile uses like or as
No.
when
I'm
making
not asking you. I'm saying where in this verse is the metaphor and the simile?
the metaphor is Egypt. Is not is there's not the simile.
How's the metaphor
The
Egypt?
metaphor
Hold
is
on,
Egypt.
Samuel. What's the metaphor Egypt? Break that down for me.
But it is not in the land of Africa. It won't be the land of Africa. It's gonna be where he
What is the
scattered.
word that's used right there? Hold on 1 second. Let's do this. Look in the Strongs. Look right here. It's
Just
defined.
go on here. Hold on. We ain't gotta just go on here and talk since we ain't gonna have no conversation. You just
No.
you just
It says it
go
right
ahead.
here. Strongs
No,
4714.
I'm saying since you're gonna just keep talking every time I talk after you said you had one more thing to say, then I could talk. But now you're gonna keep cutting me off. So just keep on talking and then I just listen.
Strong's 4714 is Mitzrayim. It means upper and lower Egypt. That's what it means. I don't know what you guys are reading. I really don't know. I can't figure this one out.
That's because you ain't trying to hear. I'm trying to tell you, but you can't listen and talk at the same time. You only can see where I'm coming from by listening, but you really ain't trying to.
Okay.
That's why I really like getting. I just like really listening and saying what I like to say in the chat. But you say come up like it's gonna be a respectable conversation.
Go ahead.
And
I'm
then
gonna shut up.
and then you get the members.
Shut up. Go ahead.
Right. So the reason that I know it's not talking about the same Egypt that had to do with Moses and that Egypt and that captivity is because if you look at can you put on that screen Jeremiah chapter 23 and start it at the fourth verse.
Okay, there you go. It's on the screen, bro. Jeremiah 23:4.
No, I need the whole, not just that verse. I'm trying to read. It's just one verse.
I will place shepherds. Hold on, and I will set up shepherds over them, which shall feed them, and they shall.
That's just one verse. I'm trying to read the full scripture, though. I'm trying to read the verses. I just wanted to start at that one verse. I ain't wanted to only be that verse.
Oh man! All right, so let me go to because I rather use Bible.
My bad. I got my phone in my hand, so I don't have no computer.
All right, you can read it from your phone. It's fine.
It's gonna cut off. It's gonna shut it off. It's gonna cook.
All right, hold on. Let me get this for you. Hold on.
It's gonna kick me out the chat.
It's a Jeremiah 23, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, here you go. Woe unto the pastors. There you go.
Okay, so it's and I will set shepherds over them. Scroll up a little bit more so I can be able to read down.
This is just chapter 23.
Yeah, I know. I just said scroll up a little bit so I can see verse 7 and 8.
Oh, verse 7 through 8. All right, there you go.
I want to be able to see those verses too.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. It say okay right there. Hold on, come back down to verse 4. I want to put it back in.
Okay, go ahead. You got it.
Okay, there we go, right there. Okay, so it say, and I will set shepherds over them which shall feed them, and they shall fear no more nor be dismayed, neither shall they be lacking. Said, yeah, behold, the days come, said, yeah, I will raise unto David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his days, Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely, and this is the name whereby he shall be called, the Lord our righteousness. So here go the meat of it right here. It say, therefore, behold, the days come, said the Lord, that they shall no more say, the Lord lived, which brought up and which led the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. So that's the first Egypt. But the Lord lived, which brought up and which led the seed of the house of Israel out of the land of the north and out of all the countries, whether I have driven them, and they shall live in their own land. So that's the other Egypt that we're talking about. That's why we call it spiritual, because the first Egypt, they was physically in the land of Egypt going through that captivity. But when he said, I'm going to scatter you again on ships and chains, he was talking about scattering us throughout the four corners of the earth. So you can't scatter us throughout the four corners of the earth without using ships. So that's the metaphor of it. We scattered across the four corners of the earth. So now when the second Exodus happened, it's going to be so great, we ain't going to be talking about the first one that happened in the land of Egypt that's in Africa. It's going to be us coming out of the four corners of the earth.
Garfield, can I ask a quick question? At that time when they wrote this, what was the four corners of the earth to them, not to us? What was the four corners of the earth to the writers who wrote that?
That is not the writers who wrote that. That's the Most High who gave the writers. That's the Most High speaking in that.
Again, what was the four corners of the earth?
Is the four corners of the earth is always the same to the Most High. It don't change. So when you say what's the four corners of the earth to them, as if not the same, as if it's not the same to us, that's wrong. The four corners of the earth is still the four corners of the earth.
And wrong. Because the
wrong. It's actually wrong. That's why we tell y'all that the Israelites are only the ones who has to be gathered across the four corners of the earth. There ain't no other nation. What you saying that it was already written? What other people got scattered and went out through the four corners of the earth that must be gathered back to come back into their own land?
We didn't go to the four corners. We only went to the Western Hemisphere.
Right. Stop preaching. It's not gonna work. You're preaching to the wrong people. So again,
to the West,
unless you consider the Arabic slave trade, so people went into Asia, but
considering all that, the transatlantic, the Arabic, all that is the same. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
It ain't this though.
So again,
he talking about our tribes went to the West. I'm talking about the whole house of Israel. I ain't talking about, but particularly the tribe of Judah. We really went throughout the four corners of the earth.
Okay, cool. Again, now the four corners of the earth to them at that time was the lands that they were exposed to. That'll mainly be Asia, Eurasia, Africa. That's it.
So they was traveling through those areas on ships?
They weren't traveling all over the globe on ships.
Hold on, Savior. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
You said they was on ships?
Hold on 1 second.
They went through slavery in the four corners of the earth, traveling on ships.
Look at this right here. Look at the screen.
Stop slavery.
Can you see the screen? Hold on, Savior. Hold on, Mikhail. Now, when you read Deuteronomy 28, it's cute. We could draw all the conclusions we want to sound like we know what we're talking about. It says here in verse 1, and Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep all the commandments which I commanded to you this day. And it shall be on the day when ye shall pass over Jordan unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, that thou shalt set thee up great stones and plaster them with plaister. And thou shalt write upon them all the words of the law which thou art passed over,
that thou mayest go into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, a land that floweth with milk and honey, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee. Therefore it shall be when ye be gone over Jordan, that ye shall set up these stones which I command you this day in Mount Ebal, and thou shalt plaster them with plaster. And there shalt thou build an altar unto the Lord thy God, an altar of stones. Thou shalt not lift up on any iron tool upon them. Thou shalt build the altar of the Lord thy God of whole stones, and thou shalt offer burnt offerings thereupon the Lord thy God. When you read through Deuteronomy 27, the context is Moses is at Mount Gerizim and he's at Mount Ebal. Look at what he says right here. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, Thee shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people when ye are come over Jordan, Simeon and Levi and Judah, and Issachar, Joseph and Benjamin. And thee shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse Reuben, Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall speak and say unto all of the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that maketh any graven or molten image, an abomination unto the Lord, the work of the hands of craftsmen, and put it in the secret place. What this is a covenant between God and the Israelites coming out of Egypt, one at Mount Ebal, one at Mount Gerizim. This has nothing to do with the United States of America. This is a modern day thing. This is why I go back to Deuteronomy 27 and put it in context. It's Moses and the elders who are talking, literally talking to the Israelites, warning them, listen, you're going into the land right now. You're going to cross the Jordan. You got to lose these commandments. Make sure you memorize them, write them down, do whatever. Thou shalt write upon them all the word of the law when thou art passed over, that thou mayest go into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, a land that flows with milk and honey, and as the Lord God of thy father has promised thee. This has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the United States of America. This has to do with the actual land. This is why when I show this right here, let me show one more thing and then I'm done.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Who said that the land of milk and honey got something to do with the United States of America?
This is why. Hold on a second, my brother. Because you're saying, this is what you are saying. You're saying that.
No, please ask me what I'm saying. So then ask me what I'm saying. Don't tell me what I'm saying, because I did not say that.
Hold on. Didn't I let you finish, bro? You said I was cutting you off. This is why. I'm going to show this right here. Hold on 1 second. This right here. Daniel 9:4-14 informed us that the actual people of Israel were believed to have already gone through the curses. You see, what happened is, because we live 2,500 or 3,000 years later, we want to attach ourselves to a book that we had no idea. We don't even speak the language, but we act like we know the book. But this is the point. Daniel 9:4-14 informs us that the actual people of Israel were believed to have already gone through the actual curses. So all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. And the curse and the oath that are written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against him. He has confirmed his words, which he spoke against us and against our rulers who rule us, by bringing upon us a great calamity. For under the whole heaven there has not been done anything like what has been done against Jerusalem. As it is written in the law of Moses, all this calamity has come upon us, yet we have not entreated the favor of the Lord our God, turning from our iniquities and getting insight by your truth. Therefore the Lord has kept ready the calamity and has brought it upon us, for the Lord our God is righteous in all the works that he has done, and we have not obeyed his voice. All I'm going to say to you, bro, Deuteronomy 27 is a prerequisite or a precept to Deuteronomy 28. Where is Deuteronomy 27 taking place? Right outside of Israel. Moses is instructing them, Mount Ebal, Mount Gerizim. They're going to eat, they're going to the land, and if these things happen, the curses and whatever. That's it. You could carry on now.
So what's your point? But what's your point of saying that? I want to know your point. I heard what you said, but what's your point?
My point is that it has nothing to do with the Americas. It's physical Egypt, as I said before, and that's it. I need to move on. Anything else?
I mean, Jeremiah 23, what did you take out of that then? And it said they shall no longer say Yah live or the Lord live, which brought up and which led the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But Yah live, which brought up and which led the Israel out of the land of the north and out of the four corners where I driven them. So if he's saying that was just talking about one location or one landmass, he said out of the land of the north. Then it said, and out of the four corners which I driven them. So what's that's talking about if it's not a second Egypt or a spiritual Egypt? What is that talking about?
All right, let's get into that real quick. Hold on a second here. Let me get this.
Well, I won't say a spiritual Egypt. I'll say a metaphorical Egypt. And then, okay, and then you got some people like kings, Saudi Arabia, all over there. They all these people named Abraham. You saying the name Abraham was a lost person, but and so that would mean really he ain't have no descendants. But all these people from over in that landmass naming themselves Abraham.
Since when?
You got all these people apologizing to us for
Since when?
The atrocities of them selling.
Since when are they saying that?
Because your name Abraham, I mean you a descendant of Abraham.
It don't mean you were descendant.
When they saying that? When were they saying
that? But you know, it don't mean you were descendant because there's some Canaanites that's naming themselves that, but it's letting you know that man and that lifestyle is real. That culture of Abraham is real. Him and his family. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to figure out why is Israel the only people in the scripture that y'all saying ain't real, yet all the other surrounding nations, they are real. How is that possible that they are real, but we're not real?
Nobody is saying
the conflict is between them and us then and now. The ancestors and men living today, the seeds of the descendants of the ancestors are still warring with each other right now today.
Who is still warring?
The people of the book that was all warring with the children of Israel in the book, the ancestors, their descendants are living today, just like the children, or just like the Israelites in the scriptures, their descendants are living today. And we still fighting the same battle.
I don't believe anything that you just said, but I'm gonna do this. Let me respond to what you said, and I'm going to respond to the best of my ability. All right, let me do that. All right, the four corners of the earth. It's written in the Bible. This is a screenshot from the Wikipedia article, "The Kings of the Four Corners of the World." So this is something that has been used, if you look at the top, by Naram Singh, who is a king back in the Sumerian Akkadian days, back in the 23rd century BC. So that's over almost 4,300 years ago. The four corners, there's no Moses, there's no Abraham. The flood possibly does happen as far as the dating, and there's somebody, a king, called himself the four corners of the earth. There's nothing new. All right? Kings of the four corners in the Middle Assyrian, kings of the four corners in that, You see all that information. Notice, what do they call the four corners of the earth? They call Akkad, Ashak, Larak. That's what they call the four corners of the earth. That's somewhere else. That is Europe. Now, it's not the whole world on earth. It should not be taken literally. But again, this is a Sumerian or an Akkadian idiom that the Bible writers are using. So when it says four corners of the earth, you shouldn't take it literally, bro. Not this entire world. See, look at this one in the corner. Amaru, Sabartu, Akkad, Elam. That's the four corners right there.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Don't do that.
Okay, my bad.
So this is the four corners of the earth, the world, to the writers who are in Sumer. This is the land between the two rivers. That's what Sumer is, right? Now watch this. Why are we taking it literally? Because it fits your paradigm. We're not being honest. You don't understand the text. You didn't know it was an idiom. So you're using it literally. So again, if you don't know the Hebrew, you have a problem from the jump. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's where I side with the argument that Zion Lex makes about knowing Hebrew. It's important. So if you look at the Persian Empire, the Greek world, this is the whole entire world for the Israelite writers. They don't know West Africa. They don't know America. They don't know Northern Europe, Northern Asia. They don't know those areas. All they know is the empires, the kingdoms. Hold on a second. Let me use the right terminology. The empires that they were paying tribute to. So in their minds, that's what they're doing. So when you look at this verse and it says, hey, the four corners of did Cyrus rule the entire world? Look at this right here. First Esdras chapter 2. It says, in the first year of King Cyrus of the Persians, it says, the Lord raised up the spirit of Cyrus, the king of the Persians, and he made proclamation throughout all his kingdom. Then it says, thus says Cyrus, king of the Persians, the Lord of Israel, the Most High Lord, has made me king of the whole world. So you're telling me Cyrus knew America? He knew West Africa? He knew South Africa? He knew Northern Asia, Northern Europe? No. It's idioms. This is literary devices to make a point. Four corners was an idiom in the ancient Near East. So when they're using it, my brother, you take it literally in Isaiah 11. See, right here, this is what you're talking about. And he shall set up an ensign in the nation and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners. No, in Isaiah days in the 8th century, what was the four corners of the earth? It had to include the empire that he was under, which was Assyria. And Assyria would take it like this, literally like these people right here. The four corners would be similar to this right here, over here. That's why it would be the four corners. So for you now to say to us, oh, you're I know what the Bible says.
To speak, good brother.
First, you can't make that decision based off of that. And
So let me say something.
One last thing.
Man, come on.
One last thing. Gotta be patient. Right here. Deuteronomy 28:49. I gotta make this point and then I'm done and I'll do part 2 next week. 1 second.
You gonna let me say something though?
Make it smaller. Hold on, brother. In the King James Bible, you use this. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far away from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Ladies and gentlemen, the word eagle was added by white folks later on because the word griffin vulture, they didn't have a word for it at the time they were translating these different things. It's really a griffin vulture. That's the word that should be used in Deuteronomy 28:49. But these people don't know what a griffin vulture is. So what do? If you go to the Illustrated Bible Dictionary and Treasure of Biblical History, and you come down, you'll see that the griffin vulture, the word nesher that's used in the Hebrew text, is the griffin vulture. Both the biblical nesher and ornithological griffin are known for their bald head, enormous wingspan, effortless flight, cliff nesting, devoted nurturing, rapid descent, and group feasting on carrion. So y'all could screenshot this. This is the source. Garfield ain't making it up. Eagles were not common in the ancient. I'm not saying eagles were not in the ancient Near East. I'm saying they were not common. What was common were the vultures, the griffin vultures.
Yeah,
right?
But the whole point of that, a bird is a metaphorical sense. It's not a literal sense. It ain't got nothing to do with the bird itself. It just got something to do with the
I can't even talk on my own show. That shit
Go
is
ahead.
crazy.
Let me put this pause.
All right. So listen, I'm gonna stop right there. Continue. Go ahead, brother. You wanted to say something? Gullah or Sabio want to say something because y'all been quiet the whole time?
Yeah. It's crazy because what I see you're doing is you're using the Bible, verses from the Bible, as well as cross-referencing other areas that use the same language as the Bible. And he's still saying they're talking about a metaphorical place that actually existed in the time they were in captivity and going through these transitions. But they were somehow talking about a land they hadn't ever been exposed to. None of the writers, this imagination shit.
Hold on 1 second. Let me talk to my brother right here. My brother said, definitely of Eretz, one, the earth at large are partitively a land. So how it's not the whole earth? Y'all doing? You just put it right here. You say at large are partitively a land. So you just proved the point, bro. Son of Afro-Asiatic, you put the answer right there. Are partitively a land. So how it's not the whole? It's not the whole entire earth. It can't be the whole earth. It can't be.
Can I ask you a question?
All right, go ahead, bro.
Okay, so are you familiar with the Islamists? You said I'm just trying to make a point and I'll be lying. First thing, I'm not a real debater like that, so I don't debate just to try to be right. That be y'all just debate to try to be right. I be here to talk truth. I don't just be trying to manipulate nobody just to sound like I'm some type of professor. And I don't be using scholars neither, because scholars got to be taught. So y'all be just like magnifying these scholars in a scholarship like they ain't going to school to learn these from other people who got to get them A's, B's, and C's and shit. But anyway, that language is just not only that. Within our family of people, it meant the whole world, like I said, just like you see in the Hebrews, which are in the Arabic family of Hebrews. When they talking about Islamization, they're not talking about just where they're at. When they talking about the world, so you saying that language is just for that location and that area, but when they talking about Islamization, they talking about in Sharia law, they talking about every continent, every island, every landmass where there's people breathing. They want Sharia law there, not an empty space where they want another God name mentioned, or not a living space, I should say, where they want another God, the name of another God or a prophet mentioned other than Allah and Muhammad. They're not talking about just one central location. And another point is, once our captivity is up and we're ruling, it's going to be the same thing that they wish their religion to be. It's going to be us ruling every continent and every landmass from that one location over there. And because of us, the whole world going to be serving that one true living creator from that one area. The whole every person, man, woman, child breathing in the earth and in the heavens, gonna be worshiping the creator. So it's not just for that landmass, it's for the earth. And that's what Islam is doing. And that's what the prophecy was about. Fulfilling the earth, scattering us through the earth. Through each place that he scattered us, we was gonna be experiencing the oppression of those people and the worshiping of different gods throughout the lands where he sent us. That's what that was about.
Okay. All right.
What the hell was that?
Nah, it's all good. Let me see what else we can touch on before I leave, because I'll just do part 2 next week. I touched on Deuteronomy 28. I touched on Abraham. I touched on Moses. I got some more stuff I want to touch on. I want to touch on 2nd Esdras. I want to touch on Genesis 49. I want to touch on Elephantine, because those are important things. So let me just call out a few Israelite brothers in the meantime. And by the way, too, what you said about the world, I stand corrected right here, because I'm looking at it right now. I stand corrected. I'm looking at it. I see what the brother was talking about in the chat, my bro, Afro-Asiatic. I stand corrected. Yes, I stand corrected.
Yes, sir. I stand corrected. I'm looking at the Hebrew right now, and it's actually the earth, the land. But it's in the context. It's like using, again, it's symbolic as far as Maryism is concerned, how it's talking about the stretches of the whole land. But it means the whole earth to them would mean right there. But it's like North Korea. You can't find no Israelites in you find Israelites in North Korea? Are the Andaman Islands? You have Israelites there? They're not everywhere. That's impossible. It's just showing the symbolic reach, global reach of God's redemptive plan. That's all it is. So if you want to take that literally, that's up to you. That's totally up to you.
Yeah, man.
There ain't nobody in North Korea gonna be reading no Bible.
Right.
You're not reading no Bible in North Korea. You get punished. You get punished literally if I'm correct based on what I've heard.
I wonder are the Inuits, are they Hebrew Israelites? Do they know they Hebrew? And do they hold on to the covenant? The Inuit people of Alaska.
Yeah, I'll do second address next week. And
are they part of the
Genesis
12?
49? Genesis 49.
I bet you if you look it up, I bet you it is Hebrew. I bet you it's communities in Korea.
Communities in Korea. Let's Google it right now.
But what about the Inuit?
It ain't no damn killed. You crazy?
Y'all thinking ain't none in Russia, but it's black communities in Russia.
Black
communities? Well, actually, my brother's best friend did grow up.
But I mean, Israelites, them African descendants.
See, y'all ain't understanding. It said we was gonna go into a land that neither. He told them they was gonna go into a land that neither them nor their forefathers have known. So it was sending them out throughout strange people. So when y'all say it's the same landmass amongst the people that they did know, that's what throws that off, because they knew those people. They was always warring with those people. But the prophecy is that we will be amongst the people that neither them nor their forefathers have known. And those lands, they will worship God's wood and stone. They was familiar with the gods of the people whose land they worship. They was worshiping a lot of their gods. That's where the bull worship came from. They knew those gods, Baal and all those gods of the people of the same landmass. But you keep saying, what the fuck? Like, you don't know this shit?
No, because you're making it up. And it
no,
doesn't
ain't making it up. They did know the gods. What do you think they was making? What do you think Aaron did in the children of Israel? And they gave him all the gold. They formed a big bull made out of gold because they was wishing that they would have stayed in Egypt, because they felt like Moses was leading them to die when he went to the mountains too long. They started worshiping another god, which was the god of the people of the lands that they was familiar with. Moab and Egypt and Ethiopia and all them, they was familiar with those gods. But the prophecy was, or is, that they will be scattered amongst the people whose gods that they have not known.
Huh? So again,
that's the prophecy.
On book, and that's crazy.
That's you don't know it, because I'm telling you what the book say in Deuteronomy 28. That's what it say.
I study my way out of your book. That's how I know your book better than you.
I bet you don't.
I guarantee you.
What did I just quote that from? What I just said?
Tried to get it out of Exodus.
No, I didn't.
That comes from Exodus, when Moses went up the mount to get the tablets from Yahweh. Nigga, it's in Exodus.
Listen.
I said the scripture I just quoted from Deuteronomy 20.
Yeah, I'm out of here. See y'all later, man. Enjoy, and we out of here, man. Peace and love.